I'm going to restart recording. And then hello to everyone in YouTube world. My name is Amber Autumn. This is Violet. Collectively, we are going to be reviewing every player card in the Drown City expansion for Arkham Horror, the card game. For some reason. Because it's an exciting time, and we're excited to do it, and also we're both so good at having opinions. You have no idea how good at having opinions we are. And so that is what we are going to be doing. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have anything to say before getting started? I feel like we're going to roll into it pretty quickly on the grounds that there's a lot to get through.
There's a lot to get through. I think we should probably just get started. I guess we should talk about, like, the perspective that we're talking about these from, right? Like, we're mainly talking about it as, like, a... it's not like a review in terms of power level, at least in terms of, like, use value, right? We're talking mainly about... We're not reviewing them, like, we're not film critics reviewing this set as, like, in terms of its, like, artistic merit.
No, yeah, we are people who play Arkham Horror, the card game, and we are here to talk about how much we like them as players, and how good we think that Blood of Thoth is or isn't, and how much we do or don't love Blood of Thoth. Yeah, I mean, I guess just some more things, so we've both played a lot of this game. I've probably played like a couple thousand hours of Arkham Horror, the card game, and just in terms of like the gameplay style that we use, we're like quite different, which is one of the reasons that we're doing this together, is that I tend to play like a very asset-heavy game, and you tend to play a very event-heavy game. But, like, for the context that we're coming into this with, I play on hard in general. Sometimes, like, I'll play on standard if I, like, have a new investigator that I'm testing out. But, like, while I was testing this stuff, I was playing on hard. So that's kind of and also I try to, like, optimize. I'm going in on hard, and I'm getting every victory point in the scenario is the sort of optimization that I tend to play. And I do tend to, like, lean towards optimization as I know a lot of people enjoy playing thematic decks and gameplay challenges, and I don't do that. I want to win. I'm here to win. I'm here to play the best game that I can and win.
Well, I think that's where our gameplay styles do sort of line up, right? That's where we're kind of... Yeah. I think we're both coming at it from that kind of perspective. I'm just really impatient and hate having to play something that won't, like, pay off in value for, like, 3 or more turns.
I think that sometimes an asset will pay off in value the turn after you play it, but that's fine. I also want to note we have not played 100% of the cards that have been released in Drown City. Some of this is going to be speculation, but we both have put a lot of time in the last week, 2 weeks into playing as many of the cards as we can play in Drown City. So I think we are coming into this with at least a somewhat informed perspective.
Minimally informed, but, like, informed.
Okay, I'm ready to go. Are we ready to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We're starting on Marian.
Yeah. We're starting with going through all the investigators, right? To give context. We're talking about the rest of the set, so... I
mean, the investigators are cards. These are cards.
Right. But we're not going through all of the Guardian cards and all the Seeker cards. We're doing investigators and then by class, because all of the cards make more sense in the context of who are the investigators.
You cannot talk about you can't talk about a card without talking about the card pool.
Yeah. But Marian, they made the most fun investigator in the
They
whole
made
of
the
game.
most fun investigator.
So good.
How did they do that? We're like really starting on a high note with Marian.
Yeah. Her ability is so sort of flexible, right? Like, it can, all it really asks of you is that you're going to put events in your deck, which surely everyone's putting loads of events in their deck anyway. And then her deck building, which, like, I'll own that when her deck building was initially, like, leaked, I guess, I was really down on it. I was like, well, that's kind of nothing. I don't really get, like, why her deck building is so kind of basic. But actually, it's sick. All of the options that you get for how to build her deck are really cool and interesting and give you sort of different direction to go in.
There's so many Marian builds. Like, half of the texts that you have sent me over the last week are just, there are so many cool Marian builds. There are so many ways to build Marian.
And, like, I thought that before they even spoiled Art of War. Like, even when I was like, oh, you can build her, like, there's, like, multiple different blessing decks you can do with her, or there's multiple, like, you can build her with, like, as, like, a gun Voltron build, like a one-handed weapon build, or whatever. or you can build her as like just a pure flex with like survivor event.
Some of this is just like that. Like even if in just like a single color, like the card pool being what it is, if you're playing Legacy, like if you just have an investigator who is 0/5 Guardian, there's so much that you can build in there. But also there's so much you can do with Marian specifically.
It is partly the fact that having a card draw oriented ability opens up a lot of the Guardian card pool in a way that some investigators haven't always known how to sort of do.
Yeah. And like for that reason I found that her like weakness is it is a little bit kicky while you're down in terms of like if you don't have the cards, it's a shame. But when I was playing Marian, I was always bumping up against hand size, so I was like not always that upset to lose 3 events. Like it was a blow, but it didn't feel like it was like debilitating my game plan in any meaningful way.
I was running two each of winging it and improvised weapon specifically to discard to her weakness. And obviously that's kind of a deck building cost that the weakness is making you pay, but also I probably would have been fine not doing that. But it does feel better if you can discard something that's like actively good to discard.
Right. That makes sense. The willpower is a bummer. It's good to have a weakness. I
also think her signature is not that impactful. It's like fine. The fact that you can, it's once you draw both of them, it's like an unexpected courage that you can commit to your winging it or whatever to be a better flex is nice, but it's not. It didn't feel like it was coming up that often for me.
When I played Marian, because I've only run her through one campaign so far, but when I played her, she drew narcolepsy as her random basic weakness, which is such a fun weakness to have for her. Every time I was drawing a card off of her ability, I was terrified, which is so much fun. Will most people be playing Legacy? We have in the chat. I think that I'm gonna mostly be playing Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, it's like it really kind of depends what do they call it? Core? Is that
Current.
What it's called? Current. It depends what the current card pool looks like. Because like, if we take it from now, 3 years back from now is like 3 sets that are not a coherent card pool. But obviously they haven't been designing for that environment yet.
It is too soon to say at this point, I think, which is like not an answer I think people want to hear, but I think it is too soon to say whether current is going to be good and fun to play in, and in fact whether Legacy is going to be good and fun to play in once they start releasing new cards. There's so much to say about Marian, and I think that we could honestly do an entire video just talking more about these investigators.
But we're gonna talk more about. I'm being told that your mic is clipping a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw that. I turned it down a little bit since then, and I'm hoping that's helping. Part of it is just that I'm loud as a person.
I've also been DM'd on Discord about it.
God damn it!
So I think it is still an issue.
Okay, I'm turning it down more. Well, this is as quiet as my microphone can get.
Okay. Well.
I will scroll up on my OBS to keep an eye on it now. Hopefully I'm gonna lean back. I'm gonna lean back for the microphone. I'm gonna be way back here.
But yeah, we are going to talk about the investigators more when we talk about the cards as well, right? There are cards that I think, So I think we can probably move on to talking about who's next. It's Lucius. Presumably?
Lucius, yeah.
I haven't played Lucius. Tell me about Lucius.
I have. I both played Lucius through a Forgotten Age run in which I was. So the run of Lucius that I played is sort of unfair because I went in and I was like, I'm going to break this character as quickly as possible. And I hit an infinite on scenario 3, and then the rest of the campaign was just hitting that infinite increasingly quickly. And so in that context, Lucius was really good. But I also have just been playing in a campaign with my partner who has been playing Lucius in like a less optimized way, where it's just like playing the investigator sort of in the spirit that the investigator is meant to be played in. I think that Lucius is good and fun, and I honestly have so little to say about him because he is exactly what he looks like on the tin. Yeah, he's an extremely powerful, probably too powerful investigator. with extremely powerful, probably too powerful deck building, and extremely powerful, probably too powerful stats, and
Yeah.
like a signature that's pretty good, and a weakness that like looks bad at first because it shuffles back into your deck, but then at some point you're just drawing quickly enough that you're like, okay, that's -1 card draw every turn because I'm just cycling my deck every turn.
Mm.
He's just good. I like, and if you like, and I know that you're like tired of the rogue evasion package, so you probably don't like Lucius.
Yeah.
And I'm getting a little bit tired of the like seeker just win at high levels, cycle your deck package because they need to put a max once per round on cryptic research, cryptic writings, whichever one it is.
Cryptic Research is the card,
Cryptic
Raw
Research.
Writings is the econ one.
They need to put max once per round on that, and once they do, Seeker is going to be fun again for me. Um,
Yeah, I mean, so I'm tired of both of those packages, and it feels like I don't know what else you do with this guy. I mean, okay, here's the thing: is the signature suggests that you want to do the kind of precision seeker thing.
yeah, it does, doesn't it? But you're like, you
And I-
don't. You're not doing
Well,
that with him.
Yeah, well, I played that deck in Agatha, who we're going to get to in a minute, but I think that deck is fun.
Okay.
So maybe playing that in Lucius is like the way to be, making good. Do we have anything else to say about Lucius? I
No.
don't.
You have to manage
Actually,
his horror,
I do,
you know?
I do have a question. I do have a question, actually.
Yeah.
So for like almost the entire lifespan of this card game, it's been the sort of refrain that Seeker Ota 5, Rogue Ota 2 is like such innately powerful deck building set of deck building restrictions that necessarily if they printed that investigator, it would have to be a horrible like gimmick investigator,
Right.
in the manner that Preston is for Rogue Ota 5, Survivor Ota 2.
Right. Which is a
Like,
much
do you
weaker
think-
card pool, by the way.
Yeah, not like that much weaker. It's pretty good.
You're more of a Survivor fan than I am, and that's fine.
Rogue and Survivor are like easily the second best classes, like tied. So I don't know. It's the best card pool that isn't Seeker.
What's your question?
The question is, do you think any of that is like warranted at all, or do you think that like, because obviously what we got here is not at all that. We got a very straightforwardly powerful investigator with that deck building.
I mean, I think it's true if you're trying to balance investigators against each other. Which is like a thing that I think the game has some level of ambivalence or mixed feelings about. Like, obviously the investigators are not all balanced against each other, and it's not necessarily clear whether it would be a good thing if they were, right? Because it's a cooperative game and you can play whoever you want, but you also want players playing different characters at the same table to have like feeling like they're participating in equivalent measures to the scenario.
Would Lola, who is as good as Amanda, still be like interesting in the same way?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. No. You're so right. I think that Lucius has the potential to suffer from the same problem Winifred has, where, like, by the end of a campaign, whoever's playing Lucius or Winifred starts taking a turn, and the other person wanders off and goes to get a snack because this turn is going to take 20 minutes to resolve. And I think that that's maybe a design challenge. But I'm not necessarily sold on the idea that, like, because Lucius is powerful, he like shouldn't have been printed, because, I don't play Amanda anymore because she's so powerful, right? And so I just don't play her.
Although there's a card in this set that makes you want to play Amanda again.
And we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about Michael!
Yeah, I just finished my Michael campaign today. Wow, he's so much worse than Tony. I thought he'd be like closer.
Really?
Yeah, he's like drastically worse. Not having Vicious Blow is like just so bad.
I will grant that he is not as powerful as Tony. Probably in a tier list
I think Tony is really, really, really strong. I think Tony is in that big category of like maybe makes the game team.
I have like a lot of fun with Michael, who I didn't know I was going to do this, but as soon as I picked up the game, picked him up and started playing him, I realized that every single time I said his name, I said it in the voice of the guys from Lost Boys, going Michael. And so I'm gonna do that a couple times during this stream, and I'm not going to apologize ahead of time. I just want you to know that when I go Michael, that's what I'm doing. He's so much fun. It's so much fun to have so many little guns, and I like the viola case. I like that it sort of taxes your ability to use Lucky Cigarette Case. I'm still running Lucky Cigarette Case in him, obviously.
Just take relic in the thick of relic hunter, like it's fine.
Right. But I do like that it taxes that play style. I
really like his weakness. I think his weakness creates such a fun tension to playing as him. His weakness is almost my favorite thing about the design.
Yeah, no, the weakness is so good and so mean. Like,
yeah.
I never take Lucky Cigarette Case 3 in anyone. And I took Lucky Cigarette Case 3 in Michael, and like consistently thought about fishing out my weakness with it because it's good to get it. You want to get it as early as fucking possible.
Yeah. I did that because I was like, well, all I have one bullet on my 4-1 Derringer.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I'll take it.
It's like it so completely debilitates your game plan for like several turns after you draw it. Which like if the mini boss is already out is like horrible. Which is so much fun.
It's something that, like, as you get more XP, you can counterbalance more, whether you take sort of Joey or the new ally from this set that let you sort of get your weapons out like fast. It gives you more of that ability to hold stuff back and still be ready for an enemy. But particularly early on, it is really like, it's just so much. Like, I put Contraband in the deck, and then I held onto it forever. Because I was like, well, I can't play Contraband if I might immediately draw a Confiscation as my next draw.
I didn't even consider Contraband because I was like, why would I run it? Because of our different playstyles, you were like, let me run the event, and I was like, let me run the asset. I was like, why do I need a Contraband? I'll just play another gun to replace my old gun.
Yeah, well, I think in this case I do agree with you, actually. I think that just the way Michael plays and just the card pool around him does make it just feel like it's better to play more guns than to like. It's quite interesting that, like, because his deck building gives you access to all of these, you know, custom ammunition or custom mods or all these like firearm upgrades, and I'm like, I would never play those in this deck because you putting a bunch of upgrades on one gun is like inviting your weakness to come and ruin your life.
That's specifically not what Michael wants to be doing.
But that does mean that I think he does struggle a bit to use his whole card pool. I mean, he can take all the guns, and that's fun. Like, it's fun that he can take, like, the Remington 4, although the current taboo means you can't sleight of hand it, which is a bummer. I'm gonna just pretend that's not true.
What's your horror solution for Michael? Because I guess the big two ones I can think of. I went the Lonnie Ritter route. I went with Lonnie. Yeah. Took Lonnie. She likes. He likes the combat boost from her anyway, and then that tells you to put out a piece of clothing so you can use some hidden pockets so that you can have even more guns. But I could also imagine Lucky Cigarette Case as an option here.
I did use Lonnie with Leathercoat initially. I will say part of my horror solution was also this, that I was playing Edge of the Earth with very, very little respect for the lives of my companions.
Got it, yeah.
I did end up having like Resolute William Dyer, and that is basically an entire horror solution on its own in that campaign. So if I was playing a campaign that's maybe a little bit more punishing, then I think, maybe Lonnie on her own wouldn't be enough, because you need to like draw and play her, and you need to be quite like, you need to play all your assets, your weapons first to do anything. And Lonnie just cost 4. That's like a lot of resources.
Yeah, and 4, and then more money every time you play her. And Michael has a lot of money. Lonnie is one place to put that money, and it's not an insignificant cost.
Yeah. And I found what I struggled with Michael mainly was it's great. Like, when there's an enemy, you're having the best day of your life. You get to shoot them with like 3 different guns. It's amazing. And then there's a turn when no one draws an enemy, and you literally cannot do anything. There's just nothing. I put like 2 intel reports in the deck, and I was like, well, this is fine. These are not like really.
I love Guardian, and I'm used to playing Guardian, so I'm like very used to like sometimes there's a turn when there's no enemies and you just get to play a bunch of setup. That's fine. I get to take more play assets to play my assets out that I love,
Yeah,
my
but
beloved assets.
even in that sort of, don't you find that it's hard to do that with Michael because you're like, oh look, I have these guns in my hand. I guess I'll play more guns, and then my weakness will be even worse when I draw it. Like I definitely had those turns where I was like, well, do I actually want to take this turn to play more assets, or are those assets just gonna be like a horrible? Am I just over leveraging myself if I do that?
Fun investigator.
We cannot be
Pro
talking this
Michael.
long about every card.
Let's move on. Let's keep going. Gloria.
Gloria, I've not played her with her new specials. I played her a lot with her book specials. Is she like more balanced with her new specials?
I have played her through 2 campaigns with her new specials. I have not played her with her book specials. Because everybody said that she was broken with her book specials. I have not found this version of her to be broken. I think Prophecy of the End is a really fun little mini game you get to play. I think Gloria is a lot of fun. I like Gloria.
I'm one of the people that likes her even though she's broken in her book special. So I'm excited to play a version of her that's like fair.
I think it's a fun mini game. I mean, what Prophecy of the End basically says, in my experience, is that you use her ability every time you can until the point when there are 2 Prophecies of the End in your underneath you and 1 in the encounter deck somewhere, at which point you still have all of this equipment to let you look at and rearrange the top cards of the encounter deck. You just aren't using your ability then on those until you get to draw a prophecy with your psychic sensitivity in order to discard that prophecy in order to be able to start using your ability again. So it's a fun little mini game that you get to play. You're not actually going to be defeated and suffer 1 mental trauma because you're not. That just says you're not allowed to use the ability when there's 2 of them, basically.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, like there'll be a situation where it's the correct choice.
Sure,
right? But yeah.
Not often.
Yeah. All right. Should we move on to the next one? Because I'm conscious of the fact that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can move on to George.
Yeah,
George.
I mean, Gloria's been out for ages, right? George is so good. He's so fun.
George is like a real head scratcher of a character, right? Like I had Gift of Nodens, and I was like, "There's so many moving parts as to what I'm discarding to where, when."
Right.
And,
because you really want to play like discard fodder. You want to play the improvised suite. You want to play stuff that you can do in the discard. But a lot of the time, the improvised events, you do not want to actually trigger your ability on those because
they don't have symbols, and so you can't like commit them from your face down pile.
Also, speaking of weaknesses that fundamentally reshape how you play the game, oh my god, Cast Adrift might actually be the most brutal character weakness since like To Fight the Black One.
Did you find that interesting?
It's like life ruining. Like, okay, the number 1 experience of me drawing Cast Adrift is go to upkeep, draw a card, check hand limit, discard a card, trigger George's ability, draw Cast Adrift, discard everything, go to 0.
No, yeah, it totally does.
7 or 8 times over the campaign.
It fucks up the next turn. I just, like, my experience with George through the campaign that I ran him through is that I would get my hand size back up in like a couple of turns after that happened. Like it would be pretty. Like he draws really fast, and I would not have that much of a problem like getting my like hand back to a reasonable state.
Yeah, and I did play Glimmer of Hope specifically to refuel that situation, but you do realize just like how many of your assets don't do anything if you have no cards in hand. Like you suddenly look at your like sick board of like Gift of Nodens, Nautical Charts, like 2 copies of Cornid, whatever, and you're like, oh, this is going so great, and then you draw Cast Adrift, and it's like nothing does anything.
Did we have a ruling on whether like Lab Assistant and Pelt's effect? We think it works the way you want? That's good. That means I played him correctly.
Yeah, I thought about Lab Assistant. I did not play Lab Assistant in my deck, but I could see that I could think it probably is. I warmed to playing it just on the basis of like it gives you some buffer against like losing everything.
I ran Lab Assistant and Dream Enhancing Serum, and then I never put down Dream Enhancing Serum because actually that's not good at him. But it was a nice
Yeah,
thought.
yeah. He is. He's my second favorite investigator that I played from this expansion. But it's like reasonably close. I don't think he has like quite the breadth of builds that Marian has. I've only played him once, but I kind of feel like if I was playing him again, I would maybe tweak some of the ratios of cards that I was playing, but I wouldn't fundamentally alter my strategy. Like I think there are cards that you just kind of have to end up playing. I think particularly at level 0, you're just gonna play nautical charts. I think we're gonna play nautical charts even if you had 1,000 XP. I think that card is insanely good. We'll get to it later, but like,
I don't
there are cards that you just
yeah.
have to play.
He does have a little bit of like I mean he likes discard stuff, right?
Yeah.
He's got some scripted things. I don't know that I think that he's necessarily like the most powerful investigator, but he is fun to pilot.
There's so many like decisions that you get to make that are so
Yeah.
novel and interesting. Like you're thinking about things in a way that you don't think about with other investigators,
I think
and that's
broadly
great.
we are we're much higher on the investigators from this expansion than we are on the investigators from the last one. I think Drown
Yeah,
City,
drastically. Like,
we're really happy with the investigators broadly in this set.
yeah, it reasonably like. If I say that my favorite expansion in terms of investigators is Edge of the Earth, people are gonna hunt me for sport. So I'm gonna say that it's Drown City now.
There's some good investigators in Edge.
And it has no misses. They're all good, and all of them have really cool deck building because
Isn't
Edge of the
Lily
Earth
a
deck
little bit
building
of a
is really
miss?
cool. We were just talking like the other day about how Lily's one of my favorite investigators.
Yeah, all right. Let's move on. Let's talk about Agatha, who I haven't played. This one's yours. This one's yours to
I
take.
have played both Agathas. I played them. So sort of full disclosure. I played like I did a campaign of the two Agathas where I was just doing two-handed, one of each of them, which is not legal. So it's not an intended play experience. Whatever. I do think that that's not a good way to play. Like I basically ended up, because Seeker Agatha, is a Seeker. I played her as the main sort of clue investigator gatherer, and therefore Mystic Agatha got kind of pigeonholed into being mainly focused on enemy handling, and I kind of think both of them want to really be doing clue gathering. Like whichever one you play, you're going to be mainly leaning that way. I don't think focusing on enemy handling is the way to play Mystic Agatha, because I did enjoy Seeker Agatha a lot more. There's something about as I said, I played the kind of precision Seeker stuff that's been like being built up with us few expansions, and it feels like with this expansion it kind of came into its own a bit. And I played that deck in her, and there's an extent to which it kind of feels like playing Jacqueline if Jacqueline was a Seeker, and that's a cool kind of deck to get to play. Like you're doing a lot of the same math where you're like, okay, I can use this ability to reveal this many extra tokens, and I need to hit this target number, and it's this and this. I have a +1 here that I can use that afterwards, and so the range I'm aiming for is, and this whole kind of, and then if you get it right, it's like the slot machine pays out, and you trigger. We'll talk about some of the payoffs for it as we go on, but there's some really good payoffs for doing that. And that's really fun. I recognize that sort of none of that has anything to do with her ability. But her ability is just fine. Like it's you occasionally, most turns you get to flash something back. You can play Cosmic Revelation. You can play, preposterous sketches. Like it's weird in that okay, so the thing about Agatha, right, is that she's a 35 card deck, and I think that's a smart design decision from a how people are supposed to play Arkham Horror the card game perspective. But it is not. It makes me enjoy her much less. It makes sense in the sense that most people who are playing Agatha are not going to be playing, Dream Enhancing Serum and 2 copies of Cryptic Research in every single Seeker deck they play, like you and I do. And under those circumstances, you want the extra cards because you want to be able to play more Spell and Insight events, so that you don't run out of good things to flash back with her when you cycle your deck. You don't want that experience when you're second time through your deck, you have nothing to do. And so it makes sense for her to have more cards in that perspective. But for my personal taste, I wish she had 30 cards. I wish that you could just mulligan normally and have reliable access to your good cards.
So my two questions about you, about your
Mhm.
Agatha experience. One, like what events were you using this ability on? Like obviously, Voice of Ra is the obvious one that's just
Voice of Aurora is like free. Yeah, it's great.
is free. What else ends up being your targets here?
Like all sorts of stuff, honestly. Like I was playing, Spectral Razor or Read the Signs. Cosmic Revelation is both a spell and an insight, which is like more of a mechanical signposting thing than it is like strictly relevant. But Cosmic Revelation is a great one to flashback because normally in two player it wouldn't be very good, but if you get to do it like twice in a turn, it's good.
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah, there's just like kind of a lot of cards that are randomly good. Like most Seeker card draw cards are insights. I did have a harder time with the Mystic side of it, but obviously she gets 10 Seeker cards. She's Mystic and 10 Mystic cards. She's Seeker. You kind of get to play a lot of the same cards that way.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, but no, I do think there's plenty of just reasonable. Like you play more card draw events than you would normally play because you're the 35 card deck. You play, two copies of Deep Knowledge and two copies of Preposterous Sketches. You don't feel as bad about them being out of your deck or whatever.
My other question, how bad is that weakness? It looks gnarly. How bad is it?
Um, yeah, it's really annoying. Like, because you basically like you basically have to get rid of it. Like, you can't pass any test of any reasonable difficulty with any reliability with it in play. So it's just an action tax, like really often. Like, and you draw it way more than you want to. It's just like every 4 turns you lose an action. And that's pretty rough. And there's kind of not any good way of dealing with it that I've been able to think of. There's no real way of, like, other than just like I guess doing higher education stuff and being just so far up on your tests that you can just have double tokens, but like,
The infinite still works with this card, right? Like,
right, you can just sit and play and who cares? But like, yeah, no, and it's but on the flip side, her signature is kind of crazy. Like, oh, definitely a signature that I feel like I would need to play her again before I feel like I'm like getting full value out of it because it's really hard to. I don't fully understand the rules of exactly how the timings on that work. First of all, so there's definitely times I've been like I grim ruled out of doing stuff that would have. Yeah. The other thing is that I also think that it makes sense in Seeker Agatha way more than Mystic Agatha because Mystic Agatha presumably really wants symbol tokens most of the time. Otherwise, what are you doing? Like, what's the deck if you're not doing like Mystic cards care about symbol tokens? That's like the design. That's the whole class
right.
identity. So having your special be like you can guarantee any token. It's forced, so once you've sealed it, you like have to use it. You can guarantee any token, but it can't be a symbol.
Right.
I don't understand Mystic Agatha at all, but Seeker Agatha is pretty fun.
It's like funny. Have we noticed that in this deck, both of the big main XP payoff cards for Seeker are accessory slots in a set where Agatha, one of the Seekers, has a signature that uses an accessory slot. Very strange. Um. Anyway,
No, it is annoying. Like it is one of the annoying things about the deck is that like your big cool payoff card costs 8 XP if you want to actually run it.
let's. That's
Okay,
also
fine.
Agatha. I don't need to talk
Yeah,
about that
too, like,
also.
yeah, we don't really
Cards. Let's go. Okay.
cards. I haven't played the Book of War, but it seems sick. Tell me about your
I
experience playing the Book of War.
I honestly, Book of War is easily top 3 player cards I am most excited about from this set. I think Book of War is a game changer. It's huge. I love it. Four resources is a lot of resources, and I think that it tends to be worth the 4 resources. Um, my Marian, the like, the Marian that I was doing was like, using tempt fates and the keep faiths to add a bunch of blesses to seal them on rite of sanctifications to charge up to bankroll playing a 1-2 punch 5 every turn You can just play 1, 2 punch
Yeah.
5. Like, people talk about how many times do you want to play Ever Vigilant 4, and obviously the answer is a lot of times if you're me.
Like, that is great. No, I'm with you on that, though.
And
Like,
also,
if I'm playing
if you play...
Carson or Carolyn, I will play Ever Vigilant 4 3 times. I'll play it 6 times scenario.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That card is busted.
It's so fucking good. And also, you know, how many times do you want to play 1, 2 punch? Level 5. A lot of times I bet.
I normally play it 0 times. I don't really rate that card, but I would like that card more if I could repeatedly play it.
Imagine if you could repeatedly play it.
Yeah.
I actually think that 1, 2 punch 5 is really good in general.
I think it's just the decks. I think that we're not reviewing 1, 2 punch 5. I think that it's 5 XP is a lot for what it does. But
5 XP is a lot for what it does.
Yeah.
I will grant you that. It's better in Nathaniel. It's like sort of a luxury upgrade for most other Guardians, and it becomes a lot better if you have the Book of War.
Yes.
Yeah. Recursion is so fun in Guardian. I'm having a great time with this card. I don't even know actually how much I have to say about it. 3 secrets. You know, you get to play your event 4 times, for 4 resources.
I mean,
it does take up a hand slot.
Tactic. Like you can recur more than one tactic with it, right? Like it's like the first reason to really care a lot about playing a one-handed weapon, right? Like it's like, okay, before it was like flashlight, I guess, but like this is
I haven't run a flashlight in years.
Right.
I know people do, and that's crazy to me. I can't imagine using it outside of Daryl, basically.
I've run flashlight in Carson, where it's like, if I'm gonna succeed on anything, it needs to be difficulty 0.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just love this.
Yeah.
I just love this card. I think it's so fun. I think it changes your strategy. It makes event builds like viable in people who aren't Nathaniel. In a way that I don't know if I necessarily.
Let's not be too.
Maybe not like event builds, but I think it does improve the ability of like Guardians to play events. It's tactics, so whatever it is, you can put it on. Stick to the plan. How many times do you want to play First Watch?
No, but genuinely, the most thing I'm most excited about is your suggestion of practice makes perfect with Book of War.
You can put practice makes perfect on it if you're
because as much as I love events,
Zoe
like,
or Roland
skills are like events that you don't have to pay for.
Yeah, I think there's a really fun Marian build in there somewhere
like,
just
so
like
many Guardians have access to practice makes perfect though, right? Because Zoe, Roland, Mark, now Marian, I guess Carson as well. Yeah.
Great card. Very exciting. I'm very excited about this card. Gonna be playing this card in a lot of Guardians from now on. Crowbar.
Huge oversight that neither of us have played this card.
Crowbar.
I feel like it's kind of like a significant thing to exist.
It's like so. It feels like a constituent part of the Arkham universe to me. Like, it doesn't feel like a new card. It feels like a card that's been here all along somehow. You know what I mean? I
think that's a cool thing to have been able to design this late into the lifespan of the game.
Yeah. I'm thrilled that this card exists. I don't know how often I will play it, like, even in Wilson. The thing is that this is a card which offers no compression, right?
I played a lot more True Solo than you, I think, and I'm really excited about this card in True Solo because investigate using, you don't need an extra clue. Most of the time, you only get 1 clue off location anyway.
Sure.
I'm thinking back to the Daniela build, the solo Daniela build they did, and I was like, if I could have had this, that would have all been so much easier. I wouldn't have had to dedicate like 8 deck slots to the difficulty 0 survivor package.
It seems like surely the weapon element is the less important element of this card. The more important element is investigate using your combat, but with no particular other boosts. And, that's cool. If you want to give your Guardian a way of doing a little bit of peripheral cloovering, this can be an alternative to evidence, and I think that that's neat.
It does,
I probably won't often play it, but...
Evidence. It asks more of you than evidence, right? But unlike evidence, it does something when there's no enemies around.
It does something when there's no enemies around. You can use it repeatedly in a way you can't with evidence. I like
You can have
assets, you
Art
like
of War
events,
in
it's
your
fine.
hand. You can have Art of War in your offhand and do nothing. Not actually kill any enemies ever.
Just
Yeah.
have Art of War in your offhand and then play Ever Vigilant 4 times or 1-2 Punch all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing else to say about Crowbar personally. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Remington!
I haven't played the level 0 version. I have played the level 4 version.
Interesting. I played the level 0 but not the level 4. That's perfect.
Oh, well,
Bestie!
yeah, you start them.
Bestie! I think this card is fun. I really like this as a design, as a one-handed gun to exist. I think it's probably in most cases like a little below curve maybe, but in ways where it has some advantages. It's like, okay, essentially it is worse than the 45 automatic in that it has less ammo, and the 45 automatic is already sort of limited on its ammo. I think 4 is like, not a lot for a main weapon to have, but it also costs less and does more action compression. But in order to get the action compression, you have to be able to kick this card out, probably by playing another weapon, which, if you're playing another weapon, that would provoke an attack of opportunity. And if you want this coming out to fire, then you need an enemy to be there, which makes it more like, So it's like a little bit of a puzzle.
Interesting puzzle. It's a puzzle, but I'm also like, on some level, like, I like the level 4 version. I'm not convinced the level 0 version like is enough of a reward for solving that puzzle, because the cards that you would play could do that. Like if you're playing like obfuscation or like a trench armor, I guess we'll get to later, but like there are cards that would let you get around it, or like even just sleight of hand.
It does feel like a rogue gun, right? Like,
yeah, and of course
it
Michael
synergizes so
can
strong
take
with
it.
sleight of hand and with Robert and
But it's also like kind of bad for Michael because he doesn't really get the resource from the specified trigger because there's not
Right.
ammo.
Yeah.
It's not like bad for him, but I have not found myself wanting to play it.
It doesn't especially synergize with Michael. It is where I played it.
Yeah.
I think it's probably not the best gun. Like, it's not a gun that I'm going to be looking at by default, but I think it is a fun gun.
I'm most excited to play it in Yorick.
Yeah, I like that.
You can kind of discard it a lot more easily. Like the cards you'd be playing anyway, Active Desperation, or I would be playing anyway, Desperation.
I can
inherently work with it, and
given Active Desperation, I think it also definitely has a place in Mark.
That's true. Yeah.
Yorick
has the advantage of just being able to like kind of take attacks of opportunity on the chin as well. Like you don't really need to, and I guess that's true.
So does Mark.
Well. And Tommy. So maybe Tommy's a home for it.
Mark wants to take the attack of opportunity because he wants to take the damage.
Yeah.
It's like such a cliche that I am fully falling into, of like listing all of the good investigators and saying this card would be good in these good investigators.
Right.
Oh, this card's crazy in min. It has icons.
How does this do in Wilson? How does this do in I don't know, who's like another bad guardian?
Wilson's not a bad guardian. He's a B tier guardian, but he doesn't want this.
Well, who's like the worst guardian? No, it's not Wilson.
Carolyn, who can't take this.
Carolyn can take this. She can take level 0 weapons.
She can't take. Can she take firearms?
Yeah, she can take level 0. She can take level 0 weapons. She can't take level 1 to 5 weapons. Lily cannot take firearms.
I never take level 0 weapons in her.
Wait, in Carolyn? You've not played Katana Carolyn?
I've not played Katana Carolyn at all.
Steady-handed heals of horror and everything. Anyway, are we ready to move on to the next card?
Yeah, let's talk about Primed for Action.
I think this card is bad in a bunch of interesting ways.
I think this goes with the Remington in the club of cards that are fun and not very good.
Yeah. So first of all, I hate that it's bold. It doesn't really need.
Yeah, why is it
bold?
Thematically,
I guess it's like it's about being, you're ready for action, so you have to be ready for action to play it. You have to be ready to go. But like the problem this card has more than anything is that it really is a 3-piece combo. You need this, a gun, and an upgrade. Mm-hmm. But you can't, even though this is a tactic, so is like custom mods or custom ammo, and you can't play them both from Stick to the Plan at the same time. So you have to pick one to just have in your deck. Mm-hmm. And if you're picking this, you're making your Stick to the Plan way worse, just for the sake of pulling it off. Yeah. If you don't pick this, 90% of the time you're going to draw it way too late to do anything. So, I don't know, I wish this card was going to be a bit better.
Yeah.
It's cool though. I think it's like neat that it exists.
In terms of the like cards that play other cards at a reduced cost, if we put this next to like motivational speech or
it's
Uncage
so
the
much worse than
Soul,
motivational speech. It's so much worse than motivational speech.
In theory, the thing that it does is that it reduces the money that it saves you by 1. It only saves you 2 instead of saves you 3, but it also gives you like an additional free play action. And a play action is like better than a resource, but yeah, it's like so much more conditional, and that makes it much harder.
Honestly, a lot of upgrades that you put on firearms are fast. Custom ammunition is fast, so it's well maintained. Like a lot of them are, you're not actually gaining an action unless you play like custom mods. Enchant weapon must be an action. It's too good to be fast.
Enchant weapon is an action, yeah.
So enchant weapon, but.
I play enchant weapon all the time. I love enchant weapon.
You can't put it under 6 of the plan, so.
I have a lot of hope for the future of this card, is one thing I would say about it. I think that it's a cool archetype that still, to this day, doesn't quite exist, I think. I did play the Gun Voltron deck in Marian, and it's kind of good. I don't know, it felt like it was good. The thing is that getting to like draw a card and play another event off of every one of your upgrades and your ammo refills or whatever is a lot of value to add to that. The other unfortunate thing, obviously, is that you're like kind of stuck putting all of that on the 45 automatic level 2 as your like best case possible scenario. And you better not fucking pull a crypt chill.
Yeah. Well, just discard like a wolf mask or something probably, but like. Yeah, it would be nice if, if they released like a blessed or cursed two-handed gun that Marian can take with a card reliquary.
So,
but yeah.
Not a good card, but kind of a cool, interesting card.
Yeah.
Ready for anything.
Speaking of cards that I don't think are that good, but they're cool and interesting.
Yeah, I played this in Marian and felt like I was like, it's nice that this heals some horror, but I kind of feel like I have enough card draw in Marian. But I also, like, people kvetch about Guardians not having a lot of card draw, and hey, check it out.
I don't agree with, but yeah.
Yeah, we don't agree with that, but that's fine. Here's an example of Guardians having some card draw.
Yeah, my problem with this, I mean, I played it in Marian as well. It's very easy in Marian to fall into the trap of only running card draw, or only running, like, econ cards, and then realizing that your deck doesn't do anything.
No, I just had a 1-2 punch level 5 and replayed. Well, 2 1-2 punch level 5s.
But, so, the thing is that you draw enemies, like, way less than you think you do.
Yeah. In that way, so I think the real place that this card lives is in decks where you can kind of control who's drawing what in the encounter deck, right?
Yeah.
It's like
you have a Gloria on your team. If you always hand to an enemy.
If you have a Gloria, if you have First Watch, if you have no, I think the bracelet thing, I think that only works on treacheries.
That's only treacheries, yeah.
But I think that, the more encounter deck control you have, like, that's where this sort of starts to improve. That's the niche that this lives in, I think.
Yeah. And the horror healing is, like, okay.
Yeah.
It comes up. Marian only has 6 sanity, so...
1 resource, 1 action to heal a horror and cantrip itself is, like, not a terrible inclusion. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't think I play it outside of Marian ever.
I think the card has a place. I think I'm not often likely to include it, but
it's a spirit card. Would Nathaniel play it? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Whatever.
What's the next card?
Let's talk about Hardboiled.
Hardboiled. I played this. It's actually like way better than I thought it would be. It's like good. This card's good. I'm pulling this card good.
It's if you do it for your 3rd attack of the round, it's 6 combat icons. Stick that shit on your shotgun.
If you do it for your 2nd attack of the round, it's 4. That's already great.
It's already great, yeah.
You 4 icons at level 0.
Yeah.
Promise of power only.
Yeah.
Like, And you do get wilds. Like, obviously you want to commit it to a combat test, but if you fight 3 times, you can commit 3 wilds to a frozen in fear. I guess you can't fight 3 times you're frozen in fear, but like still, the wild icons do matter, right? Like 3 wild icons is a lot.
It's
This card is much better than I thought it would be.
it's better the more attacks you can perform. So like if you have
butterfly swords,
if you've got butterfly swords, if you've got the Luger, if you've got the event, the 1 XP event that lets you trigger an attack for free. That one.
Hand-eye coordination.
Hand-eye coordination. All of these things make hard-boiled stock go up, although it probably doesn't really need them to be good.
I don't think it's almost. I think it's worth building around because all you're getting is loads of icons. Like it's just a card that I think you put it in your level 0 deck because skill value is like harder to come by at level 0, and it just like what's really good about it is the way that it's like if you like shoot and then miss, and then you're like, oh no, I need to make this last attack or I'm stuck with this enemy. You've got 4 icons for the last attack. Like it's really good for that kind of like Hail Mary thing. And yeah, like again, at low levels, you are going to be in situations where you do sometimes just need the skill value. It doesn't really ask anything of you that you wouldn't be doing anyway.
It's hard for me to love a skill card that does nothing but provide skill value, but it's very possible in this case for me to like a skill card that does nothing but provide skill value.
So that's kind of where I'm at on it, is that I like, I'm going to put it as a one-off in a lot of level 0 decks. It's going to save me like way more than I give it credit for. And then I'm going to take it out at the end of the 3rd scenario.
This is a textbook card that is better than I am ever going to think of it as being. It's a good skill card. Like, as far as skill cards go, this boosts your skill.
Right. And it's like, again, the ceiling on this is so many icons for a level 0 card.
Man, I love Guardians so much. I love Guardians so much.
You can actually play this in a Survivor. This is a Survivor card, so...
Hunter's Mark.
Did you play this one, Marian?
I didn't play this one in Marian.
Okay, I did, and I
thought good. About it.
It's like good in the way that it reads as being good. It's like good.
It's it's a vicious blow, but it costs $1, and you get your combat to all attacks that you make until you decide to pop it.
Yeah.
And also, you don't have to make the test for it.
Yeah, it's better than a vicious blow, right? Because you guarantee you hit the damage. Like you'll never and it's the damage applies to any damage, so you don't have to even you can beat cop it.
Mm-hmm.
But it isn't that much better than vicious blow. And even in Marian, where it's like it's an event oriented, I did. I mean, admittedly, I was playing a gun Voltron build where I had a pistol that could easily shoot for 5 damage and attack. So I wasn't like frequently in the market for 1 extra damage. I was usually overkilling enemies by a lot. So maybe it would shine in a slightly different build.
This is relatively straightforward.
Almost every enemy in Innsmouth is a creature type enemy for the purposes of customization.
Is this where you took Dakota?
No.
Okay.
I took Dakota in Edge of the Earth today. But yeah, I think this card, I would play this outside of Marian even, probably. I think it's like solid.
Yeah.
The fact that it only gives you +1 fight, regardless of what kind of fight you're doing. But it is a spell, which means that the handful of mystics who can take spells can get access to this, and the bonus damage can still apply to a shriveling or whatever.
It's true. That's a good point. Yeah. Vicious blow for mystics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I doubt I'll run it that much, but it's like cool that it's there. Yeah. Alice upgraded Alex. It's so much better than it's so much better than what got designed in the stream. I was in that stream and that was a mess.
I've never. The streams always happen when I'm asleep, right?
Right.
So I've never noticed them, but
often they're very bad because you have a lot of competing voices.
Right. The kind of immediately obvious problem with the concept, right?
Yeah. It's exactly. It's bad in exactly the way you expect it is. All this does, these 2 XP, gives her 1 extra health, and it makes her not provoke attacks of op on the first investigate you perform each turn. And I think that is fine. I think that this is like if you have enough XP at the end of towards the end of a campaign.
It's weird, right? Because the context in which you would play Alice right now are ones where you're sort of not really planning on taking attacks of opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Like you're playing it in a support investigator, like you're playing it in Carolyn, and you're just helping out by pinging the enemies and you're not taking it in your fighter where you're going to be like, all right, I'll investigate, deal 1 damage, ping this enemy, and then shoot it.
It's definitely
it in, like, throw,
a little
maybe.
supplemental damage. I don't imagine that I often am going to be provoking the attack of opportunity in order to discover a clue in order to kill the enemy that's on me. Like, occasionally you'll have an enemy on you that's 1 health, but, like, not often.
Nice if you're, like, specifically engaged with, like, an acolyte or something. I don't know how it happened to you that you were in that situation, but, like...
I mean, you can, like, an acolyte spawned 1 location over, you walk over there, you investigate, and that kills the acolyte. And that saves you damage. Cool. Like, it has utility. It's not bad.
And it's like, the situations where you don't really want to use an ammo from your gun, or you don't really want to take a fight action. It's fine.
I'll take Alice sometimes.
Yeah.
I feel about her similar to how I feel about regular Alice. She has a niche.
Yeah.
Bulwark.
I haven't played this card, and it's too complicated for me to work out whether I like it or not without playing it.
Here's my thing about Bulwark.
Yeah.
Is that I play on hard, so when it says seal the Elder Sign or +1, that says seal the Elder Sign, and I like the Elder Sign, and I don't really want to seal the Elder Sign for everyone at the table until it's time for me to cancel an enemy attack.
This is the thing. This is a cycle, right? There's 2 others, but the other 2 can both seal zeros. And there's a lot of zeros, which means that you can bank more than 1 charge of it at a time. And obviously you don't want to sit with all 3 zeros in your asset, like, the whole game, but, like, you have flexibility with how you use that. This one, you only get 1 of it. You're really not in control of when the trigger condition happens. Like, an enemy attacking you, unless you're provoking the attack of opportunity intentionally just to get the ready an asset thing on it, it isn't... I don't know what's happening there. Like, there's someone smarter than me who's worked out a really cool thing you can do by readying whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if there's, like, you have a survival knife and you get to attack with that survival knife twice or whatever.
Yeah.
But, like, also...
Normally, I'm not one of the people that's like, damn, I wish Daniela could take this. But I am kind of like... This is like, I don't wish Daniela could take this for her sake, but for Bulwark's sake. Like, I wish there was an investigator whose thing was getting attacked that could make this card, like, reliably interesting.
I'm the Daniela deck building hater, and I know we depart on that, and that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think that this is a lot stronger when you're on standard, and then there's a +1 in the bag that you can seal. I feel much better at sealing a +1 than about an Elder Sign, but...
Yeah, I wonder if it's stronger in solo, because, I mean, I'm not playing a card that's in solo. It's just, like, just kind of, like... To me, this is just kind of, like, deck building, like, guff. Like, it's stuff that you put in your deck because it's, like, you can play it and it does something cool, but, like, in true solo, I just don't think I would want this effect, like, for 2 XP.
I would rather just have a dodge, to be honest with you. Like, I would rather just have a dodge.
And again, if someone can, like, make a case to me for, like, what you're readying with this, that might change my mind, but right now I'm like, it's ready any other asset, which is unusual. Most things ready by class, like, already, they put some kind of safety valve on there, but, like...
It's possible there's a really cool combo in here somewhere. Currently looking at it, I'm like, this seems like a lot to put into a payoff that's not that impressive to me.
Yeah. Okay.
Inspiring Presence. This is exactly what it should be. It's 1 extra healing out of it, and it's an extra wild icon on top, and that is 2 XP. That's
I bet I play this in decks that play the level 0 version, which I do play those. So great.
Yeah. Yippee. Put it in Leo. Proc your beat cop twice. Yay.
Yeah.
Wahoo.
Yeah.
Or any other Guardian and proc your beat cop twice. I'm a big Guardian. I'm a big beat cop 2 fan.
Yeah, and Carolyn with Field Agent.
Yeah. Inspiring Presence. Totally. That's it's maybe a little bit under the curve for 2 XP, but I can see myself taking it pretty often anyway.
Yeah.
Locked and Loaded. I
God, it's so good.
Love Locked and Loaded. This is also one of my favorite cards to come out. I love Guardian. This is like one of my like representing what I love about Guardian type cards.
I think where your love of assets and my distaste for assets like find sort of unity is that permanents are really good.
permanents are really good.
It's all of them having an asset, but you don't have to play it, and you get that value guaranteed.
Yeah.
Someone else paid the, you only get the gratification, not the delay.
Yeah. You get it's preemptive reloading that you don't need to put any effort into, just 3 XP.
And people have compared it to extra ammo, right? And extra ammo costs 1 XP and it gets you 3 ammo. This this easily gets you 3 ammo, but also the thing is that extra ammo is like a whole card in your deck. Like people, complain about Guardian not having good enough card draw, but if you just play a permanent, you don't need to draw that card. You just have the ammo. You
just have the ammo.
I think this card's really good. I really like shout out to whoever maintains the Tabletop Simulator mod because
the fact
that loading innately just works and the set's not even out yet. It's crazy.
It innately works if it's not even on your playboard. It's like to the side of your playboard. It'll like detect that.
Yeah. And it's cool, right? Because it's sort of awkward with the guns in this set, or like one of the guns in the set in particular. But like the guns it's best with are the most fun ones anyway. It's great to get an extra shot in your shotgun. That's sick.
It's a card where the stocks on it obviously go up a lot more if you're playing a replace your guns quite often build than with a Voltron gun build. Voltron gun doesn't care as much about this as, if you have a Leo Anderson who's playing this a bunch of times, or a Mark who's cycling his deck. This would be really excellent in Yorick if he could take it, but Yorick can't take it, and that's great. Because we want to take it in Yorick and we can't, and we love not being able to have the things that we want, unironically.
No, I completely agree. It's also just basically interesting that there's like more than one different way of building a replay your guns a lot investigator, and that they're not all going to be playing locked and loaded. It's the same thing with like Rita not having access to Chuck, which is the example you always use, right? Like it's just. Which is why I can't believe that you hate Daniela's deck building, because she's all about not being able to play any of the cards you want.
I know! No, the problem with Daniela is she doesn't get to play any of the cards that she wants to play.
She can play a Quinn on level 3. Play an endless, but nonetheless.
Quick shots.
I haven't played this. It seems fine to me.
I played a half a scenario with this, so that's not like a ton. But I played a half a scenario, and then my Steam crashed, and I couldn't get the files back. Whatever, I had technical difficulties. But I got to play about a half a scenario with Quick Shot. And my experience of Quick Shot is not necessarily that it's bad. It's, I would say, fully functional. 3 cards for 3 XP for what they do. What I will say is that it is a challenging card, because it is not actually possible. They don't tell you this. It's not actually possible to draw this card during your turn when there is an enemy at your location.
It does. This has been my read of it. Is that it strikes me as like really, really, really unlikely that the circumstances are going to ever line up for this. Like, and the thing is that you can think about it like, oh, you could play this in Roland, who has, I guess, access to like pretty reasonable card draw, but you have to make the decision to be like, okay, there's an enemy there. I'm not going to fight that enemy. What I'm going to do is draw cards from my deck and hope that I hit this. I just don't see why you would make that choice.
Here's, I think, the niche that Quickshot lives in. Quickshot wants to be in a 4-player game, and a boxing gloves deck. What it is you have to kill an enemy with the boxing gloves and then use the boxing gloves to fish the quick shot, which you can then play on a different enemy that is in play. The challenge is that there need to be 2 enemies out in play at once.
It also doesn't trigger when because you just put it in your hand with boxing gloves.
Really? Fuck, never mind. This card sucks.
No, that would be sick. Like, if you could play it in Nathaniel. You could play it in Nathaniel and boxing gloves and it's 2 damage. But no, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Play it. I mean, here's the thing. Is 2 resources fast, 1 damage that bad?
No, it's not that bad.
It's fine.
It's like fine. Zoe in Dream Eaters can pull this off. Yeah. It's got some utility in Scarlet Keys as a ping. And what I will say is, and you specifically are gonna get really mad at me about this. But the art's really cool. It's really fucking cool art.
I don't like the art. I was gonna.
I know you're wrong. It's so cool.
Whether to bring up the art or not, I really don't like it. It's the wrong kind of pulp. It's the wrong. It doesn't. It's not. It's not air. It doesn't feel genre appropriate. It's not even era appropriate. It's genre appropriate. The kind of cool that it's evoking is not the kind of cool of 20s and 30s pulp cereal.
She's got
It's
the cool
of, like, 80s.
whitener and there's a skull and the smoke behind her. It's so cool.
It's cool abstractly. It's very metal, a genre that wouldn't exist for 50 years after this game is set.
Whatever. I've let love into my heart. Love and epicness. You want to talk about the next Remington?
Yeah, Remington level 4, it's like pretty good. Like, most of what I said about the level 0 one like applies here. It's like pretty good.
You can't sleight of hand it though.
The basic, well, only if there's a cop around. You can sleight of hand it if everyone's cool. Okay, the basic like ratio on this is better, right? You're getting 5 shots in the ideal, and you're getting the 1 from playing it, right? But,
yeah.
You're getting 5 shots for 2. The shots are +2, +1.
Mm-hmm.
All of that is pretty good. I'm like basically like pretty happy with 2 resources for all of that. And yeah, the fact that you kind of the first one is fast, like it's 5 shots and also 2 of them are fast. When that's overall like really good value, and I think you should let me sleight of hand this card.
I'm not gonna let you sleight it. Here's the thing: if you sleight of hand this card, it's actually too good.
It's quite good. Not that many investigators can do it. Leo can do it. Michael can, but Michael doesn't like love doing that because he'd rather just shoot the ammo like multiple. First of all, like yes, it's sort of 10 damage in 1 turn, but like when do you need to do 10 damage in 1 turn? We're gonna come back to that later. Try to pin in that question.
Because the Spectre of Death is on you. There's a boss, like whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, but like it's.
But also, you're a guardian, so you've been preparing for it the entire time. Why do you need like to be able to sleight of hand in order to do that much damage? Yeah.
You can already also in Michael only, but you can use the new rogue ally to do basically a similar thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the thing is that what sleight of hand really does is let you do that more than once, and maybe that would be too good. Maybe it would be cool. It would be fun. It would be too fun.
Yeah, this is. It will sometimes like you will waste the playing of it because it like provokes an attack of opportunity to play it. So it's. But it is still probably the best one-handed gun in the game. Am I believing that? Do I believe that? I think that might be true.
Probably believe that. It's more like specific than something like the Mauser.
Yeah. But
I don't know. I'm not gonna
5 shots at +2/+1 for $2.
Hey,
like that's a lot of value.
For 2 less XP, you can get 3 shots at +2/+1 with additional value with a particular Liver gun that you expect to continue.
Are we talking about the Mauser?
We're talking about the .18 Derringer level 2.
Oh, fuck the .18 Derringer. Fuck that.
The actual best
Fuck that
one-handed gun.
I'm a Survivor hater. I'm a Guardian lover and a Survivor hater, and I think that this card is better.
This card exists in an ecosystem that makes it stronger contextually than the Derringer.
Yes.
I would agree with that. And also comparing a 4 XP card to a 2 XP card, they occupy different niches and are accessible to very different. But the Derringer's pretty good.
Let's move on. Conscious of time.
Yeah, we're out of the Guardian and into cards I basically haven't played. This is a Lucius card and I haven't played them.
Actually not played any of the secret cards in this expansion yet, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can give my hot takes. I
played some of them. I played the Agatha secret card. I've not played the Lucius. So I've not played this guy because.
I like Alton O'Connell's art a lot. I like that there's a little ghost there.
His little mustache as well as cute.
I think the guy's got a lot of personality.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that I will often put Alton O'Connell in a deck, but like having some clue, like he gives you a little bit of action acceleration on it.
Yeah, and I think it's quite meaningful that Seeker has a plus agility ally at level 0 now.
Yeah.
I think that is something that I have wanted to be able to play previously, and you can do that now. And it's a pretty it's a pretty big context agnostic, useful card. I don't know, like, I don't think you. Yeah, I don't know. Like you don't need to be leaning all the way into the precision archetype to trigger all of the precision abilities. You can just be okay with it happening sometimes. I will say this guy needs quite a lot of evidence to do anything. So maybe you do want to be hitting that pretty reliably, but
But you can get evidence, like you get it more than once per turn, right? You don't have to exhaust him to put the resource on. Like you can.
right. I just mean from the context, from the perspective of like, you know, how much work do you have to put in to successfully hit exactly 3 multiple times a game? Some, but not like necessarily loads. But like
I
some.
wonder at what point do I stop being like I'm totally just playing Dr. Christopher at this point 50% because it's like like I've run him so long and I know he can be good that I'm like, you know, dismissing new cards because I'm like, oh, but it's competing with Dr. Christopher. But
Right.
Dr. Christopher costs $4 and there are other ways of
Yeah.
getting resources in Seeker these days.
Here's the thing for me is that I'm like, I really don't like allies. Like a lot of my decks, I build the entire deck, and then I'm like, oh, I really should play an ally because they're like good. And then I'm coming from a perspective of like, I'm playing no allies. What allies should I play? And when you're doing that in Seeker, you end up playing Lab Assistant a lot.
Because Lab Assistant's a really good card in Seeker.
It's really good, and also it's really low friction. Whatever
Yeah.
your deck's doing, Lab Assistant's good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that, and this is definitely a card that you have to want to play specifically. You're not going to put it in randomly because you're like, hey, now.
It's got a niche.
Yeah, but he's cool.
Yeah. All right. Artistic inspiration.
This one I did play. Discarding a card quite heavily. It's so weird because if this was a Survivor card, I'd be so high on it. But like, it's weird that even though Seeker has way better card quantity than Survivor, or like way better card throughput than Survivor, you don't really want to just discard your cards to get like half a lucky in a way that you would if you were playing a Survivor. So I played this. It was by far the worst of the enablers for precision stuff that I played. But I will say also in Agatha, I didn't feel like I needed to do those micro adjustments that often because you're just going to be looking at multiple tokens on your tests all the time. You're going to get to pick what success value you want anyway. It wasn't that common that I was like, oh, I need to go up 1 or down 1. I bet if you were not playing Agatha, this card would be more useful. You can play it in George, I just don't know where you would. I mean, fine, it's like half a lucky, you can discard cards to it.
Min deck where you play a scavenging level 0 in order to get this back. So no, it's not an item. I was gonna say
Well,
to commit it over and over.
You can get the item back to discard it. Yeah, it's.
No, I meant for the one
Oh,
wild
the
icon. I was just talking about one wild icon.
It's weird that it's a wild icon as a level 0 asset.
Yeah.
Or that and Rabbit's Fur. I don't know.
Yeah. Mid card probably wouldn't pay $2 for it, but I guess that it, you know, if you need to enable that archetype and you are drafting into it, I don't know.
I'll upgrade it into a steady-handed after scenario 1, like I guess, I don't know.
Dial of Ancients.
The card's so cool. Are we to talk about? I've only played one of them. Because there's 3 versions and they're all really different. The condition to upgrade it is like way harder than most Seeker upgrades. You have to evade a lot, and not a lot of Seekers.
Well,
can do
an
that
enemy
easily.
at your location has to be evaded a lot.
Yeah. So what I did
Be
to
on
do this
team with a
was
rogue.
I used a card that we'll get to in a minute, correlate all its contents to put charges on in the first place. Did that twice, and then used String of Curses to evade an enemy. Yeah, so I don't know. I think that it's like fine. It's definitely, you don't get any payoff for upgrading this. Like normally these research cards, it's like get some minor payback this scenario for doing it, and then write this down. This one you get nothing. You paid 3 resources and you don't get any payoff for the next scenario.
There's not enough tech space on the card.
Right. The upgrades are very cool. So the one that I played is the Sign of Revelation, which is the one that lets you fast investigate and you reveal extra tokens. And that's the theme of all of these, is like revealing extra tokens, because it's for Agatha. And you reveal extra tokens based on the number of enemies at your location. This card in practice for me was just fast investigate 4 times. um, which is quite good. I like that as as an accessory slot. That was fine.
I mean, it's strictly worse than there's the Seeker Rogue card from Edge of the Earth that is like move, evade, investigate for fast. It's an accessory slot card.
Eon Chart. Yeah.
Eon Chart. It's like a strictly worse
Yeah.
Eon Chart, right? And Eon Chart is a good
Yeah.
card, so.
Well, you get one more use on it in Eon Chart. I think Eon Chart's 3, and also, sometimes you will get to reveal extra tokens, and that will matter. You could probably try harder to enable that than I was doing. I think in a 4-player game it's much more. I was playing 2 players, obviously. Yeah, I think it's cool. I think that the other ones are potentially more interesting, but it was definitely the one that was correct in the deck that I was playing. The one I'm really excited about, that I kind of lampshaded earlier, is the Fight Evade one. This is just straight up an infinite use 2 damage fight asset in Seeker. That's crazy. It doesn't even take a hand slot, it's an accessory slot. You can play this in Amanda. You can make Amanda a primary fighter.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Wait, I had read this card, but now I'm reading it again and thinking about it.
Yeah,
and you're right.
Again, the charge you spend the charge only to redraw the token. You don't have to
Wait,
spend the
this
charge
is
to do
fucked
the
up.
fight. This card's crazy. I don't even think it's that powerful, because I don't think that I don't think that taking a fight action at +1 damage is a thing that Seeker is best using their actions doing.
Sure,
but
right.
It's crazy that it exists. It's so cool. No.
Primary fight of Amanda is real, and
I think Joe likes it. I think Joe likes this guy.
It gets cute in Ursula, who
Yeah.
can actually do evasion and get a little bit of damage pings off of that.
Yeah.
I also I think Signs of the Cataclysm is cute in as far as just sort of being a Seal of the Seventh Sign, but for 4 rounds instead of for 7 symbol tokens.
Yeah, it's the one that I'm least likely to play.
You have to build into it, but
yeah, and I think it's nice in Agatha, I guess, in that it's a pretty reliable way to trigger her ability. All you need is someone to fail anything, or at your location, I guess. But you can just release the token every round.
I wonder if by now, with this set, this seal set, if it would be possible to run a campaign where the thing that you're doing is that you're taking 4 investigators who are all taking a bunch of seal cards, and you're just controlling what's in the bag entirely. So it's the only thing that's in here is a -1. You're gonna pull a -1 when you draw.
I thought about this. The challenge is that there are very few ways to seal number tokens. There are some you could get there. You could definitely remove all of the symbols from the bag.
I mean, this is one of them, right? You can seal a -5 with this for 4 rounds.
Yeah, and
or if you can add more charges.
And that's pretty easy to do. I mean, there's obviously there's Enrapture level 2. We'll get to
Enrapture
later,
level 2,
but that is an
yeah.
unbelievably effective way of putting charges on things.
Mhm.
And this can seal more than 1 token. You have to pay the cost per token. It gets pretty expensive pretty quickly, but you can seal more than 1 token on it.
I think this has a niche in that particular. I want to run this campaign now. This is a fun concept.
Yeah. You have to for the sake of fairness, you do have to run Crystalline Unassigned though. For the sake of just having maximum consistency, you can't have the highs.
God.
You can't have no lows, only highs. You have to have all.
How fun would it be though to seal things such that the Elder Sign is the only token that's in the bag? Can you do?
Yeah.
Is that possible? Somebody should theory craft
maybe.
this.
No, because now that there's Obscure and Obfuscation, those seal all the zeros, all the 1.
And also Shards of the Void.
Shards of the Void, I guess, can do zeros.
Seal zeros.
So maybe it's possible.
This thing can seal numbers, and technically it can seal any number of numbers if you can add charges forever.
Yeah. Is there an Elder Sign that adds charges? That's surely what Akachi's does, right? Akachi can, I think, play this, because it's not a cult at level 0. Damn. Oh no, but it uses charges at level 0. Akachi can play this. Wait,
Akachi can play this!
didn't even think about that.
Oh,
This
we're
card's so
cooking
cool.
something. We're cooking something
This
here.
is, I want to say also, to step back to like from the power level and like analysis side, from a game design perspective, I bristle a bit at some of the research cards, right? Because it's often just an excuse for Seeker to do literally anything. Like, it's an excuse for Seeker to just get a really overpowered effect in a place that's out of color pie. Like, Ancient Stone, the damage one is just obviously like not an appropriate power level for Seeker damage options or whatever. This is probably the first one, maybe the Innsmouth Grimoire, I guess, but this is like that one's terrible, so it's the other end of the spectrum. But this one is like these are all interesting, cool, balanced effects that feel like things that are Seeker-y. I mean, the Fight of Ada one maybe a little bit less so, but like it doesn't feel like it's Seeker getting to be better at fighting than everyone else. It feels like it's like you can spend 4 XP and do a bunch of work to get.
It's totally in color pie. Yeah.
Yeah, like they all feel like an appropriate payoff that's in Seeker's wheelhouse, and I really like that. That's cool.
What a cool game.
I love this game.
I really like Arkham Horror, the card game.
Sound off in chat if you're a fan of Arkham Horror, the card game.
Sound off in chat if you're a hater of Arkham Horror, the card game. If you hate this game, sound off. We want to hear from you. Alright, Forensic Kit.
I haven't played this card. It's a Lucius card.
It's a Lucius card. I mean, yeah, like, how many Seekers need this card, really, right? Like,
right.
How much horror healing do you need as a Seeker? Well, I mean, you might be cycling your deck quickly enough to recruit some horror, but...
And Lucius takes horror from his weakness, like, I guess.
It's a Lucius card.
And this is a +1 to investigate into Lucius.
It's playing to Lucius's strengths, its conditions are things that Lucius is good at, and it solves problems that Lucius has.
Yeah.
I guess Ursula might care sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't give her any kind of, like, yeah, I mean... Oh, he's in Lucius is +2, right? Because he's GLP 5 in 4. Yeah,
yeah.
I thought it's like pretty sizable. Well, yeah, it's fine. It's fine in Lucius, yeah.
It's fine in Lucius.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool.
Next card. Oh no, okay, I have to defend this card because I think this card's kind of good. Now, I'm gonna, I have there's some constraints on me saying this card's good. But it is slotless. It has the same condition as Dr. Marian Christopher. So if you can play enough spells, like if what you're mainly spending money on is playing spells, this is Dr. Marian Christopher, but it's slotless and it costs 2 less and doesn't give you an int, I guess. But like, and the deck that I played today was Norman using Diana Esperance to repeatedly play cool spells. And then refilling Diana using Enraptured repeatedly. And in that deck, Mortar and Pestle did a lot of heavy lifting until I upgraded it into Prophetic. But that's fine. I think a card can be like a level 0 card that does a good job until you upgrade it into a 3 XP replacement. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I think like Norman and Agatha are maybe the only places I can currently envision this. Like there's only so many
Mystic
people.
Mystic Agatha, yeah.
I don't know. So it is a little bit easier, I think, than Dr. Christopher because this doesn't say successfully investigate. It says discover a clue.
Yeah, you need to get a clue. Yeah, I noticed that as well. Yeah.
Which Dr. Christopher has some synergies in terms of like if you want to do an investigation that wouldn't get you a clue for some reason. Then Dr. Christopher is better there, but that's not especially common. I think it's more common to just discover a clue by a non-investigation source than that other method is. I'm like, trying to put up my hair, but I don't have anything to do it with. It's fine.
I think Lucius can trigger this with his ability and play Reastrad. I think that's even 11. No, that's like 3 XP. I think he can play Occult Invocation.
It's definitely a card that needs you to already want to be playing the spells and discovering clues. If you're already doing those 2 things, then it's good.
There's quite a lot of investigators. Like, I mean, it's pretty taxing on Marie's slots to take this card.
In some ways, it's more of a Mystic card than a Seeker card.
Yeah, I think that's
Can we get this in Enraptured to switch color places? Can we just swap those 2? Yeah, I
But
don't
in a way,
know.
isn't it interesting to have cards in other classes that some classes want, so then the characters in that class that have access to it get to feel
Yeah,
different and interesting,
it's
you
true.
know?
It's true.
Game design.
Game
I love
design.
games.
What a cool game.
What's the next card?
Oculus
Oh yeah.
Mortuum.
Oh, this card sucks. This card's really like I played this card in my Seeker Agatha deck. I was like, if this is not good here, where is it good? And it's not good there. Why doesn't it have any icon?
Why doesn't it have any icons? Wait a second.
Like I'd resolved I'd got to the place was like, all right, I'm playing Doctor West, whatever his name is, the guy that gives you an extra tool slot. I'm playing him to carry this card. I'm playing a card to give me an extra hand slot for tools so I can put it into play. And even though I'm doing that, I still don't ever want to pay 3 resources for it. Let
This
me at
is
least commit it to something. And then I looked at it and I realized that I could not commit this card to anything.
this is supposed to have a willpower icon, right? Like
Surely,
I'm
did it. Yes, the problem with this is it asks you to do, not that much. Like you've got already sealing tokens, you just get evidence for free on it, and then I guess, you kind of have to wait. The awkward thing is having to wait for an enemy. Like, there are a few cards in this set that trigger when an enemy attacks and investigates your location, and that is a failure state. You don't typically want enemies to be attacking investigators at your or any other location. Like most of the time, you're playing in such a way as to prevent that happening. So playing a card that all it does in that situation is not in any way address that situation, but just get one clue. And it has a rider about dealing damage to the Geist to enemies if they're Geist enemies. Almost no Geist enemy can actually be damaged by this because almost
right.
every Geist enemy, barring like one, has a special rider that says that it can only be damaged by relics or spells or whatever. And this could be a
Crazy
relic.
this isn't a relic.
This could be a relic. This could have been a relic.
No, the Geist thing is entirely a piece of flavor, which I love, for the record.
But it should be flavor that actually comes up sometime. Like you should get to do it, right? It should be a relic so that you do occasionally get to actually do the because it's based on Fatal Frame, right? So you get to do the. There's a bunch of video game references in this set, which I feel fine about because they're all subtle enough that you wouldn't.
I didn't notice any of them.
Right. I mean, there's also in the previous set there's a whole Persona reference, right? Called inscription reference, Pelt shipment, but it's fine, right?
Have we noticed that in this set, and in particular in Seeker in this set, there is a ghost sub-theme that's happening here? And do we think that this means that the next set after Drowned City is definitely something ghost-themed?
I don't know, we have Circle Undone. I would love a new ghost set. Like a Circle Undone, there's ghosts as a sort of thing that's happening. There's the idea of ghosts in the very kind of folk horror-y way of these are ghosts that are haunting a place. The past of this place haunts the present, right? Like gothic thing.
Yeah.
But I like ghosts in a more just ghosts of spooky kind of way. I think there should be a poltergeist that gets you.
And we do know it's going to be dinosaurs, and it seems unlikely it'll be both dinosaurs and ghosts.
Well, there aren't any dinosaurs around now. If there were dinosaurs around now, they kind of have to be.
Card's not very good, but I do like the ghost thing that it has going on. I think it's flavor neat, and I'm never going to play it. That's what I'll say.
It could just have an in icon or a willpower icon or something. It stands out. It wouldn't make the card meaningfully better, but it would mean that when you play it in a deck, you'd feel a bit less bad about drawing.
Yeah. Uncanny Specimen. I think it's so funny that this has the creature trait. I think that's so funny.
It's like how the Myconid has the flora or creature or whatever. It depends on what upgrade the Ravenous Myconid gets a different trait.
Yeah,
I love that.
It's so good.
But I love this little guy. He's cute. He's a little
guy. Yeah.
I also just think this card's pretty good. It's pretty low cost to put in your deck.
Yeah.
It does. Often symbol tokens are pretty bad. Particularly the Elder thing. There are some scenarios where it's really rough to draw. On hard, they've been leaning more and more recently into symbol tokens that if you just draw them, they do something bad to you, pass or fail.
Mm-hmm.
So having a way that is essentially pretty close to zero cost. It costs a resource and it's fast, but it draws you a card.
Yeah.
Well, because resource, but it's fast and it draws you a card. So
you're
paying one resource and you have to pay it ahead of time.
Yeah.
But you get to cancel a token, and that's
great.
Like
you're a seeker, you can make the resources. You're fine.
Right, and I played it in Agatha, where obviously it's also a trigger in your ability, which is cool. But
Yeah, it's some card protection for $1, and it
Yeah.
can and it putting up the card ahead of time, it will cantrip itself, but you have to invest a little bit, which is like a
Yeah.
totally fair cost, I think, for what it does.
Yeah.
I think that this card is going to see a lot more play in current, just because like deck slots on having 3 of these is meaningful.
Yeah. And
But
it's definitely a thing where like it kind of Agatha has a 35 card deck, but with this, she can have a 32 card deck.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Definitely
Uncanny
felt like
Specimen.
I like it a lot. I can feel that like I'm answering here from like an emotional place. That I like the concept of the card. I like that you get a little guy in a glowing blue jar.
That's
You
right.
know? That is like buoying the card up a lot, but it's fine. Like it's solid.
That's right. Correlate all its contents.
Like
Um,
it's a much better card than I thought it was gonna be. To be honest.
yeah.
Yeah. Like. Yeah, it's nice in Agatha. It's one of the cards that you do want to flash back with Agatha because it's an investigate. Like you get to just get a free fast investigate at the end of your turn if you did whatever. The charges or secrets, you get one guaranteed, and that's not super worth it. But it can go on any asset like at your location. So in my case, it was often refueling the Azure Flame for Hasting Agatha. Obviously, you can use it to refuel the disc of prophecy. Or what even is the? Hang on, I'm scrolling back up my slideshow to remember what the Dial of Ancients. You can use it to refuel that Dial of Ancients, and it's pretty easy to get 2 charges. Like 1 and 3 are 2 of the most common amounts you succeed by. Like the only one that beats it is like 2, or like and you get to cancel a token once. You're like pretty likely to get this, even without doing much work. And if you have any other things supporting it, you're putting it to 2 charges, and like that's not a reason to be in the deck, but it is a nice upside if you are in that deck.
It's an insight. It can go in the hunch deck.
Sure. You can use it to, what does spending a charge even do on the fight Dial of Ancients? Oh, it lets you reroll the token. Yeah, sure. Yeah, probably good. Yeah.
The thing that sticks out to me about this card, so the name of this card is taken from an extremely famous H.P. Lovecraft quote.
Yeah. It's the opening to the Call of Cthulhu.
Right.
Is why it's
And the quote is about the
The
inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. And like Seekers get a level 0 card that just say, no, you can do it. It's fine for you.
Well, the full quote though is like that it's a blessing that the human mind can't do it. So maybe it should be thought of more as like a warning not to do it.
This isn't even a cursed card though,
No, that's true.
Hi Chastity, since like a week and a half ago, is about a week and a half ago now. I'm a whole new girl. It's a whole new personality. I have bangs now. Yeah, I rule. This is on the advocacy of Violet and also everyone else that I know. Thank you. Yeah. When I got it, the first thing that Memory said, because Memory did it, the first thing that Memory said was like, it kind of looks like Chastity. So, you can, rest knowing that. Cosmic Revelation is a pretty good card.
Yeah, this card's great.
0 cost, 1 action, and at bare minimum, it's just everyone draws. If you're playing 4 players, just have everybody else draw a card.
Yeah, I do think that you have to, like, I played this in 2 players when I was playing both Agatha. And there, it felt fine. It's an insight and it's a spell, so you can flash it back, no matter, even if you forget half of that, you'll still remember that you can use her ability on it.
Right.
And in that context, in 2-player, you're kind of getting 4 off of it, sort of. But I wouldn't normally play it in 2-player. Like, this is only okay at 3-player, in my opinion, and only, like, exciting.
It's, like,
it's really exciting.
It's, like, right up there with First Watch in terms of, like, how drastically, like, the larger the player count gets, the better this card becomes.
Yeah.
This is great. This is totally fair for 1 XP.
Yeah, I think people have maybe catastrophized about the power level of this card a little bit. I think that it's not better than Ever Vigilant. It's much worse than Ever Vigilant.
It's worse than
But
Ever
that's
Vigilant.
fine.
It still takes an
Ever Vigilant's
action.
a really good card, like, you know.
Yeah.
It's just a good card, yeah. And
It's
like,
a
I
good
also
card.
think that like even if this was really absurdly strong, it's a fine way for Seeker to be strong. Like I think that the problem with Seeker is when Seeker is going to do everything for everyone, right? When you're like, I'm going to draw loads of cards and incidentally kill all the enemies at this location, and then discover all the clues, and then you can take your turn if you want. And this is not doing that. This is a support card, and it's like a powerful support card, but
And
that's
I like,
cool.
I mean, you don't want, like, support is Guardian's part of the color pie. You don't want Seeker to be, like, entirely about support. But they have guidance. I like giving them a little bit of, like, you know, they don't tell you
And
this, but cryptic research
Carson
can
can
give
take this.
the cards away.
Yeah, it's true.
You're allowed to, technically.
And Carson can take this, and that's exciting.
Oh, Carson can take this. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
You can play it and Never Vigilant, and you can play Practice Makes Perfect for leadership. This is so cool.
Yeah,
You can do
yeah,
everything.
yeah.
You can do everything except pass the test on his own, and that's okay. We still love it.
We don't need it. That's not his job.
Yeah.
Quick-witted. What is this red card doing in yellow?
What is this card? Like, no, genuinely, because I haven't played this card, and I'm committing now. I will never play this card. There's no reason why you would, right? Like, unless I'm stupid. Like, there's something I'm missing about this that makes you ever want to pay 1 XP to put this card in your deck.
I can't believe this is in the same set as Hard-Boiled.
Right.
Because it's kind of doing a similar thing as a Hard-Boiled, kind of, but, like, worse.
Yeah. But, like, so much worse.
It's like eating up all your draw.
It caps out with 3 icons, and you have to do so much like work to get those 3 icons. And before then, it's atrocious. Like you never want to use those ever until it's 3, and even then, it's not worth an experience.
Yeah. What's
What
going
am I
on,
missing?
quick-witted? Moving on. I don't want to be that much of a hater.
Misdirection. I played this in a Daisy deck because it was standalone and I had 2 XP spare, and I was like, well, I should try out more of the cards in this set, and it was fine. Like, the problem was that I was also playing Obscure in Leo, and the deck was much more built around Obscure in the Leo deck, so I was prioritizing the zeros on that. But this comes up sometimes. It's awkward that it doesn't disengage you from the enemy. If the enemy's attacking you, it's probably engaged with you.
Yeah.
So you're just bringing the enemy with you. But I guess it's like the idea is you run away to your Guardian when it happens.
Yeah.
Or you can run away from massive enemies with it. It's like cute.
It is cool that, it sort of gives you one more turn to not be afraid of hunter enemies, right?
Yeah. And the condition to refill it is gonna probably happen. This is a similar problem that I have, and we'll get to Obscure, but it is a limited condition. I mean, I guess you can do Clue Drop to refill it. Don't do that, probably. I mean, if you're playing Clue Drop anyway, I guess it's just kind of like a little free kind of bit of protection.
Yeah.
But yeah, and yeah, I think as you say, like Seeker doesn't really get that many things that just cancel attacks like this, so that's cute. All 3 of these, I didn't really realize. I didn't join the dots thematically on. All 3 of them are like a way of mitigating enemy attacking.
Yeah.
Really. Like I didn't really think about that because I thought of Obscure much more proactively, but all of them are kind of doing the same thing in an in-class kind of feeling way, which is cute.
I don't love this suite in general. This is maybe my favorite one out of them.
Okay.
I don't think I would play it.
I might. I actually think that there are situations where I would. It is quite a lot of protection. Like, it is a card that lets you go out on your own as a Seeker much more safe if you have it in play. Like, you can feel a lot of certainty that you're going to be okay if you have this card and a token on it, and you can refill it pretty easily. And the 1 or 2 times it came up when I played it, it felt pretty strong. And I think that the other thing about this suite is they do parasitize each other.
True.
They're all, I mean, the Guardian one is using the Elder Sign or the +1. Obscure is only 0.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be awkward to have more than one person playing them. And that's fine. You just need to
That's fine.
talk to your group. And also, honestly, I don't think people are going to be like rushing to play loads of. I think they're fine. They're interesting cards.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it's going to be like, all right, who's playing Leo in this game or whatever. It's going to be,
Right.
in one mind if I take this.
I'm going to be playing these very occasionally, is what I'll say about them. Scientific Studies grant.
My least favorite card in the set, obviously.
Really?
What
that
do you
makes
like
sense
about
for
it?
you. That makes sense for you.
I'm never playing this card. Like, there's just no universe. I'm not paying 2 XP and 3 resources to have more space to play other assets. I'm just not. You can't pay me. You can't make me. But tell me about why you like this card.
I mean, okay. You play your Scientific Studies grants, and then you can be holding your magnifying glasses and your books. Whoa! It's not a card I'm including all the time. Like, there is a lot of overhead here. 3 resources in an action is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of investment. But sometimes in high-level decks, and in particular high-draw high-level decks like Seeker, I have very particular combos that I want. And this sort of enables those. I think the biggest problem here is deck space.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's not a good card always, but I do think that the card has a niche, and critically, it allows you to stack an even more comical number of hand slot items on Joe. Which is
you have two sledgehammers in your like 3 slots. You have But so I do think I am like broadly glad this card exists. I kind of wish this card had the science trait. I get why it doesn't. I think it's a cool card to exist. I think it theoretically opens up decks to play in even greedier ways than people already play. And that's fine. It's not for me. I'm glad it's a card that exists.
I don't really know why it's 2 experience points and 3 resources. It does seem overcosted.
I think it could potentially be no experience points.
I think at 3 resources it should be 2. It should be no experience points, and at 2 experience points it should be like no resources.
Yeah.
Working a hunch.
I don't think. Okay, so the thing is, I for a long time wanted them to print an upgraded version of Working a Hunch because
me too.
If you're playing the sort of infinite combo, infinite looping Seeker deck, you don't really want Working a Hunch in your level 0 deck, but you do want it in your deck once you've set up your whole combo. Now, this card does not actually, like, the upgrade that this represents over the level 0 Working a Hunch does not in any way help you if you're doing that deck, because you're already playing shortcut. But it does feel better to spend 2 XP on an upgrade than spend 1 XP on adding a level 0 card to your deck, even though it is categorically worse to do the former.
And therefore this is a great piece of game design.
Yeah. And what I would also say is that if you're not doing that combo, this is kind of a neat upgrade, I guess. It doesn't seem like... I guess my immediate sort of feeling is that how often are you leaving like 1 clue somewhere such that you really need this way of getting that clue rather than just being where the clue is? Like, when is that happening? When's there a clue that's that far away that you can get?
I think it's occasionally useful.
Is it 2 XP useful?
Not most of the time. I think that this is a Joe card. And I can see the value for this in Trish. I think it has its niches. I don't think it's often, it's never going to be my first 2 XP. But I can see myself picking this up around scenario 4 sometimes, is what I'll say. I like the design. I'm glad that it exists. I'm glad we get it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. It's cool. It's neat.
Antikythera, I have no idea how to.
Wow, it's crazy that it goes straight from 2 to 5 XP. I'm now like worried that I missed a card on the thing. Oh no, wait,
dial.
you missed
It's
the
the dial.
the dial.
That's what you're missing.
Yeah. This card's really
This card
good.
rocks.
This card is like, I mean, I want to say like it's the reason to play the precision deck. I don't even think you need to play the precision deck to play
You
this.
don't.
Every result on here is good. Like this just says if you succeed a test, it's your birthday. Like,
And you like don't have to like declare which test beforehand, right? It's just at some point, if at any point during your turn you succeed a skill test by between 1 and 5, something nice happens to you.
it's so good, and like you do get benefit out of being able to tune which result you get. Like sometimes a clue at your getting the clue at your location is really valuable. Sometimes you just need a card in a resource, whatever. But you really do not need to be doing that for this to be worth playing. I mean, Seeker doesn't have a super contested accessory slot as it is. Like normally, like there's Eon Chart, and I guess there's Dial now. But
There's no class that doesn't care about their accessory slot, but Seeker probably cares about it less than any class except for like Guardian.
Yeah, and even Guardian has. It's been creeping up, right? Like you've got Hallowed Mirror, you've got Ancestral Token. I mean, Hallowed Mirror's been the long time, but you know, like Ancestral Token is a pretty relevant Guardian as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tuning kit, I guess, as well. So yeah, I mean, yeah, this card's great.
This card's great. I love this card. I love the addition of this card. This card's great. We love it.
Yeah, it's just like fun. Like it's fun in a kind of like, do you know the board game Machikoro?
I know of it. I have not played Machikoro.
Yeah. It was got the whole thing like you're building a tableau of cards that trigger on different dice results, and you roll the dice and you see what reward you're getting today, and it has that feeling to it where it's like, here's a bunch of nice things you might get, and now you get to like find out which one you're getting. You know.
Let's check out some Guardian or some Rogue cards.
People really like the Luga, and I need to be convinced because I played this, and I don't know, it was not good. It wasn't good.
It's awkward in some ways. It is. It's expensive. If you hold on to it for longer than like a couple rounds, it's reloading it takes an attack of opportunity, and that's awkward.
Right. That's the thing I found really awkward is that it in some ways. So there's two ways of thinking of this card, right? That you can think about it as the world's worst garrote wire, or you can think about it as an infinite use rogue melee weapon at level 0 that's the worst melee weapon in the game.
Yeah. I used this card in the circumstance that I can imagine, which is the best possible use of this card, and it did make it to. I did end up with 2 copies in the final scenario, and that is playing Michael in Scarlet Keys. It has a lot of utility in Scarlet Keys because you can be pinging things out of the shadows with it really quickly, and that's useful. And Michael has the money to bankroll it and the combat stat to support it. And if you're picking things out of the shadows, then spending the attack of opportunity to replenish the gun is not as scary. This is a golden universe scenario to be playing this card in. And it was sort of a workhorse in that situation. I don't think that I would often play this outside of that, except as this is very much like a sidearm in a rich character. You are not primarily using this. But I guess you can occasionally use it to pick off a 3 health enemy.
I found that I told when we talked about Michael, I talked about the fact that not having access to Vicious Blow or any real way of getting that reach, it did feel to me like he struggled a lot with odd health enemies, and I wanted this to be a solution to that. It just asks a lot of you. You have to pass a lot of. The fact that to get that extra damage, you are having to pass a test without a significant bonus, and it's not it's that hard to do, but even with Lonnie, you're going to be fighting at 7 with this, and Edge of the Earth has a reasonably punishing bag, particularly with frost tokens and stuff. But at the same time, I did just find that, hey, if I was taking 4 fight actions in a turn or whatever, I was gonna fail one of them, and like, yeah, I just don't like inviting more tests in that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like relying on having to do more tests. The thing about Vicious Blow is that it helps you pass that test, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this is not. I asked you to take a whole new test you're not that high up on, and it doesn't. If you miss, you're nowhere. You're still engaged with an enemy and you're gonna get hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Play it in Scarlet Keys. Probably not anywhere else. That's my take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Robert Castaigne.
I did not play the level 0 version of this. I did play the level 4 version.
Yeah, I say I upgraded right to level 4 because level 0 looks kind of bad.
What do you think of the level 0 one? Is it worth playing?
It's not actually bad. It's just not as good as any of the other allies that you could be playing.
It's not great either, is it? Right? Like,
it's not.
What does it really achieve for you? Like, it lets you use a firearm out of your hand.
Yeah.
But in Michael, you don't love that because you don't get the money from that.
Right.
I guess, like, you want to play a lot of guns in Michael, so you're going to have access, but...
It gives you a plus combat icon, which is great, but Lonnie already gives you a plus combat icon, and I would prefer Lonnie. If you're playing in Legacy, Lonnie's, like, just better than Robert in almost every other way.
And we don't know what the situation with the investigator starter decks and current. There's a reasonable chance that Lonnie is just evergreen.
Yeah.
In which case, sorry, Robert.
Yeah. Sorry, level 0, Robert, but we'll come back to you in a couple of cards, and we'll have different things to say when we get there.
Yeah.
String along.
I did not play this card.
I also did not play this card, but I love this card. I looked at it and I went, hoo, you don't disengage from the enemy when you evade it. We've been waiting for that effect forever. I've been waiting for that effect forever. I love this card. Giving it alert is so fun.
I'm a little cooler on it than you are, I think. It does cost 3 resources.
It does cost 3 resources.
You don't pay for this card.
Uh-huh.
My feeling is, like, when you're playing the, like, evasion package that you want this for, like when you're playing the rogue who actively just wants to be evading as much as possible, like, or evading an enemy every turn, when you want to be clearing, pickpocketing and everything every turn, you like kind of just get like a 60-70% uptime on that anyway, and so this takes you from 70% to 100% once you have an enemy in play.
It's you can carry the enemy with you is the thing, right?
Right.
You can, like,
yeah.
I think that this will a significant percentage of the time save me the engage action of like evading an enemy and then taking an action to engage it and then walking around the map with it. Yeah. And I just think it's fun to have an asset that gives enemy alert.
I think it's a cute card. I like the design. I'm not gonna play it very often.
I'm gonna play it all the time. I'm gonna play this card all the time.
Yeah, I'm already established that like the archetype it's a part of is an archetype that I'm a little over right now. I'll come back to it in like a year. I'll play it again, and then maybe I'll play this. Yeah.
That archetype honestly might get better in current.
Yeah.
I can imagine that.
I think that Pickpocketing 2 has been in the game a long time and has done the same thing for that entire time, and I don't know.
Where's the party? I love this card.
Good. This card's pretty great.
I played this and it was great every time. I did play this in the aforementioned taking Michael through Scarlet Keys, and it is so fun to pull enemies and they don't go in the shadows. You just get them. And I honestly, it's not, I don't, like, it is more pronounced in Scarlet Keys, but being able to bypass spawn instructions, I think is meaningful sort of a lot of the time.
No, definitely. Like, every campaign, most campaigns have a situation where that's going to come up.
Mm-hmm.
I played this in Marian in Innsmouth, and this isn't as good in that situation.
Yeah, it doesn't sound really as good in that situation.
Because the enemy does exhaust, but it does
engage you.
Yeah.
I think that most of the time I'm expecting this to cantrip and maybe get one additional card.
Yeah.
And mostly it is there because I want to summon the enemy.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because the comparison is, of course, to kicking the Hornet's Nest, which does not search the entire deck. Like, it can miss, but more importantly, you don't get a full choice of what enemy you get. And getting to choose any enemy is so much better. Like, even outside of the respective like rewards you get for doing each of them, the fact that it's any enemy in the whole deck means that you get to pick the enemy that would be most annoying to draw, and the concealed 5 guy or whatever, and no, he's not.
You can't hit elites, but normally there will be like a mini boss in that deck somewhere that's not elite. And sometimes it is huge to be able to draw that enemy sort of out of step.
Yeah, and broadly speaking, I do think drawing cards is the card that's accessible to more characters than kicking the Hornet's Nest. Kicking the Hornet's... Wait, is kicking the Hornet's Nest a Gambit? Is it a Gambit? I think it's Marian take both of them. Marian can take both of them. So crazy.
We love Marian here.
Yeah.
Marian fan club.
I did think, like, what's the turnaround time when we trying to get an actual, like, Marian, like, I Heart Marian t-shirt printed for this, so that I could reveal it as we started talking about investigators.
This is where you tell me that you're gonna like take off the thing that you're currently wearing. Like you're talking about this right now, like you didn't get it printed, and then it's gonna happen later.
Yeah. No, so broadly speaking, I think drawing cards is a bit better than getting resources and a clue. They're like different rewards. I think there's situations where you want either. Yeah. The enemy coming with resources is nice. Yeah, cool card.
Enables Clean Sneak, which I like a lot. I like that card.
I almost put Clean Sneak in my Safina deck today, and I didn't because I was like, oh, I should test Memories of Another Life instead.
Sure, yeah.
And then didn't draw Memories of Another Life, so I guess I wouldn't have drawn Clean Sneak either. Yeah. So it's kind of much of a muchness.
You've had worse. It's a funny little parallel to I've had worse.
It is.
It's a funny joke.
I played this in the aforementioned Safina deck, and I did not play it ever.
It seems not that good.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Like, you do need other investigators to be rich.
Yeah.
No, I did play it once. I did play it one time actually, and it was. You need other investigators to be pretty rich before it's good.
I mean, you can use it on yourself.
In this case, you can use it on yourself. And in this case, I was playing it with Michael, who was, rich enough to pay for it, and Norman, who was not.
It's like,
it's okay.
There's circumstances for it. I could imagine playing it against like a rich seeker.
Yeah, I think you mainly want it for protecting yourself, and it's good there. It's a card that Rogue doesn't really. This kind of like reactive mitigation isn't something that Rogue necessarily has loads of, so that's cool. Yeah,
it's got an
okay card.
Bum's Rush. It's another one of these tricks. We're gonna get every combination done. It's the same as all of those other tricks, and I don't have anything to say about it.
I played this in Michael. It was fine the one time I played it. I bet it's great in Rita. You can get so far away from the enemy with Rita, because you send the enemy one way, you go the other way.
You go the other way. That's cute.
But yeah, I do think this is basically like as good as. I mean, it has some like minute differences to Cheap Shot in terms of it is an evasion, so anything that applies to evasions is applying to this. It's fine.
That art is fucked up.
Fine. You can. Yeah. How does this interact with Hatchet Man? Does this like work how you'd want it to with Hatchet Man?
Surely, I think sure.
You can commit Hatchet Man because it's a Hatchet Man one day has to work with a card, and maybe it's this card. They wouldn't have printed it for no reason. They were thinking ahead to this card.
To this card. Designed by an entirely different design team several years after that design team took over.
Yeah.
It was always part of the plan.
Yeah, I was surprised it didn't get an upgrade, but I guess it might one day. Or maybe it won't, and that's fine. It's fine for cards to be different.
Intimidation, is...
Unsurprisingly, neither of us have played it.
It's good.
Yeah, it's fine. Is it good? How good? Is it good? I mean, it's like a parlay card, I guess, if you're in the parlay deck.
It goes in the parlay deck, and it is a one-action solution for any enemy that you draw. You draw a 4 health
Yeah.
enemy, and you spend 3 resources, which is a lot of resources in one action to get rid of it.
Yeah, but we're gonna get to a card later on that I think is just this card but better in the parlay deck.
Yeah, it's
It's weird that this and Whispers of Doom are the same set to me. This makes you.
I feel
test
whatever
enemies'
about it.
health.
It
makes you test enemies' remaining health. So like the more you feel like you're getting away with it, the harder it is.
Mm-hmm. Which is fun.
It's fun, but also like it does make the card weaker.
It's not that it's a bad card.
It's not a lot of damage either.
It's not a lot.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's not a bad card. It's just a card that I don't like. is what I'll say about it.
It's one of those cards where I think that like, if you didn't get to choose what cards in your deck, you wouldn't feel bad about this card being in your deck, but you wouldn't choose to put it in there.
Yeah.
I often talk about like some people evaluate cards in the context of like cards just spontaneously form in your hand, and then you only think about how good they are to play.
Right.
And that's not true. You have to choose to put cards in your deck, and then you have to like take actions to draw them during the game.
Yeah.
Crackshot's really good though.
Crackshot seems good.
It's like exactly as good as it looks like it.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing complex in this card. It's
3 icons, you put it on a gun.
Amanda can take it. Oh.
Amanda could take it, and
Amanda can directly commit it to any test on
hyperphysical shotcaster, yeah.
Which is fine.
Which is fine.
Yeah,
it's still not as good as her just putting Unrelenting on that test would be, but that's fine.
Yeah, but this card is good. It's 3 icons, it's good.
Yep. Cool. Doppelganger. Also pretty good.
I had this on my list of things to maybe play in Safina and then never put it in. I just was like, this deck is already too complicated. I'm not playing another card that is like complicated.
Yeah,
this card's solid. I think this card's. It's about as little XP as a card can be. It's myriad.
Yeah.
1 XP.
So,
0 XP would be too good.
2 resources and 1 draw the first time, but not it doesn't matter on reshuffles because it's always just coming back to your hands.
It's like weird that it comes out to your hand and is myriad. Like how many times do you want this effect in this?
How often do you want to trade 2 resources for a free evasion attempt?
How does Rita can take this? How does this even interact with her ability? Like what happens if you would try and move away from an enemy that's not at your location?
What does the text on Rita's card mean? Or card say?
Let's leave this question for another time. I don't think it's relevant to the power level conversation.
I think it's a pretty good card.
Yeah, it seems strong. It's one of those cards where I really need to play it, and I haven't, and that's annoying that I didn't get the chance to.
I think it's cool to leave little doppelganger trails all over the map.
Thematically, I think this card is such a home run. I think like the whole mechanic of like you either evade it because they waste time dealing with your doppelganger, or it was actually you the whole time and you're there and you get him. It's so cool. I think this card is a really cool card.
It's a really cool card.
Yeah.
Pro doppelganger here.
I'm very excited to play this card when I get around to it.
I think broadly we're very in favor of this set. I think this set has been really good broadly.
There's 1 or 2 cards I think are like clearly sort of design misses where like there's probably some story of how that happened that we may never hear. But,
honestly, that's a pretty low rate.
Right.
All told for like.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't following the spoiler season for Hemlock Vale as closely, but and of course, Hemlock Vale was the first set for this new team, right? So you'd expect them to can get better with any more of it. But I think it's a really, really strong set, like in terms of cool designs, and a lot of them are cool designs that are also not busted, which is good.
Mob Connections. Speaking of design misses, I don't like Mob Connections.
I almost played it in Michael and didn't. So I was like, what's the point?
I played it, and then I actually did play it. Like, I put it out into the field. And I even used the ability once to pull the card out from under it. And I was like, man, I sure wish I hadn't spent 4 XP and $1 and a card and a play action to be able, for, like, the ability to spend 2 resources on a draw action. That's
the thing. And like this is part of why I didn't like I I couldn't end up. I got to a point where I was like, I have 4 XP. I'm gonna play Rob at level 4 rather than this because that seems like a card I'm more excited to try out. But this tempts you with the idea of like an engine with Joey or something. But why
Yeah.
are you doing that? Like, just you're gonna have other guns in your deck.
Right.
If you're Michael, or those. And if you're not Michael, what is this card for in that context either? Really, like.
I could imagine
Save your lockpicks or something.
Like, okay, let's imagine this outside of Michael. Let's say it's in a different combat rogue. Let's say it's in Tony, and you are using Joey, in order to. It's still bad. It's still bad.
Like, yeah, yeah, I don't know. Tony surely just has better cards to play than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having tried it, I don't like it. Is my take on mob connections.
Could it just be fast exhaust? Spend 2 resources, draw the card attached to mob connections. Like, would that be fine? Like, you need to make it better than just drawing a card, right? Somehow.
Worth thinking about, yeah.
Yeah.
Cause yeah.
It doesn't even work with Michael's weakness, which like wouldn't even be that good if it did, but
yeah,
it doesn't.
It doesn't. Like if this were fast and you had Joey, then it's like, okay, the engine is you spend 2 resources with Joey, or you get 2 resources from Joey by selling the gun for fast, and then you get those 2 resources back to pull the gun into your hand, and then you spend 2 resources on Joey to play the gun, or no, you just, I forget how it works.
You pay 1 to make it fast.
Pay 1. And then that's just for no actions, you've replayed the gun for the cost, essentially, of the gun plus 1. And you've spent, 7 XP for the privilege of doing such a thing. And that feels like a pretty fair effect for 7 XP to me, to be honest.
And if you spend 3 more XP on Locked and Loaded, you're getting, like, and then you got a Stu token. When this got was spoiled, I did think it was permanent. The fact that it isn't, and you have to find it in your deck, is a pain.
Maybe I'm talking myself up with Joey specifically, but it's like such a... It's only even worth thinking about if you have Joey, and even then, I think your 4 XP is better elsewhere.
And you have to be Michael, I think, to feel that strongly about getting to replay your guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, Obscure.
This card's weird and interesting, and I think it's cool. I played it in a Leo deck, obviously mainly looking at it from a perspective of fighting. But it's so weird because it sets your base skill value to your Shroud, which means that it's kind of agnostic of what kind of investigator you're playing, how effective this makes you at fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so weird. I don't know. It wasn't that hard to get value out of this. Like, if you're playing a fighter, you're going to be moving. I played this in a standalone Leo deck, and Blob ate everything. There's a lot of enemies in Blob that spawn off your location, so it's pretty easy to find enemies to walk to and get a free fight against, and that's nice. And you could play this. I didn't play it with Dakota, but I think I could play it with Dakota, and that would be even better because she makes the engage free.
Mm-hmm.
And it only sets your base skill value. So if you're playing Beat Cops like I was in Leo, you're getting buffs to your fight value,
right?
Even if you have to go to a trial location or whatever. What I found, Blob is a really big scenario. There's a lot of locations in Blob Day, everything, and I still had this run out of steam halfway through the scenario, and I was like, well, I either have to go all the way across the map to refuel it, or I'm just not using it.
This is my thing. I have not played Obscure, but I have played Mouse Mask. And my experience with Mouse Mask was that it is actually quite difficult to keep it full.
Yeah.
And that there's not a lot that you can do in your investigator to make it easier in the way that you can make Cat Mask easier, or you can make Sparrow Mask easier, or whatever. Mouse Mask is just...
Play Luke, or...
What is the scenario? Or play Luke.
Yeah.
And Obscure, you can't play as Luke. There's just... a limited number of uses you're going to get on this. But what I will say is that the Arcane slot is a less contested spot in Rogue than it is in Guardian or Seeker.
Yeah. Obviously you can beat a double-double, but I don't think you'd be playing this in that deck anyway. There's a very different kind of kinds of decks.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there's probably something cute you can do with thinking about it as an evade card as well. Like obviously,
Yeah.
playing it in Leo, often if I had been using it to evade, I'd have been getting a significant buff to my evade by doing so. Going from one agility to basically anything else.
Mhm. I think it's primarily an evasion card. I don't like this. I don't like the shroud value thing. It's scary. It freaks me out.
I like it. I think it makes the card cooler.
It makes the card cooler.
The other two cards in the cycle are missing that little moment. They just straightforward do what they do, and this does something really kooky and weird that makes it kind of worse, but in a way that's like exciting. And you don't make it strictly worse. It just makes it like a lot less predictable and a lot weirder and a lot thornier in a way that I think is fun.
Good commits though.
Insane commits. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I noted this down. What asset has that? Like, what is that? That's crazy. Why does it have the kind of commits that a level 2 event would have?
Because it's not that good of a card. All right.
I guess it's because it is a card that can fully run out. Like, you could draw it halfway through the scenario and be like, well, there's no more location.
Yeah.
It's done.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah. Watch this level 3. Yay.
It's good.
It's so good.
It's
you can convert it to lockpicks now.
It's so good. What a great card.
Yeah.
It's as good as it looks.
Yeah, it's everything you would want an upgrade to watch this to be. Other than, I guess, letting you gamble more. Like, maybe they could have made you, like,
just raise the ceiling higher.
Yeah, but that would have been very good if they'd done that, so... Great card.
Oh, Robert's back, and this time he's really fucking good.
This is like probably one of the biggest glow-ups of an ally ever. I mean, Joey's also pretty insane, but like the amount this does. Right. So first of all, it's fast.
Yeah.
Which already is a big upgrade to taking a fight action for a full action, which you can just do normally.
Yeah.
Then also, you don't have to discard it.
Yeah.
You can just play it. You get a free shot with it, and then you get to play it. But if you don't want it, you can discard it and you replace it.
That's you also crazy. Don't have to do either of them, right? You may either.
Yeah.
So you can also just not like.
Yeah, you can just fight with. You can just keep your Beretta in your hand and shoot with it once a turn.
No, because it has to be one or fewer hand slots. But the Pea shooter that gives you an extra action if you succeed by enough. Is that the 23?
The 41 Derringer.
41. The 40. You could just have a 41 Derringer in your hand forever, once a round. Play it with Robert in order to get the extra action every round and never run out of ammo on it because you can just do it every single round forever.
Yeah,
or eventually, play it for free if you want, for fast if you want to.
Yeah, like on top of it's like what you're getting when you play a weapon with him is so like it's not just making it fast. Like it's not just Joey, you pay a resource, make it fast. It's you fight with it before making it fast.
Yeah.
You get to in no action take a fight action and a play action.
No, Robert is
so good.
Fucked up good. He's a fucked up good ally. Rogues have too many good allies at this point at higher XP counts. Like
this is like what's the most like you know there's there's you can play like this and Delilah. I mean, at least you wouldn't play this and Joey. Like those are competing in the same slot.
Okay, this is another problem with Mob Connections is why are you playing Joey? You have Robert, but
right. I mean, I do think Joey has better horror soaks than Robert, which is relevant.
It's true.
And he is like, I don't think in Michael you obviously want Robert because you don't need the money. But in Joey is an econ engine as well, which Robert is not. Robert makes you very, very good at fighting when you already, have money and lots of guns available. But
I love Robert. I think he's so fun. I think the upgrade on the subtitle is so fun. We go back and it says has your back, and then
it still has your back.
Still has your back.
I like they've done a few more of those kind of like with Olive going to tried everything once or whatever. Yeah, I love Olive. Queen.
Also based on that, Olive is also employee art. And the markings on her arms are based on the real employees' tattoos.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. I don't know who the employee is. I've never met her.
Sure.
But I've met people who have met her. So, you had worst level 4.
I did also play this, despite never playing the level 0 version. I
Is it
was like,
better at level 4?
it's way better at level 4. I didn't, kind of, like, assuming that the rules are, as I interpret them, that you can play this on yourself for free, it's way better at level 4.
It seems that way, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a full-on just cancel damage. Like, there's a lot of stuff that will, you take damage, you can rotting remains even. It's like fine.
It's just a worse version of I've had worse level 4.
Oh yeah,
Guardians stay winning.
Okay, it is funny to play this on someone.
Yeah, give me all your money if you want to live. Give me your money if you want to live.
When you play the level 0 version, you're making them pay money to the bank, but it's like you're on their side, right? Like you would have to do the same thing if you were playing it.
Yeah.
So it feels more cooperatively minded. It feels more like in a more spirit of camaraderie, the level 0 version.
Right.
The level 4 version in no way impacts their experience of you playing it. Except like funny to you. And that's so funny. It's so
I wish they leaned more into the like rogues are selfish and hurt their teammates thing, because it's the thing that's in theory a part of the class identity, but you so rarely see it.
There's a couple of cards that are like not very good that do it. Like the one that's like you take all their money and give it back at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
It's objectively very funny to take all their money, use like go double high roller, watch this, gamble all the money you've just taken from them, and then hope that you get it back to give them back to that.
You handle this one is a good card. That's a good card that sort of does that.
That's a good card. Yeah, no, I like this card a lot. 5 is a lot to get to cancel.
Yeah.
It's mostly cute that other people pay you. Like, it's nice that you get money from it. It is cool. But obviously, compared to I've had worse level 4 that just straight up gives you that money, it is worth. But also Rogue is kind of like more wanting for this kind of effect. Like, I have lost campaigns. The campaign where I introduced my partner to Arkham Horror, we lost because I was playing Tony and I tentacles are rotting remains and fully died. And that wouldn't have happened if I had this, yeah. I don't know. I think this card's pretty good.
It's probably it's like good in it's good in the rogues who really care about their sanity or their damage. It can block Safina on damage, or it can help Tony or Michael on horror.
I do sort of think the level 0 one might be overall better, but the level 4 one is like more appealing
and funny.
Yeah.
Speaking of funny,
I put this in my deck in scenario 3, and I never drew it.
That's so
for the entire campaign.
That's
even
hysterical.
I had Safina with friends in low places searching 9 cards for an item, and I never saw Gatling cards.
That's so funny. It's such like the ceiling on this card is so high. Like I have to respect one action to like flamethrower for 6
People
at +6,
have been comparing this favorably to flamethrower. I think they're wrong.
Yeah,
but
you can, you have the benefit of the funny thing that you do with this. The thing that you can't afford to do in fucking anyone, even the richest of rogues can't actually do this, is you contraband to double the ammo a bunch.
Yeah.
And that's the funny thing to do with Gatling Gun. What's the good thing to do with Gatling Gun? Not included in your deck, I think.
Well, wait, hang on, hear me out. So Safina, right? You add so much combat with this. It doesn't really matter what your base stats are. So Safina can play this. And can play, you can play Contraband, you can double level Contraband, and Safina has so much money. You're painted worlding your hot streaks, you're double leveling your hot streaks, you're getting, and you're going to shoot for 6 with your Gatling gun. And not even be like, we at 8, which is like pretty high, but like, it's not like guaranteed to succeed.
Here's the thing. I am not saying this card is all the time bad in all circumstances. I'm saying this is a meme card. I'm saying
here's the thing.
It's so niche.
I think it's worse than Flamethrower. I don't think it's that much worse than Flamethrower.
You think? Okay.
Because, Flamethrower does 16 damage, theoretically, over the course of its action.
Sure.
You don't get that much flexibility. Like, you will probably miss damage on it as a Flamethrower, right? You're going to have to fight a 3 health enemy some amount of the time. You're going to, And this, I mean, it costs 1 more than... Flamethrower costs 4, right? It costs 1 more than Flamethrower. but in a class that typically does have more money.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily that worried about the 5 resources to play. I think
Yeah,
the
it
main
does.
concern that holds this back from flamethrower for me is that flamethrower, you shoot at the what is it? The like
The
one of
highest
the
end.
highest, and this one
You
shoots
shoot
at
the
all
highest,
combined, which is
yeah.
so much harder than flamethrower.
And flamethrower only counts enemies you're engaged with, which is kind of worse. This you can
That's
shoot.
true. You can shoot things engaged with other people.
Yeah, I think I'm like, yeah, the combined value is gonna probably be tough sometimes. That said, if there's that many enemies, you're probably spending a lot of ammo, and this does give you a lot of bonus, potentially. Like, if you're playing Tony or Michael, and you're shooting, like, 3 enemies, well, you're probably gonna have, like, let's say, ballpark 9 to hit. Like, you're gonna have to hit a value of 9, because there'll be, like, a 4 in combat, a 3 and a 2, or something. Whatever. And you're gonna be at 11 with no other boost. If you have, like, Robert, because you can reveal this with Robert, I guess.
You can't.
Also, but like,
One hands.
oh yeah, you can one-handed. They made that card so balanced. But if you have like Robert, and again, this is awkward with locked and loaded as well. There's a few cards in this set that don't really work very well with Gatling gun. But if you have Robert, or you have Lonnie, or whatever combat boost you have, you're going to be 4 up before committing anything, before spending. It's really doable. Like,
you're like selling me on it a little bit. I could try this.
I don't think it's like it's as good as flamethrower, obviously. That's like fine. Flamethrower is the best one. It's fine for it to be not as good. Like, if you're hitting 2 enemies, it's a pretty good chance that the target value isn't that high. Now you will get screwed sometimes. There's like an enemy in Edge of the Earth that I was hitting with just today. That's 6 combat, right, in the finale. And if you're to fight that and anything else, but like. Yeah. It's weird, right? Because it would be better if flamethrower had this condition and this had flamethrower's condition. Like, you'd rather on this one choose what enemies you're hitting rather than have to hit everything at the location. I don't know.
Well.
Yeah. And you can contraband it.
You can contraband it. You can contraband it.
It's the best possible use of battery for warning shot.
That's funny.
We went to Mystic card.
Yes, we are. Blood of Thought is the best card of the game.
Okay, so I don't know if I was like defending this card when it was spoiled. I was defending the abstract principle of playing cards before judging.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that said, neither of us have played this card, and we're going to judge it. So
because it looks bad is why we haven't played it.
Here's the thing: is that like some cards, are very contextual. Sometimes you need to gather sort of qualitative data about. Some cards you can sort of analytically evaluate, and this card analytically is quite bad because you have to put in it's not even that putting the Doom into play, like, as the world's biggest, or at least the UK's biggest Amina advocate.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think putting a Doom into play is that high a cost, particularly in Amina. But you do not do it every turn, because you just don't need to. Like, Amina's ability is not one that you need to trigger every turn, because what her ability does is discount an asset by 3. That's an insane amount, and then you add another charge to your spell that you just played, or whatever. That's an ability that you can feel fine only doing, like, once every 3 turns, and it still feels that you're getting an ability sort of value out of it.
Right.
It would be really, like, it would genuinely just be hard from a purely, like, card draw perspective to play an asset every single turn in Amina with her ability. And even if you do that, this card's not very good. And this is the crazy thing, is that, like, even if you ignore the Doom cost, you only get 1 bonus action every 4 turns. And, again, I'm only going to talk about Amina because there's simply no possible way you're ever making this work anywhere else. But I think Amina is one of the investigators in the whole game with the most contested accessory slot.
It's an accessory slot. Like,
she can play Grizzly Totem or Lucky Cigarette Case 3, or she can play any of the Mystic accessories. She needs those. Like,
she needs to play those accessories.
Because, all of her. There's a lot of ways you can build her, but basically every way you can build her relies on maximizing an accessory slot item.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest with you, maximizing Blood of Thought is like not on that level. Maybe you could play Gloria and actually put the doom on Alyssa every single turn, and then like somehow convince your team you're helping them. and I don't know.
Cool art though.
It is cool art.
Cool art though. We could say something nice.
Yeah, and like conceptually, like I don't think it's that far from being playable. I think that if it was slotless and didn't exhaust for one of the abilities, if it didn't exhaust to give the extra action, or if it was slotless, didn't exhaust to give the action, and didn't take all of the charges, it let you just spend 3 at a time. It wouldn't be that good, but it would be fine. I'd at least play it. I'd have played it by now,
Let's talk about Breath of the Sleeper, and also...
yeah, we're gonna have to play it at the same time.
Shit.
So
Eyes of the Dreamer.
Eyes of the Dreamer. So, obviously the cards, I have played these, so I played them in Agatha. The cards these are reminiscent of are Wither and Sixth Sense, right? And they're both like infinite use. You can use your willpower for a basic action.
Because you don't have to spend the charges to use the ability.
And I will say, in terms of the parity between fighting and investigating, they're in some ways, conceptually at least, closer than Wither and Sixth Sense. Because they at least recognize here that to make a basic fight action worth it, the upside needs to be a lot more. So you can theoretically get +2 damage from, whereas with the clue one you only get +1 clue.
Right.
Unfortunately, the context of these cards in play means that actually the gulf between them is like enormous. I think the fight one, Breath of the Sleeper, is pretty close to unplayable. Like even in an environment where the only sets you have are Revised Core and the Drowned City, I would still not suggest you will play this. Like I would suggest you just try to make it work with Enraptured and Tripling, because taking this as just a basic fight action is horrible, right? Like even if you just reveal 1 extra token to like guarantee you're gonna hit this fight action, it's horrible. Like we know how bad a basic fight action is as a plan for the game, but if you're not doing anything to like enable this, there's a lot of words in this, and what you're effectively doing is you're fishing for duplicates, right? You want to find 2 of the same token and pick one of them. So you actually want one of those tokens to pass as well. And I did the math. I went through a bunch of different chaos bags for different campaigns, and I worked out, that if you spend 3 charges, you're revealing 4 tokens. On average, your chance of triggering the bonus damage is about 30%. Which means you won't even reliably do it once per entire lifetime of this card. Like, you will play this card, and if you use 3 charges every time, you might succeed at only doing 3 damage total, and never getting the plus. It's really unlikely to get duplicates in that way. And even if you then try harder to enable it, it's actually still pretty hard. Like, I didn't do the maths on this one, but there aren't that many cards that really help you that much with hitting. Jacqueline's ability is an example of one. Olive to an extent, but then Olive puts you in the weird position of like, again, the problem this card already has is like, the best set for this is Hemlock Vale if you do the full cult. And at every opportunity you add a cultist token and you never add the other tokens. And then you get to about a 41% chance. I didn't do... Ignoring, assuming everything goes well for you with the downgrading tokens every morning, like assuming that basically maintains parity, you have about a 41% chance by use of this. And to be clear, that's like, you're shaping your entire campaign to enable. Like, you're doing a very focused route, and you only get to that point in the final scenario, and why would you put this card in your deck for the final scenario?
Yeah, it's... And like also like the difference of what it means to discover a clue is different than what it means to deal 3 damage, because if you need to deal 3 damage, you need to deal 3 damage right the fuck now. If you miss a bonus clue with Eyes of the Dreamer, it's like it's a shame. You wish you picked up the clue, but like you can make up that tempo elsewhere. If you are failing to do the +2 damage to an enemy, then like that's your turn over.
Yeah. And the thing about Eyes of the Dreamer is the way that I played this most of the time was just spending one charge. Like, you just reveal one extra token. It drastically increases your odds of success. And obviously, playing it in Agatha, so doing that every time is triggering her ability. But it drastically increases your odds of success. And then, yeah, you're not very likely to get duplicates doing that. But anytime you do, it's like free. Like, it's a nice little present. Whereas, like, in Breath of the Sleeper, you absolutely need to be hitting it, as you say. Like, if anytime you don't, it's like, why have you played this card at all? And like, yeah, even if you're working to enable it, you're not getting to like, what would you want your chance of success on this to be if you're spending multiple cards to enable it? Like 80%, maybe 90. I don't know. I want it to be high. I want it to be like good, because this is assuming you're spending 3 charges as a third of the whole use of the thing.
So we can agree. Breath of the Sleeper bad. Eyes of the Dreamer, is it good?
Yeah, it's crazy. I think it's better than Sixth Sense. Like, I would take this.
That's fucked up.
Unless I was doing Down the Rabbit Hole, I would take this and upgrade it into Sixth Sense 4.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Because, yeah, like what this, getting 9 opportunities of look at 2 tokens and pick one is really good. It's not only is it auto fail protection, but it also just makes you way more likely to succeed all those tests. Like, assuming you're on any kind of reasonable value in the first place, it takes you from like 60% to like 80%. It's really good, really really good. And the upside on Sixth Sense doesn't come up that often, right? Like on Sixth Sense 4, it's great, but just getting to investigate somewhere else is situational. Like, you're not planning around it
not like
normally.
that. Yeah, no, it's I think that makes sense. Is Eyes of the Dreamer into Sixth Sense 4 unless you're doing Rabbit Hole. I like that. The great work.
I fucking love this card.
It's so fucking funny.
I love the homunculus. I'm so charmed by him. He's so he's a sweet little boy. This card isn't very good. Is the problem with this card? It's my card.
I mean, okay, it's how do you feel about Karen's Oval? And that tells you how you feel about this card. I know that's a pretty polarizing card.
You cut out briefly. That was
It's how you feel about this card is going to be how you feel about Karen's Oval, and I know that's a pretty polarizing card.
No, I like Oval. 1 XP is a lot less.
1 XP is a lot less. There is no XP investment in this.
Yes.
So I guess it is a little less polarizing on the XP totals of the group.
Yeah, I played this in Agatha, and it just didn't. I didn't notice the difference in terms of XP really. Like, it was a pretty small. This drip of 1 XP scenario is going to add up to maybe you having like 2 medium or 1 expensive extra card by the end of the campaign, assuming you're just saving it all. But like most of the time, it doesn't make that much difference, and the cost is the same as Sharon's Oval, right? The cost is your death. I don't super believe that you're going to make it to the end of the campaign as the homunculus, really.
Right.
I mean, maybe.
It'll
be fun.
Turning into the homunculus is that's a death result. That's a lose.
Yeah.
That's a fail state.
So the cost in terms of like you're having to play a lot more cautiously is still there. It probably is going to cost you a delve sometimes, and then that's an XP for your whole party. Yeah, I don't think I would play it in Kate, because if you play this in Kate, you get to have well funded at 2 science assets immediately, and that's cute. It's not very good, but it's cute. It does give you an immediate science asset to use Kate's ability on. That's fine.
Can Kate take this?
Yes, science.
Oh, she should take all science. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's great. And Kate stays winning, honestly, and another huge Kate dub.
I think that we can all really agree that the most important thing about this card is that it's horny. Okay, so Katarina.
Katarina's good. I think she's strong. She's weird because you can have you played with her? You did. You played her.
Here's the thing: is I put her in my deck, and I've played like 3 or 4 scenarios with her, and I never actually played her because I always felt like there was something else I could be doing, and she just didn't look that good to me. So I'm wondering if I didn't build around her enough. Like, I need to have been building with like Sixth Senses and Withers and stuff.
Yeah. So my Mystic Agatha deck was like fully leaning into the I want to draw symbols like Mystic cards as much as possible. And so this was obviously good there. What's funny about this in Agatha is the fact that if you just draw a symbol token immediately, she doesn't even trigger Agatha's ability, and that's like really annoying when it happens.
So I'll say that of the time that I played Katarina is I was playing it in a blur situation.
Okay.
Where
So
essentially it's like you're fishing out a bless or curse token.
Yeah, which is awkward because you don't have the kind of like one of the nice things about Katarina is she doesn't narrow your possibility.
Right.
You get to know I'm drawing one of these like 4 tokens.
And I think that immediately,
fail.
like, surely there is some utility for her in terms of a blur situation where you're trying to fish for them. But I found that when I was playing it, I just wish she was olive every time.
Right. I mean, that's partly because in a bless curse situation, you're going to have a lot more of those tokens in the bag, so olive isn't a really reliably fish for them. Whereas, like, you know, olive can and does miss on finding a symbol, right? And Katarina does not. She does sometimes hit an auto fail. She does hit the auto fail.
She does make your auto fail significantly more likely.
1 in every 6 or 7 times.
The thing is that the symbol tokens are really nasty most of the time, right? Well, she also increases your odds of getting the Elder Sign, and that's not nothing.
Which is nice. And all the skull, and the skull is normally reasonably mild on most campaigns, at least until like the late stages of a scenario where it's like -1 for every location you've cleared or whatever.
Right.
You know. But, you know, I didn't feel like using her was ever making my odds of success much worse. It polarizes them. Like, it's worse if you're in a situation where you're already testing really far up because it's making you more likely to pick. It's interesting because Olive is better when you're really high on the test already because she asks you to combine 2 tokens. She says, be really good at this test so that you can pass 2 tokens together. Whereas Katarina is almost the opposite. Like, if you're really good at a test on Katarina, she's like, well, sorry, you drew an auto fail. Katarina is sort of better when you're like in the middle range, where you're like, well, I know these tokens I can pass, and it's better for me to draw, like, have a 50-50 of drawing a skull or an elder sign, even though the other tokens are, you know, I played this in Carcosa, so it's quite a skull-heavy bag. You know, the symbols were 3 skulls, an elder sign of tentacles, and then 2 of whatever token was in the bag, based on my story decisions at that moment. So it was like, you know, if you can pass, I mean, the skull in Carcosa also often reveals on the token, which is kind of obnoxious in that regard, but like, you know, in the scenarios where that was not the case, it's nice that you know, can be like, okay, well, I can pass the skull, I can pass the elder sign, obviously, so it's like a 50-50.
It is sort of a shame that it can only be during chaos tests, or during skill tests.
Yeah, you can't voice a Ra.
You can't voice a Ra.
Be a bit good. If you could, maybe. I don't know, it'd be fine. Be cute.
Katarina is, I'm reasonably certain, based on one of MJ's RPG characters.
Oh, sure.
So that's cool. That's
cool. And then there's the black cat there as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute. That's neat.
That's
I like that.
That's a cute little bit of flavor. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sign of Zelotaf.
Yeah.
This was in my draft for my Agatha deck, and it did not make it into the version that I played. I don't think it's bad though. I actually think it's fine.
This is useful in that seal run that we were talking about earlier. Okay. It makes it into that.
And I also think that, like, when I play Forgotten Age, I'm always like, I should find ways of stealing symbol tokens because I'm going to be doing Forging Our Own Path. It's the most fun way of doing it. And I need a way to deal with the Elder thing. And unfortunately, all the cards that exist to do that are bad. So it's exciting that this card exists and is less bad. I think it's a cool in Patrice, for the same reason, like...
It's doing the Mind's Eye thing, but the problem is that it's competing in slot with Mind's Eye, and Mind's Eye is just better than this, but I guess you can, like, start with this and then upgrade it into Mind's Eye.
Sure, or I think it's, in my opinion, it's probably, like, broadly more reliable than Chthonian Stone at doing what it does.
Yeah.
It's sort of a wash, the slot that it uses, because Mystic hand slots have gotten, like, if you're playing Mystic, you're either a hand slot or an Arcane slot Mystic most of the time, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it can kind of go either way. I think it's solid. I think it's basically solid. If you need to seal
I'm
tokens,
never gonna play this card except in that seal run that I'm gonna do now.
yeah, I yeah, that might be true for me. It's awkward in I didn't play an Agatha, right, because it only seals once, and then
Right,
that's not that good.
right,
You want mostly you want cards that can seal 9 times, like
right.
the Breath of the Dreamer, Eyes of the Dreamer. Um, yeah, it's fine. I think like it's fine.
Do you want to talk about Spectral Shield? You're high,
I
you're
kind
way
of
up on Spectral Shields.
I'm pretty high on it, like weirdly high on it. I played it in the Daisy deck I mentioned before, and it was like okay. I kind of just threw it in because I had a slot, and it cancelled some damage, and it was nice. But like I think that had this card been spoiled, like had this card been a spoiler, and it hadn't come up with a full set, they would been like, what is this? This seems terrible. In the context of Eyes of the Dreamer existing, it's a lot better because Eyes of the Dreamer has 9 charges, and they're not like individually that high value. They're definitely individually like less valuable than cancelling a damage. I was thinking about playing this though in like a Dragon Pole Lily deck where you have like because if you're playing Dragon Pole, you already have to play a bunch of like dorky spells that you don't really want, but you need them to fill arcane slots. And this means that all your scryings are now also damage cancelled. You can put it on yourself, or you can put it on like Girish and like make your whole team invincible. I think it's cute. I don't think this card's like incredibly strong, but I think it's better than I initially gave it credit for when I read it, and I actually think it's I don't know. It can cancel a lot of damage. It can kind of just make you like invincible, if you build
This is
around
a
it.
lot of damage horror canceling if you're yeah. I mean, you play a I never remember the names of any cards. It's a Survivor Mystic spell. It does healing. Earthly Serenity.
Yeah.
You play Earthly Serenity. That's also 1 health or horror per charge on that asset.
Yeah. Someone pointed out that you can play this like bangle of jinxes, and then you can basically like make it so that enemy attacks don't do anything anymore because every time an enemy attacks you, you get charges on your bangles that you use to cancel the attack. I don't know. I think that's probably a bit cute, but it's I thought about Runic Axe with this because that has charges that self-regenerate. So that's interesting.
You have to tech for it, but if you do tech for it, it's a cool card.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Spectral Shield.
Yeah.
I think I will play this quite a lot, potentially.
Whispers of Doom.
This card drastically overperformed. I was not high on this card. I put 1 copy of it in my deck to be like, well, I should try it out. It's a spell event. I can replay it with Agatha. It's fine. This card's really good.
I mean, yeah, it's a 3-cost attack spell that defeats the whatever enemy it is automatically.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's sort of worse than Spectral Razor. It does do a lot of what Spectral Razor does. Like, 3 is a lot more than 2 for an event in terms of cost. But it does the same thing as Spectral Razor of ignoring engagement, right? Like, or like the way that Spectral Razor gives you a free engage, this instead is a parlay, so you just get to, the Seeker of Carcosa that's hanging around and being annoying, you just parlay with him and get rid of him. There aren't that many non-elite enemies that have more than 3 health, but it's fine against elites because it does 3 damage, which is we were talking about in intimidation earlier, which only does 2. 3 is a lot more than 2 in terms of damage as well. And yeah,
it defeats them instead of shuffling them back in, which is important for elite enemies or not elite enemies, victory enemies for any enemies that do something upon taking an amount of damage, right? This can kill your geese for you.
And obviously there's a downside. You put Doom on them if you fail. Just don't fail. Okay, so the downside of this card is
that it's expensive.
It's expensive, and also you are probably testing a pretty difficult test relative to what you would like. Spectral Razor, is adding to your combat, so you're typically getting like a +2 onto your willpower realistically. This, instead of that, is probably asking you to test a more difficult test than the enemy's combat. You're almost getting like a negative on this. Even with Fine Clothes, like, a lot of enemies, particularly enemies that have more than 3 health, also have more than 2 damage. So you're going to be, even with fine clothes, potentially testing a 4, which is probably like similar to or higher than the enemy's fight. So you are like, you know, comparing this to Spectral Razor, you are worse odds to succeed even in the parley. Right? That said,
Why can't you boost your willpower? You're a mystic. It's an important test. You can boost your willpower for that.
Yeah, you can boost your willpower on Spectral Razor as well, right? Like, I mean, the fact that I'm only comparing Spectral Razor is bullish for this card. Spectral Razor is
It's a really good card.
It's only the best level 0 fight event in the game. Toe to toe is the only thing that's close to it. So if I'm comparing this to Spectral Razor, it's really good for this card, you know? Like, this is, it's kind of Spectral Razor 3, but like sometimes you do want 3 Spectral Razors, like, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, sometimes you just want an extra copy of it, and maybe even 2 extra copies of it. Sometimes you're Alessandra and you can take this but not Spectral Razor, you know?
I have Gatanathoa. I have run in 3 separate decks so far.
Right, it's so good.
I love this card. I think this is so fun.
It's so good. I played it in Norman because I wanted to be like, oh well, you know, does it? You know, because obviously it enables Norman's book signature. It's the first card we've seen really that like makes Norman's alternate signatures relevant. And I don't know if it necessarily did. Like I didn't succeed in like assembling that often because it's not very tutorable, and neither is Norman's signature really unless you're like playing Arcane Initiate and using 2 of your slots in that. But when I did, it was cool, and I realized that this card also synergizes really well with Foresight, because if you just know what all of the encounter cards are, you get a like ridiculously good cancel. You get like the best water protection ever.
Yeah, obviously it's a Gloria card, but there's like a bunch of other like minor synergies. Foresight is probably like the biggest one, is you just get the cancel on that. But I also I love that we now have an upgraded Mystic accessory that boosts willpower at long last. We've been waiting for that forever. I love that it has 3 damage soak on it.
No, this is the other thing, is the damage soak is like I would play this in Amina just for the damage soak, because Amina has 5 health, you know.
I have played this in a deck where there is no particular synergy except that I wanted a willpower boost, and hey, I get some other stuff out of it, and it was great there. I felt great about having spent the 4 experience points.
Yeah, I think 6 XP for this and 2 Foresights is like so worth it. Foresight lets you cancel enemies, right? It just says when you would draw a card, name the card. It's water protection 5 for 0 cost and you don't take a horror. 1 XP.
I think this is such a fun design. I think this is one of the most fun cards in this whole pack. I love it.
Yeah, okay. It's also cursed, so you can put it in an occult reliquary slot.
Yep.
Keep.
Huge.
So right, Ursula can take it for no reason.
And she might, you know, whatever. It's a good card.
Yeah, it's really good.
Upgraded Sword Cane gets +1 skill value and pings upon entry.
Yeah, I think this is crazy. It's actually so much better than I thought it would be. It's also fast. Yeah? It's fast.
It is fast, that's true, yeah.
You can kill a 2-health enemy for no actions in Mystic.
I forgot the original wasn't fast. It just doesn't provoke attacks of op, but no, this is fast now. That rocks.
It's a big upgrade for only 2 XP. Yeah, I think it's really good.
That rocks, yeah.
You get +1 skill value. The ping it does have to be an enemy engaged with you, which is a fine restriction for it to have. I think it would have been a bit good if that wasn't the case. I bet this is crazy in Dexter. I played it in Norman, just like a random bit of like, you know, enemy protection, but I bet in Dexter this goes like crazy.
This is definitely fucked up in Dexter. We talked before about like arcane slot mystics versus hand slot mystics, and if you're an arcane slot mystic, you absolutely want this.
Yeah.
Especially if your name's Dexter Drake.
Yeah.
Spiritual Echo. Did you try this?
I have not. No.
It looks so bad, right? We can all agree that it looks really bad.
It reads really bad. Okay, people are really low on this card, and I like from a power level perspective, I think it's kind of bad. I have friends who are excited about it.
Okay.
And I think the fantasy of this card is there. Like, I think that it's possible to be too analytical. Like, obviously, you and I, the way we play the game, it's very analytical. But I think it's possible to get too caught up in doing all the complex maths of, like, literally, what are you actually getting out of doing this?
Right.
Which sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but it's not. I'm not.
No, I can read out of you that that's sincere.
Yeah, like, because I think that what this card does is, like, you get this cool fantasy of, I'm gonna set up, I'm gonna set up this, this like trap here that will let me do a spell. Like, it's kind of the fantasy of, like, playing Luke and getting to be everywhere and do things all over the map. And even though it's not always, like, often the correct things to do with Luke are the really complicated, fiddly, like, rule story things, but the cool things to do with Luke are to feel like you're in this kind of command center, and this plays into that in a way that's cool. Like, again, I have friends who are excited about the concept of this card and, like, the almost the narrative of this card.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's cute. It is weak, and it is absolutely, completely mad that this is in the same set as Doppelganger, and it costs more XP, and
Mm-hmm.
it isn't Myriad,
Mm-hmm.
and what is going on?
Mm-hmm.
It's so much the same card, but drastically worse. I think it's cool. It's not like the thing is that Blood of Thoth is a card that I think that if someone saw that and was like, this seems super exciting and cool, I want to do this cool Doom deck, that, like, they're probably gonna lose that game and have a bad time. Like, they're gonna not get what they want out of that card. Whereas with this, I think that, like, you're gonna get what you want out of this card. You're gonna get to, like, if you don't do the analysis, if you don't do the maths and think about what you've actually gained action, you're gonna get what you want from this card, and probably, like, it won't really affect your winning the scenario particularly that much. You know? I think it's fine. It's not very strong, but it's cool. Cute. It could be better, for sure, but it can be fast, maybe.
Could be 0 XP.
Could be, yeah.
But that's fine,
Yeah.
I always like the Mystic art. The Mystic art is always really good.
I really like I don't know who the guy is on this.
They're so good at playing with colors.
Yeah. I also just love the way, like, the room is almost divided. Like, the right side of the room is this, like, weird, like, starry, like, shadowy, dark area, and then, like, you have the sort of very specularly lit, like, hallway on the side with the shiny floors. Cool composition, cool art. Welcome to Arkham Horror.
Whoa! Transfiguration!
Oh, this is the best card they ever printed in this game.
This is the card of this set, to be honest with you.
No, there's another. It's crazy that this card. I'm obsessed with. I think this card is insane. I'm not definitely sure it's my favorite card in the set. There is the final card we'll talk about actually, but is also up there.
This ranks as my favorite card out of this set, other than possibly Marian.
Yeah.
I fucking love Transfiguration. It allows
so fun. It's
so many fun. I've only played one Transfiguration deck, and to be honest with you, I think it might be the Transfiguration deck in some ways. Although you figured out a really good.
No. Yeah, I think
you figured out a really good one.
Tell us your one.
But the deck that I ran with Transfiguration was you start as Sister Mary and then you transfigure into Patrice.
Okay.
And then
I think Patrice is a really good target in general.
Patrice is going to be a really good target in general, and what that gets you is you get your you get a couple of blesses in the bag to start with as Mary, and however long it takes you to find one of your copies of Transfiguration because you want to, because it's very important for consistency that you have 2 of them.
Yeah.
You have her signature is generically useful. It's not like a signature that only works on a particular investigator. She's happy to have it, like, regardless. And her weakness is actually very mitigatable if you are, drawing back into your fearlesses every 2 rounds. And then you get to cycle through your deck really quickly, and every round you play your big Guardian support cards, right? You get to play Ever-Vigilant 4 every couple turns because you're just drawing into Ever-Vigilant 4 every couple turns.
It hadn't even clicked for me until just now that if you transfigure into Patrice, you do not have a Patrice deck size. You are playing with a normal deck.
No, you're playing with a normal deck size with Patrice's ability, is what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
And the Washer from another dimension is never stopping you, because as Patrice you draw up to 5 cards, so if you draw your Crisis of Faith, you just put it
Yeah.
away and then pull up another
Oh my
one.
god. Oh my
Mary
god.
still gets the like if you have access to Transfiguration, you also have access to Mind's Eye, so you can like still be doing the Patrice Mind's Eye thing.
Yeah.
And so all of your skill power, your skill tests are with willpower. It's just that you also can have Nephthys and have a bunch of ever vigilant 4s and have a bunch of stand together 3s, so that you're like giving a bunch of support to all of your other fellow investigators with
Yeah.
much greater rapidity than you would be able to do just like if you were normal style. That's my Transfiguration deck, and it's like so much fun. It's like such a different play loop than I
No.
usually do. It doesn't feel broken. It feels powerful, but not like
Yeah.
it's not as good as like the median Daisy deck that I build is.
Right.
It's
Exactly. Yeah.
just so much fun. I loved it, and now you do yours.
If I was to, in a way, the more obvious one, or I thought it was the obvious one, which is starting as Safina, because there's a card in Netrunner that did this, basically called Reaver, to let you change to a different ID. And there's a ID in Netrunner called Andromeda, who was like de facto like the best ID for a very long time, and her entire ability is you start with 4 extra cards in your opening hand. I was like, well, who's the Andromeda of Arkham Horror? Well, obviously it's Safina. Her ability is entirely front-loaded, right? Like you just draw. I mean, technically you have your special rule, but like whatever. Like her ability is very front-loaded. You just draw a much bigger opening hand, and then you transform into Marian, and you get to play Marian with double double and hot streak and backstab 3 and pilfer 3, and it's completely broken. It is not on any level like fair or reasonable to do that. Like I had turns. So first of all, I'm pretty confident that when you transform into Marian, you're still in the window to trigger her ability off of Transfiguration, which is funny. So it's kind of action neutral, although that's not that important. But I had turns where I would, do something like, double backstab to kill like a 5 health enemy, and then use Marian's ability to play Pilfer and clear a location and have spent 1 action. In fact, I spent no actions because I was also playing Chuck Fergus to make it fast. So I was like, alright, now to start my turn.
Right.
Oh, it's so fun. But here's the thing, is I also think like in that same deck I could have transferred into Patrice and also found that to be really good. Like, I think possibly like I just think it opened. Yeah, you're right. It just opens up so many potential ways to build so many investigators. I do think Mary and Sefina are the two that stand out to me as like these are investigators whose abilities and like don't need you don't need their ability the whole game, right? Like Mary starts with the extra blesses, will build up some blesses, and then change to someone else, or like
You gotta consider the deck building is what you're stuck with, right? So you can do it on any mystic, but then in terms of like having 0/5 access in another color, your options are like Mary, who's gonna be who's a great candidate, Safina, who is a great candidate,
but then Patrice is awkward because of her deck size.
Patrice is awkward because of her deck size, so Survivor is like harder to do.
But... And then Daisy, why would you change?
And then Daisy, and Daisy's
like,
perfect.
How are you going up from that? Yeah, how are you going up from Daisy?
Yeah, I love this card. It's a build around card. I am certainly not including it in every deck, but I think that once every 2 campaigns or so, I'm gonna come up with a really fun Transfiguration run that I want to do, and I'm gonna play it.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be huge.
I'm trying to think if there's like another, like you could do it in Dexter, right? Because you could use Dexter to like set up a bunch of stuff. It's again the situation of like Dexter's really good. Like you could just keep playing Dexter. Like part of the appeal of doing it in Safina is that like Safina's whole kind of play style is you hit the ground at like full velocity. You get 13 cards. You set up really strong, and you run out of steam very quickly as your weakness like tears apart your ability, and you run out your special removes from the game and stuff. So getting Transfiguration to be like, all right, well now I have an action. I mean, Star of Hyades does not stop being completely unreasonable. It is simply
so
just not a fair weakness. It's just not fair. Like it's just not a fair card. Like I don't think it's the most brutal weakness in the entire game, but it's the least fair one. It's the one that you're just like, the fact that even if there's nothing under you, it does damage and a horror, and still shuffles back. It only doesn't shuffle back if you're about to cycle your deck anyway. Like, it's just brutal. And that never goes away. You deal with that forever. You could turn into, like, Mark and feel a bit better about it.
What a fun card.
Incredible card. Genuinely incredible card. It's like one of those cards, like, I feel like it had to exist at some point, like, some form of it. But I'm glad that it exists in this form.
Another W for the transgenders.
Oh, the next card's also crazy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Mystic XP in this set, huh? Like...
This card is nuts. Like, just adding the wild icon, like, they could have... It doesn't need... It has so much of an upgrade. Because the problem with Enraptured was always... It's really niche in that you need to be, like, able to commit to an int test to get anything out of it. It's doable. Like,
but now you can just put on your Sixth Sense or whatever.
And now it can be on any test, and it gives you 3 charges. What? That's so many charges.
Let's review. Let's review some of the things that you can do with Enraptured. You can refill all of Gloria's scrying. You can put a fuck ton of charges on Diana Esperance to make sure that you can replay your Deny Existence 5 forever. You can make sure that Daisy never ever ever again runs out of secrets on her old Book of Lore 3. You can make sure that your teammate has as many secrets as they could possibly want on their Book of War. Like...
Right. And I played this, so, the boring way to play Norman is using Astronomical Atlas and Leave It to Avon to cycle Ghastly Possession forever, right?
I never play Ghastly Possession with that, but yes, that's the cycle.
Not anymore, though. Not anymore. In Rapture, because to do that, you had to play Divination. Now you can play anything, Like, now, you can do that, and you can play a good spell. Like, you can play Rite of Seeking 5. You could play it with, what's it called? Eye of Chaos, the curse one? Like, you can play it with... anything else. I'm thinking very small. You could infinitely refill Diana. You could, do anything.
Enraptured is, like, honestly too good. Enraptured 2 is honestly, like, too good. It's like...
Yeah, it's pretty good. Remember, this card's practice. Like, it never comes up because the level 0 one's bad, but it's practiced. You can practice.
I actually practice makes perfect the level 0 one all the time.
Really? And like who?
Yeah, I like Enraptured 0. I'm an Enraptured 0 fan in general. It ends up in not all of my decks, but, like, some number of them. If I like have a
put it in Marie, I think.
I put it in obviously Daisy all the time, but also like Gloria. I take it in. Marie.
It's kind of the 3 people with mystic access and get in, I guess.
Yeah. Norman. I put it in Norman pretty regularly.
You're using one of Norman's 5 level 0 mystic slots.
I feel like I was, because you can practice makes perfect it.
Yeah, but you can practice makes perfect a lot of things.
Not in Norman.
Now you don't have to. Now you can just practice makes perfect this every time, and it's great. Yeah. No, this card's... I do think this card is, like, a bit cracked, actually.
It's too It shouldn't be this powerful as it is. Yeah. They should have gone down to 2 charges, and that would have been more fair. But I'm gonna run this all the time.
Yeah. 2 charges on a wild icon would be perfectly fine for 2 XP. Yeah.
As a designer, I am confused, and as a player, I am delighted.
Yeah, that's cool.
Lost Arcana.
I didn't play this, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, nor did I.
It's weird, I think. I considered playing it in Norman, but then I was like, well, I'm using Divination. It's not very good with Divination. It's also like... It's the same thing again of clearing the last clue from a location is a finite resource. And you only get 1 extra charge every time you do it. And that's not bad, but it's not. Like, it's asking quite a lot of you. It's asking you to hold a hand slot for it. Mm-hmm. It's 3 XP. It does come with 2 charges. It
comes with 2 charges already.
It's not even bad. Like, I could talk myself into playing this card.
Right.
I just think I would have to.
The thing is that it's in the same set as Enraptured level 2, you know what I mean? So, like, why do you need this when you have Enraptured level 2 to do that same job for you, but so much better?
Right. No, this is really the problem in Rapture 2 is that like, it completely obviates. Last set they printed Call from the Beyond, which I know it does have a little bit of extra text on it, but like, in Rapture 2 is effectively fast, right? Call the Beyond costs the same amount of XP, does take an action, puts curses in the bag, which like maybe that's an upside for you, but like abstractly that's a downside. And in Rapture level 2, what? It also has secrets. It's practice. What?
It's so fucked up.
I
genuinely am having so much fun in Raptured level 2ing my Book of War. Like,
that's insane. Yeah, that's crazy.
How many times do you want to play 1-2 punch level 5? Infinite times. Every single turn.
God.
I don't have anything to say about Lost Arcana. I'm sorry.
No,
it's overshadowed by the previous card.
Oh my god. Okay, Mystic is. I love this card.
Mystic is
much.
like doing so good in this set for their XP.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I will say I don't. What Mystic is actually playing this card? I mean, I guess.
Any Mystic is playing this card.
Because I played this in Calvin. And it was so good in Calvin. Like, my sort of developing theory is that, playing Survivor and just playing every single Survivor card that lets you remove a Doom from play is, like, secretly just the best deck. This adds to that. Like, in Calvin, you can do that and this. And you can make it so that not only are you not putting Doom into play, also your team doesn't have to draw encounter cards. You just handle that. It's just your problem now forever.
I think this is just a generically good, useful card. Like, if you're a Mystic, you get to skip. Okay, I play predominantly in 4-player as part of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this also, like, the stocks go up the more players you have.
Yeah, because the surge obviously doesn't fail.
The surge mitigates it. But this is essentially 3 encounter card canceled, preemptively.
Yeah.
And all you have to do for it is like load up all of the encounter cards in the same place at the same time. And if you can survive that, which I hope you can, because you have wards and foresight with your.
You can't cancel.
Oh, that's true. You're right, but like. I don't know. I have found when I have played this, because I have played it, that it's like, yeah, it puts you back, and that's like a bummer, but like, if your teammates are willing to pick up the enemies that spawn on you, and as long as you have like some health left, like, it's probably fine. Like, you'll survive that encounter draw. And like, a lot of the time, it doesn't matter who draws an encounter card.
Yeah. But I think this is partly why it feels so strong in Calvin. Because you really can just be the, like, lightning rod for all your team's problems.
Totally.
Like, what it essentially does in Calvin is you say to your team, you get 2 turns of no encounter cards. Like, I drew this early. I had taken in the thick of it, so I had 1 damage and 1 horror on me. I was like, alright, well, I suck at doing everything now. I'm going to Deliverance the first Mythos phase. And immediately, I'm at, like, 5 damage, 4 horror after that. And that's it, it's done. The rest of the teams get to do everything they want, like... I think this is so strong, if you particularly, like... Because I think as soon as... When you are, like, relying on your whole team to deal with the 5 encounter cards you draw, it's great in that you're, like, getting to skip 3 encounter cards. And that's already worth it, like, to play this card. But I think when you really can just be like, and I think this is one of the things that I think it's cool that Survivor gets to do something. Is just be like, I do not care about drawing an encounter card. Whatever it is, I'll figure out a way to deal with it. Whether that's just taking it on the chin, or whether it's just I have high willpower agility and I'll just pass, or whether it's, I can fight this enemy, I guess. Being able to just be like, I will handle all 5 of these. It means that you get, essentially to skip 2 Mythos phases.
Yeah. And
that's just an enormous tempo swing. It's almost like game winning on its own.
And I do want to highlight that while cards can't be cancelled from this, like, you can still play Deny Existence, if you're
Yeah,
Diana,
cancel
you
the
can
effect,
still
yeah.
play I've Had Worse. Like you can still cancel you can still cancel effects
Yeah.
of the cards. You just can't cancel the
Yeah.
cards themselves, right?
Yeah.
I think this card rocks generically, universally, and yes, special highlight to Calvin for this being like huge Calvin stocks.
Yeah.
I never play Calvin,
Great
so I
card.
didn't even consider that. But yeah,
I love Calvin. I mean, I kind of I agree with you that Calvin's like a bit bad. In that like he doesn't really have an ability, right? His ability is just like he has
have
good
stats.
stats.
Yeah,
But I love Calvin. He's just fun.
you're
you
more
know?
of a Survivor girl than I am.
This is true. But even within Survivors, Calvin is one of the weaker ones for sure.
Eldritch Brand.
I'm sad that this says non-signature because I wanted to use this to get split the angle out consistently.
That makes sense. It is sad that you can't include more than one copy of the branded spell.
Yeah.
I think this is not like a generically good card, but I think that there is some utility for it.
Yeah. I mean, I think to me, it's a Sixth Sense enabler.
It's
right?
Sixth Sense and Jackie, right?
Yeah.
Or
It's you know
or people doing the Jackie thing.
it's hard for me to completely imagine wanting a spell that has charges so much that I'd spend 10x.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But
I could like imagine
great.
taking like a scrying in Gloria and then just like your plan is just keep refilling the charges on that.
Potentially.
But
makes sense within Raptor too.
It makes sense within Rapture 2. I don't know. It's so much XP. 10 is a lot of XP, and it is a really good piece of consistency. It's no stick to the plan, you know?
No, it's yeah. I mean, contrasting it with something like Stick to the Plan or even Bewitching, obviously what you're getting for the extra XP spend is not having to pay for the card. What you're losing is only in one card.
You do pay it. You pay its cost.
Wait. Oh, that's terrible. This card sucks. No, okay, I'm off this card completely. Why is it 10 XP? What?
Because you guarantee that you have it. You skip the play action on turn 1, and you have it in opening hand turn 1.
Yeah, Stick to the Plan does that for 3 cards. Bewitching does it for 3 cards.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Oh, even
because
Ancestral
Guardians get nice things.
Quite bad. Does that for 5 cards.
Guardians stay winning.
Yeah. What? Okay, well, I mean, it's still broadly fine. I guess I assumed you got it for free for 10 XP. I don't know. Wow, okay. I mean, I guess, like, in the context of the class, I guess it makes sense. Because, you know, finding their spells is a whole part of Mystic's identity that's meant to be, you know, it's why Arcane Initiate exists. It's why, you know, it's why a card like Word of Command can be 2 XP. Sure, I get it. It's in the context of the class, 10 XP is kind of fair. It's fine.
What do we think is happening in this art?
That's a good question.
There's like a little guy. There's like a little creature, right? On her forehead. She seems to be enjoying it. It's good for her.
Yeah. It's like scratching a brand into her head or something.
It's like not clear to me exactly what it is.
Yeah. I hadn't really studied the art that closely. I did like a more blown up version, I think.
Survivors! Let's go Survivors!
I think Survivor is like maybe the class that came out the best of this expansion, and that's crazy because all the classes came out pretty strong.
You're a much bigger Survivor fan than me, so...
Anchor Chain is not the reason why, but it's good.
Yeah. I played this and I was like occasionally happy that I had it, but I probably wouldn't play it again unless I like was Rita maybe.
Yeah, I think it's like broadly like it's good in George, because you just want the discard.
Yeah.
I think mainly an event. So this whole cycle, like some of them are more events than assets, and some of them, and well, Nautical Chart specifically is an asset more than an event. This is definitely an event.
This is
like,
an
you
event.
don't want this effect repeatedly, but it's nice to have it once.
It might be an asset in Patrice, maybe. There's like a build somewhere with Patrice where you're using these.
It's worth noting that when you use these events, they are free. Like you're not paying any resources for them. Like that's pretty great, you know, value-wise.
But how consistently do you really need to be evading as a survivor in order to like be playing this, right?
Yeah, but it's a nice like emergency button.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
Handhook.
Can move on from this one. Handhook, this one sucks. Unfortunately, I wanted to like this. It's just bad. like it's too many conditions. Exhausting before fighting is not what you want from this card. It If it exhausted to deal the damage, I'd feel better about it. But the fact that you have to obviously you have to succeed before you discard, but it doesn't seem at all reliable as a way of dealing with enemies. And 2 health enemies are just not that common in the game. So you need something else to kill the enemy.
I bet there's some kind of fun build with this suite of cards and Wilson's signature somehow. I bet there's something somewhere.
I don't think I even really understand how Wilson's signature works. I tend to discard it when I get it.
It's really good commits.
Look at it and I'm like, I don't know how to use this card. I'm gonna chuck it on this task.
So okay, we don't like. We think Anchor Chain is fine, and we don't like Hand Hook. We don't even. We do Lawrence Carlisle before.
Well, keep you in suspense. This guy's crazy though. This guy's
great.
This guy's like he's kind of not that far from being Dr. Bland in Survivor.
Yeah, I mean you have to be discarding during your turn, which is easy for George. And likely pretty easy for Patrice. I love him in Patrice. The stat boost is not as relevant because she's
Patrice needs money so much.
But she needs money so bad. Like,
well, and also, I mean, Ashcan wants this guy. You know,
that's true. Yeah,
in buffs and is discarding in his turn. Mm-hmm. Wendy often discards in her turn, and you know, doesn't need the money as much. But sadly, I think a lot of survivors really like this guy.
You have to work a little harder than Dr. Christopher to enable him, but if you're someone who's already doing that work, which you're likely to be doing in Survivor, then he's probably better than Dr. Christopher.
It's also just kind of huge to have this as a Survivor card at all, right? But a level 0 ally that boosts intellect is a big thing for Survivor to have access to.
Mm-hmm.
His soak is bad, but that's okay. You're a Survivor, you have soak.
If you're in Survivor, you can now, with 2 charismas, have 1 Dr. Lawrence, 1 Jessica Hyde, and 1 Peter Sylvester 2, and have ally flat boost on all 4 of your stats.
Yeah, solo.
Lawrence Carlisle is great. He's great. Yeah. And now we can talk about article traits.
This card, I genuinely think, is like a paradigmatic change for Survivor. I almost feel like this card is like, what this card does is like something Survivor should kind of not have access to. Because the thing about Survivor, right, is that it's, in a way, it's like the slowest. It's the class that will never die to damage or horror or whatever, but will be in serious risk of running the doom clock out because, you know, you have all this stuff, like you're not really in danger of failing tests very often, or like you can mitigate the consequences of failing tests. You don't ever die, you have endless soak, but you just do not have action completion. Like, the best way to get multiple clues is either like do really janky, like you have events that will get you multiple clues sometimes, or you have ice pick and scavenging. And this, being a level 0 card that just says every single turn one of your cards is an deduction, feels like it fundamentally changes how it feels to play as Survivor, like investigating. I played this in 2-player with George and Marian, and every turn George could just walk in, clear a location in 1 action, and then do something else. And that does not feel like how Survivor normally would ever play. It feels like a fundamentally different way of playing the game to how I would think about Survivor playing. Like, even Daryl, who does have access to Seeker cards, what he's doing normally to get clues is Shadowlight. He's doing kooky Survivor stuff to do it. And Shadowlight's obviously really good. But this is a card that, like, it's not even, like, the power level exactly. It's just having an asset that lets you every single turn investigate for, like, you know, action compress and investigate is just not a Survivor kind of effect. And this makes it, like, this card wouldn't be busted in any other class, but in Survivor, this felt like completely... I was, you know, I made a joke earlier that, like, if I had, you know, an unlimited XP deck, this would still make it in. If I was playing George, or if I was playing, you know, like, any kind of investigation-focused Survivor, which, to be fair, is mostly, like, George, Bob, and Daryl. And I maybe, like, Daryl has his own thing to do that doesn't need necessarily, but, like, you know, I can't imagine cutting this from that deck ever. Like, I don't know. Crazy.
Survivor is the class that I play the least, so I don't have as, like, entrenched a sense of, like, what it means to play Survivor, what it means to be a Survivor.
I
as you
played this in
do.
Calvin even actually.
I played this in George, where it is meant to go,
Yeah,
and
in George it's
George
obviously
was
like,
my
very good.
primary cluever, right? He
Yeah.
was picking up all the clues, even though other people were built to pick up clues. He would just go in there and pick them up all first.
Yeah.
Having one card be a deduction every round is like not. It's better than it sounds to
And
me. Better than it sounds to me,
yeah.
because to me
And
it
it's
sounds
better
like
than
okay.
it's better in Survivor than it would be elsewhere because like
Yeah,
Survivor
exactly.
you often have easy access to a lot of kind of junky cards. You have things like Glimmer of Hope, or you have just
Hmm.
scavenging, recurring, like random nonsense. You have, and I found this in George a lot, particularly, that like it's very hard to evaluate what your best cards are in George because even your cards that are like in the top 20% of your deck, you still discard most of the time that you draw them. Um,
I really
you
wonder how
know,
Min feels after this expansion.
yeah,
I bet she's
I
made out really
would
well.
play, I would play this in there, and that's
Yeah,
like, I play this in main and not even commit. I would put it into
you
play
would
as an
play this in Min. Yeah, you
asset.
would play this in Min.
And that
Um,
to me is like that's crazy. The fact that you would actually play this in a Seeker, that I don't know. This is my sleeper pick for like best card in the set. It's not like actually as good as something like Enraptured P probably, like in terms of like how it
it's
maybe it
not.
is.
I think it feels better to
Maybe.
you than it is. I think uh, one extra clue around is a big deal, but I also think that
I play a lot of two player, and I think that's
that's
influencing my
part of it. Yeah,
evaluation of it. Is
yeah,
that in two player this is clearer location in one action every round
yeah.
for the most part. And then if it's got two investigator clues, you have sharp vision. So
Nautical Charts is a good card.
yeah.
I don't think that I see it as paradigm shifting of Survivor in general as you do, but
Mhm.
I think it's a good card. And also, you're more of an expert on Survivor than I am, so
I want to try this in Calvin because like Calvin's biggest problem is always action. You have
it's true,
6 across the board, and all you
true.
ever do is take a basic investigate or hit someone for one, like, well, +1 with a fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Idol of
yeah, this one's fine.
sorry, Profane Idol.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this and Improvised Shield have both, I think, gone up a reasonable amount in value just from the existence of more discard like outlets, like
yeah,
more sort of tempo positive things to do by discarding cards.
yeah.
I don't think it pushes either of them to being amazing.
Yeah. I played this and it was like it's nice to have a card that's in your discard basically be in your hand, and I was sometimes happy to have the
Yeah,
Horror Soak.
but like yeah, I don't think I'll say about this card. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it competes
Cool.
with Rabbit. It competes with the Cherish Keepsake. It does one more soak, but costs one more. Doesn't I don't know. It's
Catch
fine.
and
But yeah.
unconventional method.
Yeah, not a cycle I was expecting to be completed.
Neither nor I, yeah. Also, I think
I
worse than Act of Desperation.
yeah. So neither of them. Obviously, Act of Desperation has the clause of if it's in play, you get the resources back,
Yeah.
and each of these do have a special clause for if the asset was in play. Except that, unlike Act of Desperation, their baseline is back.
Right. Because with Act of Desperation, you do +1 damage with it when you throw the weapon.
Yeah, and I also think that Act of Desperation, like, just sort of fundamentally aligns better. Like, fighting aligns better with the kind of circumstances where, like, the circumstance you play Act of Desperation is your gun has run out of bullets and
Yeah.
you need to kill an enemy, so you discard the gun,
Right.
and that's great. And that doesn't have an analog with investigating.
Right. Nor
Like Act of
evading.
Desperation, like, evading like a little bit more because you could almost imagine, okay, I've run out of bullets in my gun. I guess I'll evade this enemy to play my other gun. But it's not as good as killing the enemy.
Yeah.
And investigating, it's not clear exactly to me what asset I want to discard to this.
Right.
Because a lot of
Agreed.
Survivor, like a lot of cheap expendable Survivor assets actually do discard themselves. Like Matchbox discards itself. Bandages discard themselves. So
Mhm.
Sharpeners even
And they don't take
discard
hand
themselves.
slots.
Oh yeah, it has to be a hand
It has to
slot,
be a
of
hand
course.
slot
Yeah,
item.
and gold keyring discards itself. Like it really does kind of have to be a weapon, or flashlight, I guess. And I'm not like excited about that.
Yeah,
I'm not,
yeah.
the evade one. If Act of Desperation didn't exist, I would potentially play it. But
It's
I
it's
don't know who wants that over. Yeah,
it's cool that the suite exists. But yeah, I think we can agree that these do not hold a candle to Active Desperation. Which I
yeah,
mean, Active Desperation is a really good card. So
yeah. Like I haven't. I think it's cool that the fight one gets to be the best one. I mean, that's not
yeah,
that uncommon, I guess. That's true of Spectral Razor as well. But yeah,
Contemplative is fine.
it's long shot for clues. I didn't know that I wanted it, but I'm glad that it exists.
I have nothing to say about Contemplative.
Yeah, it's fine. I
It's
kind of
fine.
agree that it's basically as good as it looks like it is.
Yep.
Ample
Ample
supplies.
supplies.
It's unfortunately not that good, right? Like it's cute. It the fact that it comes in with two supplies is interesting because it like kind of is paying you back right away.
I think
Um,
broadly, people do not think of investments as being a very good card.
no, and this is a bit better than investment,
Is
but
it?
only a tiny bit, and it costs. Yeah, well, it's the tiniest bit better than investment, and it costs 2 HP.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
yeah,
that I need this. I mean, I guess it's for Dark Horse reasons, right? But I don't like
yeah,
Dark Horse, so fuck that.
and also I'm not even like all the sort of people talk a lot about like, oh, this gives you like a way of gaining resources in Dark Horse, and like, well, how like why have you built a Dark Horse deck that also needs like 6 resources sometimes? Like, what's up with that? Yeah, okay.
Glimmer of Hope. It just gets +1 will and +1 agility, which I looked at and I was like, this doesn't seem that useful. And then I played it and I was like, oh no, but you're using these icons all the
It's
fucking
really
time. So
good.
it's
It's
really
really
good
good.
actually.
Like, so the main places, I played Glimmer of Hope in both my Marian and my George deck that I was playing through Intimate. And in Marian, I did not upgrade it, and in George, I did. Because I think the thing about George is he likes Glimmer of Hope for discard fodder sort of abstractly, but he also, sorry, he also actually likes to commit the cards that he discards because he puts them under him, and then he wants cards with the good icons to commit. So it's really nice just having some good defensive icons on a card. It makes it a lot better. One wild icon is not that much. Like, plus, the reason people don't play Glimmer of Hope without a good reason to is that committing one wild icon is not very good, and drawing three one wild icons is not worth an action. But getting you know like 3 guts is kind of good.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Um,
yeah,
yeah. Well, I feel good about this upgrade. I'll run this
yeah.
sometimes. I feel good about Glimmer of Hope having an upgrade also is like part of
Mm,
it because like it's such a card that could remain relevant through the late stages of a campaign
mm.
if it had an upgrade.
Yeah,
It like fills a niche that like no upgraded card really does.
yeah.
And so I'm glad to have an upgraded version of it. Yeah. Good weather.
I didn't play this in the end. I wanted to.
Yeah, I feel similarly. Patrice card.
It's a Patrice card. I thought it would be a George card, but I actually don't think like once you get to the point of having like an upgraded George deck, I actually feel like while he draws a lot of cards, you also really value being able to discard those cards. Like he's not like Patrice in that you just have loads of cards, like
Mm-hmm.
in that you're cycling through loads of cards that you want to find a chance to play. You already have what you're going to do with them. You're going to discard them to Gift of Nodens or Nautical Charts or Cornered. You don't necessarily want random fast events that are like low, like moderate impact but low cost that you can just play. You want things you can discard. So it's a Patrice card, but I'm excited about it in Patrice. I think it's going to be good
Patrice
in
is really
Patrice.
made out really well in this
Like,
set.
I've put this in the Patrice deck that I'm playing with you, and I will test it.
Great.
Whenever we actually play that, we
Nice.
were gonna play it tonight before we did this.
It's also this
Whenever,
is not bad in Marian.
yeah. Sure, yeah, I can see it in Marian. You have to pick Fortune, but it's kind of a reason to be in Fortune as your trait.
I mean, other than my thing that I'm doing with Keep Faith, which is the whole reason I picked Fortune.
Yeah, but you can play, I guess, Keep Faith too, but you can play Keep Faith 0 anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah. But, I mean, it being a 0-cost fast enabler is like a big draw for Keep Faith too. So.
Yeah. Improvised weapon, just this one, nothing else in the suite.
Yeah, it's so surprising this wasn't a cycle.
Yeah.
Because I thought about it, right? Because I was like, well, if they're gearing up for making, for rotation, it makes sense that, stuff like Glimmer of Hope, they want to be able to, like, reprint into current via an upgrade is a cute idea. Like, being able to make it so that Glimmer of Hope is accessible to players who are only playing with newer cards by giving it an upgrade that means it's still interesting to enfranchise players. So
Exactly.
I was like, okay,
Yeah.
it makes a lot of sense to do that for these cards. And then they only did Improvised Weapon when I think that winging it would have been the most relevant one. Like, it feels like George would really like it, and Marian would benefit more from winging it for flex purposes.
Sure.
Because she does struggle a bit with passing the winging it test as it is.
Yeah.
That said, this card's crazy. This card's like such a cool upgrade. -2 fight is so much more than -1 fight.
And cantripping is great. I love it when things upgrade to cantrip.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite upgrades for a thing to get.
The -2 is genuinely just like more than once I was it was okay, well now this is a 0. The thing about like improvised weapon is like, oh yeah, I can help you kill rats if you're like a random whatever, but like rats is only one enemy. The only like it's only rats. But like -2, there's quite a lot of 2 fight, 2 health enemies, or like 2 health enemies are often also 2 fight, I guess. And so this like really does mean you can just kind of like deal with them. Like skittering nonsense in Edge of the Earth.
Several of the deep ones in Innsmouth.
Yeah.
I love that it still doesn't have any icons.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Love that.
almost like it's such a core part of the design, right? Like you have to
Yeah.
either work to do it unfairly, or you have to play the kind of slightly bad half.
Yeah.
Just like vanilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good. Yeah.
Another really good card coming up.
Last Chance.
Last Chance.
I haven't run this yet, but I'm
so-
excited about it. What a glow up.
I have run it and it's so good. Like, it's got so many wild icons. Like, it doesn't matter if there are cards in your hand. Like, it's just it's just gonna be good, But obviously, as George, you are running low on cards in hand a lot of the time. Like, 2 or 3 maybe, and even if you have 2 cards, it's still 4 icons. And it draws you 2 cards. It's great.
It just draws, like, honestly, I would run this in some decks where I think I'm going to have a full hand. Like,
Yeah.
if you just commit this to a
Yeah.
skill test that has 0 icons, I guess it has to have 1 icon. Because it has to, has to have an icon to be committed to a thing. But, drawing 2 cards is great afterwards. This is a great card.
Yeah.
This is sometimes worth 3 XP. 3 XP feels like a really good number for this card.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, I'm going to play this. Like, I never thought about playing Last Chance 0. But I'm going to think about playing this a lot.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would describe it, yeah.
Yeah.
Gift of Nodens.
The first 5 XP Survivor card that isn't a permanent.
True.
I don't know how many people feelings about that fact, but this card is sick.
It's... Okay, so the deal is... You have to choose what... You have to figure out what the Survivor skill cards are that you're targeting with this.
Well, we
and
need
I
to
think
talk about one.
clearly it's Unrelenting and Resourceful are like your main... Oh, I guess you're right.
Yeah,
We
Last
did
Chance.
just talk about one, huh?
Yeah, so I think Last Chance is up there. I also think... I mean, I was playing Unrelenting and Resourceful as well, but I also think that the whole Dream Eater suite are really powerful cards, like Sharp Vision, Brute Force.
That's
like,
true.
Having those like on deck as options is really good. Like, a Daniela deck with this and Brute Force would be really fun. You do need to have a few options, because it does put them on the bottom of the deck. You're not going to get to it immediately again.
Mm-hmm.
You do really want to have a handful of cards you're excited to recur with this. But I think survivor skills are, by and large, pretty strong. A lot of them are XP skills. But, I think that's fine.
I think this is it's such a fun card. It's such a thinker of a card. Like the play patterns that this enables of like, okay, I'm going to discard I'm going to play an action to take my
Glimmer.
thank you, Glimmer. To take my Glimmers back from hand, and then I'm going to perform a skill test where I discard one of those to commit my Resourceful from my discard pile so that I can get this other card back from my discard pile.
Or like in George especially, where you're also thinking like, okay, I want to discard this card to trigger my ability, then I draw a card in the middle of doing all of that. And
it's such a simple combination of effects to create so complicated flow states.
No, it's amazing. I love this card. It's so much fun to play. It creates such wildly branching paths of what you can do as well.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Like every card in your hand can be so many different things. Yeah.
It's great for the skill-based survivors.
You can do all of that to get Resourceful to get at a crossroads, and that then gives you an action that you just oh my god.
Min really wants this card and she can't take it, which is awesome.
Yeah. Silas can take this. It's like weirdly less good for him. Yeah. What a card.
You can take you can use this to commit neither rain nor snow.
That's true.
In Stella.
That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good.
I've been wanting because at some point recently in the Mythosbusters Discord, Veronica was like, I hope that Stella gets some new toys this year. And I was reading a lot of this, and I was thinking, like, man, it's such a shame Stella didn't really get a lot of toys in this set. But Gift of Nodens is a Stella toy.
Yeah. And I think this card makes Survivor 0 to 5 a lot more exciting to have.
Yeah.
Because there's Chainsaw, but Chainsaw isn't exactly doing it's a really cool Survivor take on a weapon, on a big high-end weapon. But of course, Guardian and Rogue have their own high-end weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's Quick Learner and there's Deja Vu, but those are such Survivor-specific things.
Yeah.
And really, Quick Learner is a Stella-specific thing for the most part.
I like Quick Learner in general, actually.
I don't dislike it in general, but I do think it's a Stella. It
is very Stella. Yeah.
It's like when you play boxing outside of Nathaniel. It's But this card feels like it's like suddenly every investigator that has Survivor 5 access. This is a really exciting card to play. Again, Daniela comes to mind. There's
Take Heart is a fun target for this. There's so much. What a good card. What a great card. I love Gift of Nodens.
We're about 3/4 of the way through the set review, and it's not midnight yet, so I'm feeling good about that.
Okay, great. We're on track for you.
Kinda. We're gonna go past midnight, but it's fine. Actually, we'll breeze to the neutrals. The neutrals are so easy. And then there are the specialists.
Ascetic is funny. I'm literally never going to take it ever, even after I start. I don't start a new investigator halfway through a campaign. If an investigator dies halfway through a campaign, I'm playing 3-handed instead of 4-handed now.
I don't know.
It's so funny. I love that it exists. I'm never playing it.
It's fun. It's cute. No, I'm with you. I do start a new investigator party through a campaign if one of my investigators dies, but only if I'm playing other people. If I'm playing by myself, I am starting a new campaign. How bad it is. It depends. Depends when in the campaign it happens. But I would. If I'm playing with other people, obviously I would. But
Ascetic is cute. Whatever.
It's cute. What's the next card?
Short Rest. That $1 matters here.
This card is not very good. I want to like it because it's a cool effect, and I think it's awkward that it is very collection dependent. Most of the time that I'm playing Arkham Horror, with my girlfriend, she's using my cards. And, And that's in general, I lend out cards a lot to people, so I'm not going to have a situation you get to play 12 of these. But also, I don't think paying 12 resources to heal 12 horror or damage is very good. So
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
This could cost 0.
that one resource is a really fucking big deal.
It could cost 0, and it would still like it would be a worse.
It doesn't even cantrip, you know, like.
Oh, okay, cantripping might be a bit.
If it costs one.
If it costs 1, it could cantrip. Yeah. Bummer.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Confidence
is a weird card. It's a weird card because it makes you better at succeeding tests that you're like presumably better at succeeding anyway.
Can we actually? I want to talk both of these last two cards about what is happening in the Ludo narrative for either of these cards. Why in short rest is it helpful to have as many people short resting at the same time as possible? Like, what is that doing?
It's like camaraderie. It's like you're all, I know. Okay, that one works for me. Like with the art as well. It's like you're taking a break from what's happening to get coffee. And like, okay, maybe there's questions that need to be asked about like what are the circumstances of the scenario that you're in that's possible. Because most scenarios that doesn't make a lot of sense. Most scenarios, intimate flooding, we need to run away from all the deep ones. But the coffee shop's still open. Let's just see if they've got,
6 seconds.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Confidence, I'm unclear. Like, I guess the problem is that most of the time you're revealing more tokens is like a mystic thing, and confidence feels like a rogue thing. Rogues don't even reveal extra tokens that often.
Yeah.
Like survivors reveal extra tokens, but survivors are not necessarily like a confidence space. They're kind of vibe space.
Yeah.
Weird card.
Yeah, weird card.
I didn't play it because I was just like, well,
it's like maybe fine in certain olive decks, but
we're gonna succeed. Yeah, olive is kind of, I guess, the reason. Yeah.
I don't know why it's not mystic.
Yeah.
Spiritual healing.
I'm probably likewise not likely to take this card, but it's cool. It had to exist at some point. It's a cool thing to exist.
I think it's so fucking funny putting this next to In the Thick of It, which is a card that I take all the time.
Yeah.
That it heals 1 fewer trauma but costs 1 more XP, and I think I'm not gonna take it ever just because it's gonna I'm gonna be thinking about that the entire time and it's gonna feel bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny putting it next to Observed, which isn't guaranteed to heal the trauma, but it can do.
But it could do.
Well, and it's more fun.
What this is really useful for is for the running through every single campaign with a single group of investigators deck. It gives you 1 more trauma healing.
It gives you 1, and that's not nothing, Yeah. Sure.
All right, and then
we are on to specialist cards.
Specialist cards.
You want to take a moment to
talk about specialist
cards? How do you feel about specialist
I
cards?
don't like them. I'm against specialist. So I understand the concept, the like design concept behind specialist cards, which is that it gives each investigator like a further differentiated like deck building identity based on their character identity beyond what their colors say, right? And that is a cool concept. And there's the problem that I have with specialist cards is mostly a logistical one. They're so fucking fiddly in terms of deck building with them. Like checking every single one individually. What are my traits? Which cards can I take? It slows down the deck building process for me significantly, and I know that probably Arkham DB will do this for you automatically.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't
Arkham app does
tend to build with those sites. I tend to build by like pulling out the cards that I'm interested in, looking at them physically, or like in Tabletop Simulator physically.
I don't think they should design mechanics that rely on you using digital tools.
But
unless
like
unless they're gonna pay the people who make those tools, then you can talk. But like, I would hate trying to play this without using like Arkham.build or ArkhamDB, and I think, to be honest, that's gonna be how everyone does it. Like
Yeah.
I think you're either gonna do it that way or you're just gonna not gonna play them because it's too annoying.
And I also have some problems with like the ways they tend to be implemented here in general. Like that's my problem philosophically with the concept of them. But I also like so many of these cards feel like they don't need to be
Yeah,
specialist
and
cards.
you know, yeah, it's the awkward thing where it's the thing is that you know we say like, oh, it's cool that it gives them some kind of identity outside of their class, but the classes in Arkham already have a pretty strong sense of identity. Like, we're looking at Library Pass right now. Miskatonic and Scholar are both things that are heavily associated with Seeker anyway. Like, Scholars as a type of character are typically Seekers,
Like
right?
what is Rita getting out of this card?
Right. And, you know, I accept there are some mistakes, but like, the characters that are Scholars but not Seekers tend to have some connection to being a Seeker. You know, I mean, Kohaku doesn't, and that's interesting, I guess. But like, Agatha obviously has Seeker access. Like, I thought about this as like Hunters as well. Like that comes up later as a trait, as a cards reference. And like, while yes, it's interesting to see how Guardians and Rogues approach that differently. A lot of the time, those are characters that are are crossing over to some extent. You know, and I also just I don't know. I do think a lot of the cards are a little undertuned. That's a different
Very much
issue. But
so. Yes.
I also, they are not treated as the extremely narrow cards that they are. Some of these cards are accessible to like literally 5 investigators, and then they're also bad, which is like, that's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think it's awkward. I just also just don't think like there are a couple of cards. There are a couple of specialist cards where I think no, this really nails something. I think Nose to the Grindstone is an example where it's like it actually does find an interesting cross section of investigators across classes that do seem to have something in common. That's within, that there's a few survivors and guardians and rogues that all have access to it, and they all feel like they have this kind of shared interest in tools in different ways that are expressed differently in their own classes, but are kind of like united in this card. That's cool. There's not many of those. Most of them could have been neutral or could have been a class card. Like, yeah, yeah. I
It's
don't know.
yeah. I there are moments in this system that are cool, right? Kohaku having access to this library pass is kind of
Yeah,
cool. Um, like Kohaku
yeah.
really values his hand slots, and
A tome
he
signature.
has a tome
Yeah,
signature, and he works for the Miskatonic University, and so it makes sense that he would have this. All of that comes together. That's a cool little moment. I don't know
yeah,
that I feel that this mechanic is sufficiently populated with those cool moments to make up for the amount of awkwardness that it contains.
yeah. I also want to add, just for the sake of the stream, when I was populating these little lists, who can take them, neither of us play parallel investigators. I have not
True.
included parallels who can take them. So there's a couple of these that are missing, but I just don't have anything to say about that. I'm not,
Yeah.
I don't and won't play parallel investigators, so
Yeah.
it's not something that's part of my understanding of the.
They're not real. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm a hater. Um,
I'm not even a hater. I just don't feel drawn to play them. I don't. Yeah,
sure.
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of a hater. They don't feel like real investigators.
They don't feel like real investigators
Yeah.
emotionally. That
Um.
said, we just had a bunch of really
Library,
mean things about these. Um,
Library Pass is a cool card.
I've played the level 5 version. I have not played the level 1 version. Um,
Likewise, actually. But
it
yeah,
seems.
I, I I think I would typically like want to go straight to the level 5 one, but I could see
Yeah.
taking the level 1 occasionally because an interim.
Yeah, I think I
It's
agree.
awkward to have to find it, I think, is the thing.
Yeah. Precious little to say about Library Pass, to be
Yeah,
honest.
what's the next
We've just
one?
talked a bunch. Let's talk about Dreams
Trick.
of the Clay.
I didn't play this. I should have played this in Safina. This is one where I don't really know what it means to have access to this card, like thematic.
It's
Um,
This is clearly a Mystic card, but also Lucius gets it.
yeah.
is
For
how I
some reason, he
feel.
does he want it? Would you play this in Lucius? Like, particularly? Fine. It's like, kind of
Fine.
decent in anyone, I
Sure,
guess.
yeah.
Like, it's, you know, weird cancel.
There's no one it's bad in. Weird cancel.
Yeah.
It's like I'll play it sometimes. You know,
It's innate, which
it's
is
a
means that no one can really true survivor it because Patrice can't really sustain that kind of gameplay. Probably fine in Patrice though.
it's a ward that doesn't cost anything and doesn't deal you a horror, but does cost an XP, and you have to pass a skill test on a treachery first.
Yeah. So like weird. I think I could
It's
play
fine.
some Patrice. I could play
I
some
think,
Patrice for sure.
yeah, it's like, cancels are good. We're gonna talk about a cancel later that's bad, and this looks much better than that one. So
Wait, okay, well hang on. I'm like probably warmer on that card than you are, but we'll get there.
we're gonna talk
We'll get there.
later about that. Yeah, I mean, I'll play this sometimes, I
I mean,
guess.
here's the thing, this is actually a card that I'm looking at it now and I cannot give you a good reason why I wouldn't play this. I just haven't had a chance to try it, but I will play this and I may find out that I really like it, you know. I think Patrice is a good home for it because it's a cancel that can like stay in play. Like you throw it on any test. Yeah. I guess you have to get the. Does it have to be your treachery?
Yes.
No, you can commit someone else's. No, the
When
cancel
you
has to be
draw
your
it on
treachery.
Peril treachery.
Yeah, but you can commit it to anyone's treachery.
Yes, you can commit it to anyone's treachery.
So I was thinking that Patrice would struggle because she'd have to draw a treachery like that turn. But if you can commit to someone else's, maybe it's fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's kind of cute in Patrice.
Yeah.
Patrice stays winning this expansion, really.
Yeah.
A lot of good Patrice stuff. Inquisitive.
Inquisitive, I did try.
There's no reason for this not to be a Seeker card, but okay, go ahead. What did you think?
No, I mean thematically it's a Seeker card, and also the cards it interacts positively with are basically cards. And the rogues that would want it have Seeker access, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So it's fine. It's like it basically just guarantees that you get your precision trigger on that test.
Yeah.
Like whatever you want, you get it.
Yeah.
The range of 2 up and 2 down is gonna be pretty much every meaningful result you can hope for.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You don't like super need it, to be honest. Like, I mean, again, my experience with playing this in Agatha, you know, I was maybe overloaded on ways to control my result. So maybe if you were playing it in someone who wasn't looking to do the token manipulation stuff, and you were like trying to just go with like the steady-handed artistic inspiration kind of build, this might be more relevant there. It's awkward though because like. I mean, this is kind of true of artistic inspiration too, but it's difficult to feel like you're getting enough value out of the precision results to be worth spending a whole card to get it. You really have to be stacking multiple things. So maybe you're stacking the photographer guy at 3 and the necklace at 3, and then you can also, I guess, do correlate all its contents is also at 3. And then all that together, if you're like guaranteeing, but then correlate all its contents helps you hit that anyway. I don't know.
I think it's an important card to exist. You know,
Yeah.
the skill card they had to print this.
Yeah.
They just should have printed it in Seeker.
It is like as strong I think as this card could be as well. Like if you wanted a skill card that like, I mean this analysis is kind of also the Seeker card that lets you hit whatever number you want, but at a bit more of a cost, I guess. But yeah, if you were printing a card that was like, you know, guarantee whatever result you want out of this is the best that card could realistically, you know, to be any better would be completely ridiculous.
Cool bugs in the art.
Yeah, and it's innate, so Hank can get it back with True Survivor. Why did Hank... Like,
So much Hank synergy for Inquisitive.
Okay, like here's the thing. This is why does Assistant give you access to this? Is it just so Min can have it? Because Carson doesn't want this. Hank does not want this. It's just Min, right?
I'm thinking through the Seekers who don't get access to this and thinking, do any of them want it? And the answer is like no. Like Joe doesn't want this.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Anyway.
Very strange. Very strange.
I mean, I guess you can play it in Carson with Katana.
Carson Katana Inquisitive deck.
Yeah. The problem is you do have to succeed the test, is the problem with Carson Katana. Is you have to like, you only get Inquisitive if it's successful. Anyway.
About Horizon.
Let's go.
I played this one, and I love this one.
This card is so. I mean, I played this in George, so I played it in like the environment where it feels like so strong. But I think it's gonna be
Same.
strong everywhere. Like, I bet this is good in like almost anyone really. Like, we're at a point now with the kind of discard sort of synergies. There's enough discard fodder that I think any survivor now can play this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm less convinced that I'd play it in like Luke specifically.
Right.
Because you can play shortcut really effectively, but like
Luke can actually take Pathfinder.
Yeah, like most of the investigators that can take this. I mean, Ursula, I think I would take this like in addition to Pathfinder potentially, just because it's like
I can see that.
No, she loves moving around. She loves running, and then Monterey Jack like definitely. I think
Obviously,
Pathfinder.
Obviously, yeah.
Less sure I'd take this in like some of the other rogues, like Alessandra. I feel like has a like. I mean, I don't know. The thing is that moving's just good. Like getting extra movement's good.
I might take in like the rogue. Like Alessandra just has so much card draw.
I'm at the point. Yeah, I'm at the point with the decks that I build now, where like almost no matter who I'm playing, I'm sitting on a full hand of cards like half the time.
Yeah.
There's so much card draw in the game.
Yeah.
You can just play this.
Yeah, this is a really good card. And I think it's more or less a winner in terms of specialists and
I agree. Like there's a couple of weird ones. Like Wilson's a bit of a weird investigator to have this on a thematic level, but most of the time, it is characters like Alessandra, Ursula, Monterey Jack, like all of the survivors that have it are like people who. Mm-hmm. In their thematics, in like them or in the mechanics, like are people who are they're drifters, I guess, like literally, and on in that terms of their trait, but also like they're people who travel around, they're people who are like on the move a lot conceptually, and then also Wilson is here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Zoe to an extent. So Zoe's also a little bit of a weird one.
Zoe's a sort of an odd duck on this list.
Yeah.
But like cool card. I love the icons. Yeah. I like this card. Yeah. I like this card.
I think it's a really good card.
Really good card. This one, on the other hand, I'm not as sure about.
I really want to try it. I really want to try this specifically. My favorite Arkham Horror ship of Carolyn and Agnes. I think I want to do that deck again. I want to play this in like an event-oriented Agnes, where you take the horror to like ding enemies, and then you heal the horror, you get the horror heal like Carolyn, you fish for things to get back your spectral razor and your reader signs or whatever. You take a lot of horror.
It's funny. Lot of horror. It's a lot of horror, and it's like it's sort of a card that's doing so many different things at once. Mm. Like it's doing spell events. It's doing taking horror, and it's doing choosing between multiple tokens. Yeah. And some of those things kind of synergize sometimes.
Yeah, like the fact that the Hemlock Veil spell events care about token reveals is relevant. They don't care about horror. Right. Agnes, like, so obviously parallel Agnes leans into spell events specifically, but I'm not going to play her. But Agnes just basically, her special does kind of reward you for playing spells repeatedly. Ellie with Gloria wants you to be playing lots of spells, and that makes more inherent sense in a spell event's context. So I think that, Agnes is the place I want to play this.
It really, it feels like it's just an Agnes card, basically.
Yeah. And if I'm taking 3 horror every turn, I want Karen on backup. Right. Yeah, it's a little hard to imagine Rex taking this.
What a weird one. It's just an Agnes card, right? Like more so even than more so than Boxing Gloves is just Nathaniel. Like truly, like who doesn't die to taking this card other than Agnes?
Right. Like who benefits from this other than Agnes, really?
Right.
Like, because it is good token thing. Like it doesn't even exhaust. Like
it's weird that Jackie doesn't get this.
It is weird that Jackie doesn't get this. like Kohaku, I could see, like, you care about fishing for tokens sometimes.
It clearly sort of wants to be a blur's token thing.
It's hysterical that Calvin can take this. You can.
That's really funny.
No. Here's the thing about Tim Calvin. No one will ever let you play this, but it's good. Probably if you squint, you can play this and Blood, right? The problem with Blood Rate in Calvin is that it keys off willpower, but you take damage. So you're boosting your physical stats, but your mental one. What if you were to reveal 4 tokens and take 3 harm? And now your willpower is high, and you're looking at those tokens, and you do that one time, otherwise you die.
What a strange card. What a strange card.
Yeah. What a strange card.
Walter Fitzpatrick. Yeah, 6 people can take this card.
Yep. And like one of them, even or 2 of them, probably want to. Maybe I think Charlie could take this. Maybe it's gonna have got bad icons for Charlie to take, but Alessandra is good in Alessandra.
It's okay in Alessandra.
It's like
it's good in Alessandra.
It's fine, Christopher.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Alessandra doesn't really need the money.
Yeah, she doesn't really need the money, and she doesn't honestly really even need the skill while parlaying because she has fine clothes. But
it's weird to get +1 while parlaying, right? Because most of the time when you're doing parlay stuff, like you want to be wearing, using fine clothes, and then you're going to be testing at 0 anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like I think he's good though. Like good soak.
Sure. Good soak.
2 soak for 3. Gives you money. I don't think.
It's not bad.
I kind of do just wish he was neutral. Like, it sucks that this card is only available to Styx Investigators, because one of the things that I liked about the Parlay Suite and Hemlock Vale was working out which other investigators you could do it with. And now it does feel like it's like, well, it's Alessandra. Like, it was already the case that Alessandra, because of her, ice cream for dinner kind of deck building, is that you already is just automatically the home for every parlay, because she can play every parlay card, even Grizzled, for some reason. So that was kind of annoying, but it was at least possible to think about like a parlay Sephina deck where you're kind of getting to place Painted Wall to repeatedly play like Snip. Right. That's really strong. But now it does just kind of feel like it's like, well, this, they printed another parlay support card, but it's only accessible to Alessandra, Preston, who doesn't want it, Diana, what's going on with that, George, I don't know, Stella, what? Like, who are any of these? Like, why do any of these characters want this? Like, Charlie, maybe. Maybe
he's a promise card for next cycle. That's what I say anytime I'm confused about anything. Maybe it's a promise card for next cycle.
Going back to parlay.
Yeah. Just kind of an undertuned guy, and
it's such a bummer. Okay, this is such a bummer though, right? Because we spent the entire class card section of this review being really hype about all these cards.
Yeah.
And all of them, and then we hit the specialist section, and I don't know, so many of them are super weird, or like misses, or like really undertuned in awkward ways, or like, yeah. But there are some good ones. We're gonna get to some good ones.
We like Bound for the Horizon.
We like Bound for the Horizon.
Yeah. No, I think we are ending on a lower section than we're starting on, but we're ending on a high one.
Ending on a high, but Name Your Price is another mess, unfortunately.
Name Your Price. I think this is such a funny card.
It would be funnier if it was 10 resources, though. Like, it would be, or if it was 20 damage. Like, it would be funnier if it was stupider. Like, the problem is that it's not even like a good, like, it's a parlay card, I guess. You can, but no, it's
It honestly should be 20 damage because it's never gonna matter that that's never gonna make a difference. It's just gonna be funnier.
Yeah. Or 5 damage to an elite is particularly cheap as well. Like,
yeah.
Like if someone's actually playing this card, like someone's spending 2 XP on this card, gaining 20 resources, and then being like, "No, I'm not gonna win the game. I'm gonna play Name Your Price."
Right.
Like. Because this is the thing, is that, I mean, this is basically a rogue card. Hey, Nathaniel can do 12 to 11 damage with it. But, like, this is basically a rogue card. And rogues can... Like, rogues who are sitting on 20 resources should just win the game. Play, like, well-connected, or play...
They're using those 20 resources. Even if they're not spending those 20 resources, they're using those 20 resources.
Yeah, so it is a bit of a... this should do something stupider. Like, I don't think it should. I don't even think this card should be good. Like, I think it's funny that this card is bad. It just needs to be bad in a way that's at least exciting. You know?
Who are the rogues that don't get this, who they're trying to take it away from by not just being a rogue card?
It
Like
would be
Monterey...
way too good. It would be way too good if non-parallel Jenny could take this card. Come on.
Jenny should be able to take this card! Why can't Jenny
Right,
take this
well-
card? It's weird
well,
that she
this is a-
can't!
Yeah, I mean, parallel Jenny got the socialite trait, right? And people are like wondering if that will be back propagated. I don't know. Safina Obi. Imagine if Safina could play this multiple times in a scenario, though. Like, you know, if you could paint it in world this, it would be a bit cracked, right?
You could double and spend 20 resources twice.
And it's wait, no, they're crazy though, because I think 40 resources for 20 damage is a more appealing concept, even though it's drastically worse and like not playable.
But it's funnier.
It's so much funnier, and they won't let us do it. The woke mob will not let Safina play Lady of Rain. Which I guess it's fair because she's an artist, and it doesn't really fit. Like this kind of image is not really very fitting. Yeah.
I do love to see Naomi O'Banion showing up in the art.
Yeah.
I love when Naomi shows up in things.
Yeah.
It's a funny card. It's not a good card, but I love it. I love that we now have a card in the game that costs $20.
It's a good gag. Like I like it. You know, in that sense.
True Awakening. I played this.
This meeting could have been a neutral card.
This meeting could have been a neutral. Yeah. You mean for True Awakening?
Yeah.
It's weird that it's not a neutral card, right?
It bums me out that it's not, because this is a whole sort of genre of card in Netrunner called like clearances, right? And they're all this kind of effect of like, you know, some kind of compression of a few different actions into one. And I really like those cards. One of them is called Violet Level Clearance. Another one called Ultraviolet Clearance, and those two cards between them are my combined most played cards in all of Netrunner. Because of the mechanics of them, but also because
they're your name.
But also because of the mechanics of them, they're really fun. But this card is one, undertuned, like it's not very exciting to actually play. But two, like why isn't it just neutral? Like, you know?
I think I'm maybe higher on this card than you are. I think that it's like 2 XP for a 0 cost action, which both picks up a clue and draws 2 cards. Like it's not exciting, but I think it's like fair.
I played it in both Marian and George, and I don't know. Every time I drew it, I was just like not particularly happy to have drawn it. It never felt like. And part of the problem with this was obviously that I had George just clearing every location in one action every turn, so there was never like one clue sitting up. And my sort of complaint about this card before playing it was that the heal 1 damage and heal 1 horror options are really inconsequential. And I think it should be one option that says heal 1 damage and 1 horror. And I still feel that. I did once like have to use the heal a horror option, and it didn't make a difference. So I was like, well, I'm still in trouble. I just have 1 more horror, I guess.
Right.
Like, it just isn't. It doesn't feel like a real choice. Like people are like, oh, the baseline mode is draw a few cards and get a clue, and it's like, no, that's the only mode. Like, and that's not an exciting to XP spend, and it doesn't like make sense to me for it to be a specialist card, especially when it being a specialist card takes it away from Carolyn or Vincent or like Nathaniel or any of the investigators where this would be more exciting than just its printed effect.
Yeah. Yeah. I
This is the meanest specialist card to me. No, there's one more, but like this is the card that I'm just like, by taking this away from the investigators you've taken it away from, you've simply made it like inert. Like Marian is the only character on this list that I'm like, oh, this is a card that's like specifically exciting to play here. Every other character, it's like, this is just a random value card you can play here and not elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't know what the synergy is in any of these flavor-wise or mechanically. I totally agree that this is a neutral card. This is a neutral card, and I don't understand why it's not a neutral card. I think the effect itself, I'm higher on than you. I won't often play it, but I think it's like fine. I think it's a perfectly cromulent 2 XP spend For
It's like
given
weird
the
that
fact that it costs nothing, the fact that it's
I'm
a
really
zero
more
cost event.
excited about it as a neutral card. Like, it feels like it's the power level of a neutral. It's the other thing.
Yeah, it does.
Like, in that it's a good generic flexible effect that isn't like brokenly good at any of the things it does, but like it's just fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's, you know, it's as good as emergency cash too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's as good as emergency cash too.
Yeah.
Except that you can't put it on stick to the plan.
Yeah, but you can pick up with boxing gloves, except, you know, none of the investigators
Except
that
none of those
could take
investigators
it
want.
would
But if
want
it was
to do that.
neutral.
If it was neutral.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we've litigated that. Double Down, which is
Oh, this card is really good. I was so impressed with this card.
not rogue for some reason.
Not rogue for some reason, but yeah, you know, like
Maybe Daniela wants it for some reason. I guess Bob. Like you get it in Bob, I guess.
well, Bob would get it as a rogue card anyway.
That's true. Bob would get it as a rogue card anyway.
And like Charlie could have it as a rogue card if he wanted to do rogue.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make that much sense. It's also funny that Daniela's only trait is entrepreneur. That's so funny to me. Like something about that really cracks me up. Like it's a bit funny for her to be an entrepreneur in the first place because she's like ludonarratively, she's a really bad mechanic. Like
Yeah.
she's really bad at her job. So
Yeah.
for her to only be an entrepreneur, like I don't know, it casts it
She
in like a really
stays
fun
in
light to me.
business because all of the lesbians go to her to repair the car because they want to see her working underneath the car that she works on.
Yeah.
And that's how she stays in business. And then she doesn't fix the car, but that's not important because they want an excuse to come back and see her again anyway. That's the way that Daniela stays in business. I wonder if it's Jenny, because Jenny's the one that can afford it. Like, is she entirely bankrolled by Jenny? Sorry, go on.
No, I respect that hustle on this. But no, let's talk about the mechanics of this card. This card is like a lot of wild icons. You got like a lot of wild icons for this. Mm-hmm. I played it in Michael, and it's cool to be able to add 7 icons to any test. It's nice that if you think you might fail a willpower test, that's not true anymore.
This is a really great card for the archetype that it's in, and I think the archetype that it's in sort of wants a few more event and skill type one-off, like payoffs.
Yeah, I know. I'm a really big fan of this card. I think it's. I mean, Winnie can play it, and that's cool.
Fucking crushes in Preston.
Oh, yeah, of course. But I think Michael and Tony are both rogues that run pretty rich as well.
Mm-hmm. Alessandro runs pretty rich.
Bob, of course, runs rich. Yeah. These are all cool cards. Nathaniel would not play this card really ever.
Should have been rogue.
Captivating performance.
Yeah, I can take this one a little bit more than you because I think that I am more in this card's target audience, right? This is so this is a worse version of haste, but I run haste all the time.
Haste. Yeah.
Yeah, inverse haste, but it's sort of doing a
it is worse. Like
it is worse in like several metrics. It's worse because it's harder to proc. It's worse because it's harder to proc, not just in terms of like
you also have to have a 4th action to take with it. Like my skeptic's perspective on this is like, damn, how often am I taking 4 distinct actions in a turn?
And it's an additional XP over that, and it's more restricted on who can take it. It does have the advantage that it doesn't take up a slot where haste takes up a slot, but it's pretty rough. That said,
Extra can take both, which isn't, that's fine.
Not very good. They're not good together. He should just take haste instead.
My understanding is that on both cases, they're like permissive interpretations of different or same.
Yes.
So if you take an activate fight, an activate investigate, and an activate move, haste would trigger off taking multiple activate actions.
Correct.
And captivating performance would trigger off taking a fight, an investigate, and a move.
Correct.
So you can engineer a situation where you would be able to trigger captivating performance and haste at the same time, which I don't think should be true. I think that's kind of like a bit of it, but it has to be true for either, like for both cards to be good.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's just wonky rules ways.
I am going to end up playing this occasionally just because I think the extra actions are that good. But I'm wrong to be doing that because it's not a very good card.
Yeah, I think it like haste. I am willing to accept that I'm just underrating and that I should play it more. This I'm less convinced. This seems like it asks a lot of who.
I understand the like narrative reason why this is not just a mystic card, because you want Patrice to be able to take it because she is a performer.
Why isn't it like a 2 XP Mystic card though?
Why isn't it a 2 XP mystic card then?
Yeah, like Lucius doesn't need it, does he? He has haste.
Lucius has haste.
And he's like, I mean, he's a dreamer, I guess. He's kind of like, it's weird that it would make more sense to me for him to have access to this via being a performer than a dreamer. Like, he's a poet. He could give a captivating performance. He could do that. That makes sense as a poet. It doesn't really make sense as a dreamer because I don't know what that means.
And I don't know that I buy that, like, you know, oh, you want to do it with dreamer, performer, sorcerer in order to keep out people who like shouldn't get access to a mystic 0/2, because like why does it make more sense for Agnes to have this card than it makes sense for any other mystic to have it? Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
No, the sorcerer line on there is the weird one, right?
It's the weird. Yeah, that is definitely the weird one on there.
They couldn't just do performer because that's too narrow. But like, why does Akachi get this? Why does Agnes get this? Why does I mean, Dexter
makes sense to me.
Interesting because he's a sorcerer and not a performer, when he should be a performer.
He should be a performer.
He's what, sorcerer veteran?
So that's probably why sorcerer is in there. Is the
because Dexter needs this card because it makes so much sense for a magician to have it.
Yeah.
It's just a bummer. Like, well, this is one of the other ones of specialists I didn't really touch on, but the fact that like they clearly haven't been thinking about traits in that way when assigning them to investigators in the past.
Yeah.
Which means that they really have to contort themselves with these to make them work.
Yeah.
Why isn't Amina Civic? Why isn't Yorick Civic? Who's he grave digging for? Is he a freelance?
He's a corpo.
Anyway.
I have apprehensions about captivating performance. I basically like some things about it, but I know that that's wrong. Is what I'm saying about it.
I like the art on this. I've talked about this before, but I like the fact that performance is on an acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
Because people don't tend to associate like the blues and jazz age with guitar, but obviously blues. Prior to sort of big band blues and big band jazz, like blues really did originate with solo guitar performance. I think they should print an electric guitar into Arkham Horror. And hear me out. It's technically anachronistic, but not any more so than the chainsaw. Like, electric guitars existed in the 20s to the extent that chainsaws existed, which is to say the modern, coiled pickups were not invented till the 30s, the early 30s, like 32 or 33. But attempts at electrifying guitars did happen in the 20s, and so it would be plausible for there to be an electric guitar in Arkham Horror.
And, like, honestly, chainsaw is already anachronistic. Chainsaws don't show up until, like, the 30s, maybe-ish.
Right, and in the same way, like, there were sort of attempts at working towards a chainsaw. People were trying to invent that in the 20s.
Right.
They didn't succeed, right? And so I think it's fine.
I think you convinced me. We should put an electric guitar in Arkham Horror the card game.
Yeah. Anyway, what's the next card? Oh yeah.
Howl of Sekhmet.
This card's really weird. I think this card's really like a strong effect. It's just like it's one of those cards that I think is just so scenario dependent. Like there'll be scenarios where this is completely crazy. Not coming to mind immediately. The Asylum in Carcosa is probably pretty good for, right? Like scenarios that require you to backtrack, where you're liable to get super clogged up with enemies, or the in too deep in Innsmouth, right? Scenarios where enemies build up a lot and you don't necessarily want to take the time to deal with them. You want to be able to get past them.
Yeah.
I don't view this as a card that is like necessarily specifically good in any particular investigator, and also so few investigators can take it. Like, why is a card that is this niche in its effect only acceptable to like 7 people?
It's like weird because to me, this like the mechanical space that this is playing in, the like class identity that this feels like it belongs in, is in the intersection of Seeker and Rogue. So
Yeah.
what's happening with this list of investigators? Like this would be great in this would be great in Trish, right? Like
yeah, great in Trish. Yeah. This feels like it's a scenario reward card. That's like what it feels like. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like
Zoe
that's kind of
doesn't.
right.
Zoe doesn't want to not engage people.
Want to just fight the enemy.
They want to fight the enemies.
And like
I guess it's fine in Mateo, Diana, Amina.
It's like fine in Amina. I don't.
Stella isn't especially excited about this.
No, Wait, why can Stella even take them? Is she chosen?
She's chosen.
I guess she's chosen Civic, right?
She's chosen.
Okay. It's so funny because chosen in the context of like Lily is that she's like the subject of this like great mystic destiny. And chosen in the sense of Stella is that she's like haunted as fuck.
Right, because traits were not actually as developed before this, in like as a consistent way. Weird card.
It's a cool card.
Is it good?
Like, I think again it's neat, but I think there are scenarios this like really does kind of like. I'm gonna take this card at some point in my life. Like the problem is that you have to be playing one of like 5 guys, and you have to be playing the scenarios that it's good on. But I will take this at some point in my life, and I'll be really excited about it. You know, I think like the effect on this is really powerful. Like getting to just be like, it's not only that you like ignore attacks in them, but the enemies just don't engage you at all. Like you get to really kind of ignore a lot of potentially very threatening enemies or situations with this. Yeah.
Doesn't work on elite enemies, but you know.
That would be a bit much, right?
Yeah. Dakota!
This card's great. I love this card. This card, I think, is sort of a win for Specialist. Actually.
I think I agree.
I think it's cool that some investigators can take this. I think that the Guardians and the Rogues that can take this get to feel meaningfully different than the ones that can't.
Mm-hmm.
And also Luke and Ursula can take it.
Yeah. I found that it's really useful that her exhaust ability doesn't need to trigger a creature or monster. It's great to have some a little bit of pathfinding towards enemies. You know, it's pathfinding if you want to get into a fight. I have found that the creature or monster effect, like obviously they're very common enemy types, and so the combat mattered often, not always. And because I would use her to walk into a location with an enemy and then kill that enemy, the willpower boost would matter rarely.
You're not. I mean, it broadly matters if the person before you draws a creature or a monster, and then you draw a willpower treachery.
Right. And like it maybe matters if you're Luke. Because she's kind of cute, Luke.
Yeah. What I realized playing this is that a lot of creature enemies are also aloof. And that makes them more powerful. Like whippoorwills are creatures, the penguins are creatures. There's a lot of aloof creatures. And that's convenient. You know, she's good against aloof enemies.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's very good. I think she's a very strong card.
She's really good, I like to go to a lot.
Again, and I like that. Yeah, I like that not every Guardian gets her. Like that Mark doesn't have access to her, but Roland and Zoe do. I think she's just a real win for specialist cards.
Yeah, agreed.
She could have like a little bit more stuff. I wouldn't hate if I'd have like +1 sanity soak.
Yeah.
If I were like pushing this card a little bit more, but you know.
Yeah.
I did feel like 2/2 was like a little bit low for a 4+3 XP asset when I was playing it in Michael.
Sure.
But not drastically low.
Yeah.
Not like, you know.
I played her in Roland and I felt great about it,
Yeah.
Notes to the Grindstone, which fucking everyone can take, by the way.
Okay, it's because Drifter is basically just a coda for Survivor, and Criminal is for Rogue. So this is just a card that Rogues and Survivors can take, and also some Guardians and Luke. Like Drifter is like so many Survivors. Almost every Rogue is a Criminal. Like I don't even know why Jenny is a Criminal. Like what did she do?
So I think that you're going to be sort of high on this card, and I'm going to be sort of low on this card. So how do we want to? Where do we want to start on that?
I'm not like that high on it. I think it's like design-wise, it's cool. Like I think it's a cool card from a specialist design perspective. In that, like I feel like it's cool that like Wilson and Bob and Kamani can take this card. I do kind of wish they found a way to make it more restrictive because it is sort of the case that literally everyone can take it. It may as well be neutral to some extent. But I think this card's like solid. It is too much XP. Like 3 XP is a lot for this effect. I think it's mostly good in Wilson. I don't think it's not bad in Kamani.
It seems to me that clearly the use case for this card is Chainsaw, right?
It's good with Chainsaw, yeah.
It's good with Chainsaw because you can try to fail a test. It's like a way of reloading it.
I guess I also think that Wilson in general is quite hungry for skill value. Like I think Wilson, in my experience, struggles to like. Wilson seems to want to be a flex because of just his what has been his card pool. He's really only been a cleaver in the past. This, he really struggles to hit high combat values. I think this card means that he, getting +2 is pretty relevant for him.
Yeah, So I played this in Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know, maybe it's the fault of I added this relatively late in the campaign. But my experience was that when I was Wilson, by the time I had this out, I would have my signature weakness in play and I would just be leaving it there because I'm testing at ridiculously high values anyway. Because like you use your
with like fingerprint kit and stuff.
It's like you use fingerprint kit and then you're starting at a 0. You get +1 for using a tool. You get +2 from the fingerprint kit. You get another like +2 flat boosts from your intellect boosting allies because you have Alice out there, and then you get to exhaust your cleaning kit that you're spending your supply off of in order to get +2 again. Like. And
that's like a lot of that's like a lot of XP cards that you.
Yeah, no, it's true. That's what I'm saying.
You could have spent XP on Nose to the Gunnington instead, right? Like
So I don't know.
Yeah. I think this card like fills a similar niche to cleaning.
I think it's doing a thing that Wilson already has access to. I guess is what I would say.
Yeah, although I don't know. I think that. I would probably rather spend 3 XP on this than Cleaning Kit 3.
Sure.
I think like Wilson does struggle a bit with card draw because a lot of Guardian card draw keys off killing enemies, and he struggles with that. And I think having the ability to replenish resources on your assets is kind of a way of extending them that means you don't have to draw cards so much. Particularly if it's, old keyring or chainsaw that you can kind of actually like restore the charges on. I don't know. I don't think this card's crazy. I think this card I think Daniela might play this card actually. She ends up playing like a lot of tools. You can use this with, Crowbar, and then you can gain resources with that. I don't know.
It's a shame that Stella can't take it. It really is.
Why? Oh, what? Because you already want to be failing the test, right? Yeah.
Because you already want to be failing the test.
Yeah. It's fine. I think it is one of the many slightly undertuned specialist cards. So at least this one, a lot of people can take it, so you at least feel there's some justification for that. I don't know if I'd play it in Tony though. It doesn't sound very good.
Yeah. Alright, sound support.
This card bums me out. This is the only so both Vincent one, I love that my favorite ship is getting canon art. That's great.
Yeah.
Love that. Huge for me. I do hate that Vincent and Carolyn are both mono trait investigators. They are only medics. This is the only card that medics get access to, and it sucks for both of them. It's specifically terrible for both of them. So they just don't get specialist cards, basically. That's fine.
Is it specifically terrible for both of them?
Yeah, because they don't trigger their abilities off this, so you just actively don't want people to be soaking. You don't want people to be soaking their damage and horror on this card because then you can't heal that damage and horror.
Yeah.
I don't think this card's bad though. I think this card, in Carson and eventually Hank, it's very, very good.
I
The
played this
problem
in
with
Carson.
with Carson, obviously you could play Garish instead. Is the question.
I just did
Why not?
both, and then that was
Yeah,
overkill.
yeah,
And I felt like that was too much soak when I played both this and Jirish and Carson.
yeah. I think that Hank is where I really see this as like, because Hank wants to play Jessica Hyde and Pete Sylvester, and that's 2 ally slots and a charisma. Instead of buying charisma, you just buy sound support, and then you can take a different ally. I don't know what ally you take instead. You could take Granny Orn maybe, or something. I haven't played Hank. I don't really get Hank.
If it's up to me, this card either costs 1 fewer XP or has 1 more soak on each category.
Yeah.
Because it is a shame that you can only put one at a time on it without killing
being
it.
one less than Garish makes it like really hard to justify the soak that this has. Like, Garish does so much more than this for 1 more XP.
It's just a little undertuned. It's got good icons.
It's got okay
It's fine.
icon.
I like,
Yeah,
it's a little undertuned, but like it's fine. It does its job, It does it's.
yeah,
I like Peter Sylvester, so therefore I should like this.
sure. I mean, yeah,
It doesn't give the flat stat boosts, but
being slotless is big, and I think this is a card that is a fine. It's a good thing to have in the card pool. I I'm like, I also think it's one where it doesn't like it doesn't have a clear home in a specific class. I mean, it would be a Guardian card,
yeah,
but it would be weird as just a Guardian card to me. And it obviously can't be neutral. I think it's like way too good to be neutral. But I
sure,
also
yeah,
think Mark shouldn't have access to this.
right,
Like,
yeah,
yeah, I think this is a card where Specialist is used well from a mechanical perspective, if not from a flavor perspective.
that makes sense to me.
It's a bummer that Carolyn and Vincent get nothing, but
Yeah.
whatever. They normally get everything, so it's fine.
Yeah, Vincent's like way too powerful. Trench
I don't-
armor.
I don't think Vincent or Carolyn are like broken, but they have the largest card pool of any investigation. Yeah, this card's really weird. Why? Like, what's up with only 6 people having this? It's like,
Only
is it
6
decent?
people. Like, my experience with this, in, because I played this I played this twice. I played this in both Roland and Leo, just to
I
try and
played this
figure
in
it out.
Leo. I played it in Leo and then never drew it, unfortunately.
My experience overwhelmingly was that this has an Armor of Ardennes problem. Why do you, as a Guardian, need a bulletproof vest?
Well, surely this is a Trish card, right?
Yeah,
Or a Dexter card. Like, Dexter, like, I mean, it's weird, right? Because Dexter is the investigator in the game who least needs to cancel attacks opportunity. But, he does like having health soak, I guess. It's better health soak he could play.
it does seem like surely it's a Trish card.
Yeah.
Um,
You play a lot more Trish than me. Is this a good Trish card? Would you play in Trish?
yeah, the health soak does sort of matter on her because it does
People like
Her-
obfuscating.
with
Yeah.
yeah. No, I mean it's like it's funny that of all the investigators who want the trench armor, it's Trish.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's weird like that. Sometimes you upgrade Dragon Pull and you say Dexter is the most important person to have this, and it's weird that Dexter's the most important person to have that. Trish takes this. Trish takes this. Trish likes this.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
I will try this next time I play Trish. Sure.
I usually play trench coat in Trish, the one that gives you +1 agility on evasion. And like, would I spend a 3 XP in order to lose the agility but gain +1 soak, canceling the first attack of op, and it's 1 cheaper? Late in the campaign, yeah, I probably would.
Okay. That's like this does make it like definitely the most niche specialist card, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, I guess we had the one that's like just for Agnes before, but we are hitting the point where it's late enough that I'm going to be less
Let's go.
coherent and
Let's go.
useful.
Let's go. Blood of Kinyan.
Okay, I did not play this. I don't suspect that I will play it. It's super weird, right? Because it's just a mystic card. Because if you are not,
Yeah.
all the non-mystics that have access to this are obviously going to have their hand slots full.
Yeah.
It's funny that you can scale this infinitely. If you can find ways to get more hand slots, you can just keep going.
Yeah.
It's awkward that like it's weird because how many enemies are like so problematic that you need to use this on them to like it scales the player count because you know you need to care that enemy would come back. You can get rid of a deep one bull or something. I don't know. Like 3 XP, it's not like terrible. I'd play it in if I play that spells deck in this deck, I'll play it in that. You know.
Yeah. I'm never gonna play this card in my life. Whatever.
It's cool.
Whatever. Like it's 3 XP. I like my hand slots, and I already have Spectral Razor.
Yeah.
Storm Ruler.
Like from it's a Demon Souls reference. Well, it's actually it's probably a Dark Souls reference, but it's in Dark Souls. It's in Demon Souls. But yeah, this card I cannot wrap my head around.
Yeah, it's
like,
weird, right?
Because you have to reveal extra tokens to even like it. It wants you to be revealing extra tokens to like try and trigger any. The upside on this card is really high.
Yeah. And it's cool that it gives you a permanent fight adding your willpower.
Yeah.
For a mystic.
It doesn't do extra damage by default.
I imagine this really putting in some work in some mystic decks that want to be doing symbol fishing. I can imagine this going really hard in Jackie. I can imagine this going really hard in like certain Kohaku decks maybe.
Yeah, no, I think this is, like, again, the upside of you get to exhaust this to hit every enemy or location for 3 damage in the best case is really strong for a repeatable effect. Like, I don't know, this card is kind of exciting, yeah.
It is pretty cool. It should be a Mystic card.
Yeah, like, I mean, is it like, meaningful that Mary has access to this? Not, in my opinion, particularly. Like, it's cute in her, she could play it.
Yeah.
I guess she's, like, as well set up to play it as any of the Mystics. So.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Mary is not enough of a reason for me, but that's fine.
It's not like, it doesn't feel like she'd be robbed if she didn't have that.
Motivational speech. This is so interesting because it's like none of these investigators are blue. Like the only investigators who could take the original, who now can take this,
and Charlie.
It's Alessandra, Charlie, Stella, or Lola rather.
And Jim, I guess, technically, but
like otherwise it's such a complete flip on who can take it, which is really funny.
which means I think it's interesting because it's not worth thinking about this as an upgrade, right?
Yeah.
Like initially I was like, oh, as an upgrade it's kind of weak because realistically, how many allies cost that much more than 3?
Right.
Like, are you not just like getting a 4 discount rather than a 3 discount?
Right.
And then how many allies have abilities that are like good to even play for free? Like, I'm really racking. You get 1 free beat cop use, I guess. Like
agency backup is obviously the ideal. Like that's the perfect world situation.
Yeah.
None of these people except for Charlie can take agency backup. But
so I did
somebody
play
in your team can.
Deck. I played this in my George deck, and getting to play out Marian's beat cop and get a free ping on it was fine. And George can't play level 0 motivational, so like it's like a whole new card, you know?
It's like okay on Robert, like using it with Robert. It's okay with.
Well, yeah, but then he can't, like, his ability's like fast anyway.
Yeah.
And
no, it's just you get to do it twice that round instead of once that round.
Yeah. 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 This card's cool. I'm glad this exists. Like, I'm glad that, like.
It's funny with Lola. Does that work? I'm gonna assume that works. Fuck.
No, because you can't trigger abilities outside of your class. But like this is neutral, so you can just be in the class of the thing.
No, I mean on Lola Santiago.
Oh, Lola Santiago.
Sorry, yeah, right. Unclear.
Oh yeah, I think it probably does, right? I imagine so. Like same with yeah. That's probably pretty good. That's a pretty reasonable use of it.
I think motivational speech broadly is a pretty good card. I don't know if I would normally pay $4 for this upgrade, but you know, in terms of giving access to it to someone who doesn't really have access to it, like sure.
I mean, that's the thing for me really is that it is like, I mean, Patrice can take it now, and I think maybe Patrice is. Is it not though? Like, because you can play it. You can play anyone any in this case ally, right?
It has to be that somebody at your location has an ally that they're waiting to play at the turn that you draw it, though.
Yeah.
I guess that's good commits, so she's not sad about it in that way.
Commits. I mean, like Charlie can take this without having to be a guardian, but he may want to be guardian anyway. But it's nice that that's like an option. Cool.
Archibald, very bad.
Archibald, he's really bad. I have nothing to
Really
say about this card. I can't imagine ever wanting to play him. Nothing about him adds up to a card that's even slightly reasonable.
Maybe next scenario there will be something good, but as it is, he's both very bad and should be a Seeker.
Library Pass 5.
Library Pass should be a Seeker. I have played this one.
I have also played this one. I played the obvious deck for it. I played it in Daisy. I played Necronomicon. I did all this stuff, you know.
Yep.
It was like less busted than I thought it was going to be. It was less broken than I expected it to be, but it was pretty good.
It's nice to have an extra hand slot for semi-free. I find that as Daisy, I can afford resources.
Yeah, and it's nice, like, if you're playing Research Librarian, that you can put a thing on the bottom and then search it up again immediately. Mm-hmm. It's cute. True. If it was a bit broken, but that's fine.
Yeah.
I think you can theoretically use this to cheat a tome into play and then put it on Abigail Foreman and then keep it for free. I believe that works. But I don't know why you'd want to do that. That's like very complicated. There's a lot of XP to do that.
No, I mean, I think if you're Daisy, you want to take both of those cards anyway, so...
Yeah.
I think I end up doing that sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Free play actions sometimes for books, you know.
Yeah, and I think, like... Yeah. It's good. It should have been a Seeker card, honestly, but, you know...
Should have been a Seeker card.
This is one, the Mauser Tankfahrer or whatever, I don't know how to pronounce German words, but I meant to look it up, but I didn't. This card is, I don't know, I want to like it.
It's cool. Bad, but it's funny.
It's like, there's so much stacked against me ever actually playing it, right?
It's so expensive.
So brutal if you miss. And you will miss sometimes.
There's no synergies with it whatsoever with anyone for any reason.
Well, you can put gun upgrades on it.
Here's the you can put gun upgrades on it, but it also like
and hear me out, you can use Bulwark to ready this asset. When you get attacked, taking the attack opportunity to reload.
What if you take this?
Wait, it's all the pieces are falling into place because you have Bulwark and this, right? You shoot this. You take the reload action, get attack, Bulwark. You cancel the attack, ready this, you shoot again.
Okay, well that's stupid. I mean, you can do it. I guess.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
What if you take this in Dexter? You put it out, you fire it once, and then you get rid of it. You never worry about reloading it.
That's kind of not that bad, right? Like then it becomes like a 3-cost event that is like +5, +3. That's fine.
And knocks everything out of your hands.
Yeah. Okay, but. I actually think that putting a telescopic sight on this is objectively very funny. And I think that's like worth it. Like printing this card just to put a sniperscope on it and like you don't want to I think that's genuinely worth this card existing. I don't know, like we're having fun talking about it.
We're having fun talking about it. No, I love that we have an anti-tank gun in the game now that a single person can hold.
It's sick. Oh yeah, I do think that the art of this is not demonstrating proper handling of that kind of gun. If you fired it bracing to your shoulder like that, you would dislocate your shoulder at best.
I believe
so,
you.
You know, don't do that.
Good advice. I won't do that.
Hank can take this and like, what else is he doing? You know. Yorick can take this, I guess.
On their heels. We're coming up on the end. This is the penultimate one, I believe.
We're in the finals. There's 3 more after this.
Okay.
There's a lot of 5 XP cards. On their heels, I played this. It's like okay. It's so charming that it uses leads and the picture is dogs. It's just a double meaning of the word lead. I also like the image. This card is just 5 dogs, and every time you use it, you're setting the dog on someone and just letting go of it. This card's quite strong. Like, kind of. It's a very straightforward card. It is just 2 resources, and you're going to get 5 clues / damage, probably over the scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not much you can do to, like, leads aren't a type that anything interacts with. There's not any good way to, like, discard and replay this. It's just what it is in the tin.
There's no Trish synergy. There's no.
Like, Dexter, if he could play it, would be able to discard it, but he can't.
You can't.
The problem with this is, and my experience of playing it, is that you do have to enter the location to trigger it.
Yeah.
Which meant that I was in this weird, like, I played it with Dakota, and that made it a lot better. But it meant that I was in, I often was just like, well, I should actually be ending my turn a turn away from all my teammates, like a move away from my teammates, so that if they draw enemies, I can trigger this.
Right.
You kind of need this, like, I typically did use up all 5 leads on this over the course of a scenario. But it did require some finessing to get that to happen.
That makes sense.
So it's not like a completely free kind of benefit. It's like,
would you pay 5 XP for this if you weren't just testing it for this stream?
No. But like, that's a card pool depth issue, right? Like, that's just the problem with there's so many cards. Like, in a smaller card pool, I would be perfectly happy playing this and feel good about playing it.
Sure.
It's just there's so many cards to play that are like, it's kind of almost the fact that it's like just a pretty bluntly reasonable value proposition that I'm like, well, I'd rather play something that's like more synergistic or like more like specific,
Should try introducing rotation into the game. I wonder what that would do.
Yeah. Oh, we get to have an argument on the next one.
Yeah, we can have an argument about this.
I don't think this card's very good, but I actually do think it's kind of cute in Patrice because it's an asset cancel. It's fast, you just play it.
That is kind of cute in Patrice, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's like, obviously the issue is, that you need to know what type, like you need to draw the one that cancels the type of treachery you care about that scenario before you can discard the other ones. But you can discard any of them to cancel anything once you have the one that cancels that in play.
Right.
So if there's a scenario with like a really bad terror, like, like just Frozen in Fear, you can get Oath of Loyalty out, and then the other 2 become cancel the terrors. It is a lot of XP. Like,
I will allow for you that this is very cool in Patrice.
Yeah. And Amina, it's an asset cancel for Amina, so you can play it with her ability.
Well,
and this is how you get Blood of Thoth going, right? Is if you play with I don't think Preston wants this particularly.
No. I mean, it's cool flavor-wise that he gets it, I guess.
Of course, yeah. Like, Preston and Diana like need it from a player perspective, and in Diana it is at least doing something.
It's doing something in Diana.
Love it in Diana, but it's not bad.
It's not the best cancel she has, but like, there's something going on there.
Calvin does like cancels. I hate this in Calvin.
I think I take this in Patrice and never any other time. That's what I think.
Yeah, but I think I'm actually excited to play it in Patrice.
I think it's a cool flavor card.
Yeah.
And I like what they've done with the commit icons.
Yeah. And I conceptually like that's the whole idea of it. Like, I do think it, like, the only thing for me about this is that it could shave a couple, like an XP or even 2 XP. And then I'd be excited about it. Like, I think the effect is reasonable. It's just a lot of XP.
That said, I think it's mostly 5 experience points for a war protection level 0.
But it's 3 water protection. It's like 3 water.
Yeah. It's not even ranged,
Yeah. No, it does only affect you, and that is a bonus.
I'll play this in Patrice. You sold me on that.
Hell yeah.
Dimensional Vortex. This is the penultimate one.
Yeah, I'm. This
what a
is
strange card.
I'm probably never going to end up playing this in my life. But I don't think that's like, it's cool.
Not even in Patrice?
No.
I wouldn't play it in Patrice either.
It's one of those cards where I'm just looking at it. It's like you could spend 5x. Like it's like a panic button. Like what it does is things are really bad, and you play this, and temporarily things are not bad anymore, and it gives you the kind of breathing room to do something.
It gives you 2 rounds. And 2
My
rounds is a lot of
thought is-
rounds.
It's a lot of rounds. You could have spent that 5 XP on not getting into that situation in the first place.
I also don't play cheat death.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, I would rather just...
I'm playing to win, I'm not playing to not lose.
Yeah, what's going on with the art? I kind of like these guys in the art, like the weird, like, bat ghouls.
The ghouls getting ripped into the dimensional vortex.
Yeah. Huh.
It's like
Anyway.
such a restrictive card pool for such a mid effect.
Right, and this is the thing with all of this. I feel like there's so many specialist cards. It's just like who are we worried about having them?
Do you notice
like,
that this is the same group of people as Captivating Performance, just minus Dreamers?
Yeah. Yeah. What's Amanda? Anyway, her weakness is dreams of the deep. Clearly dreams. She's a dreamer. Yeah, I don't know. This could just be a mystic card, right?
Yeah.
This could probably be like a... Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. This should be a Mystic card.
I don't really... Yeah. Okay. Saving the best for last.
Let's
Remember to
end
rally.
strong, though. We've been so
All right,
negative
let's
for
rally,
so
let's
long.
rally.
Let's
card
rally.
Is sick. This card is sick.
This card fucking rocks.
It's like, you know, it is close between this and Transfiguration for my favorite card in the entire set, but this card is so cool.
It's so fucking cool.
Like, the thing is that obviously it has like baseline mode. It has like you get a Leo DeLuca that's fast and free, or it has you get Thorough Inquiry, or it has Bank Job. But you can do anything. It can be anything. You can get Dynamite back. You know, like
Yeah.
the fucking the branching paths.
Whatever you need right now.
Like absolutely, like anything. Like you know, it. I kind of think the thing is that this card is gonna slow down gameplay so much when you draw it. Because I'm gonna be like, hang on, wait. I'm pretty sure it's Bank Job, but let me just look at every level 0 card. And then 9 goes out of 100, I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna get Bank Job actually. But like, I know I'm obsessed with this card. I was so genuinely going through this. Like I was like, oh, like Sephina only has artist as a trait, and she's the only artist, so there's a reasonable chance she just does not get a specialist card at all. And like I made me a piece of that, and then they gave her the coolest one in the game.
I'm right now realizing that my sister Mary, who transfigures into Patrice, can take this card, which means that I can pick any level 0 card and make it be in a Patrice deck, and I have to figure out what that is.
That's crazy. No, I think this card is like, you know, people talk about it as like, oh, you know, it lets you get Leo DeLuca and anyone. And I think it's like, it's fine to have this as a plan to get some like cool combo asset. But I really think the strength of this card is the flexibility. It is the being like, okay, hang on, let me just see it as a level 0 card that solves the situation real quick. You know? And like sometimes you just realize, oh yeah, let me get Spectral Shield, you know? Let me get like, I don't know, like...
Whatever problems, whatever card solves, like whatever card texts for the scenario I'm in, whatever card solves the problem that we're currently having.
Yeah.
Someone about to die, let's play a card that immediately heals them a whole bunch.
Emergency aid, you know? Or
Yeah.
you can put Hallowed Mirror into play. That's pretty exciting, actually.
Yeah.
That's a cool one. Boy, bonded cards. You could hang on. God damn, this card's so cool.
Any non-permanent level 0 card. How does that work with bonded? I'm actually not sure how that works with bonded.
Surely it just works how... Oh, well, it's not in your bonded cards.
It's not in your bonded
deck.
cards.
So I think it doesn't work.
So maybe you can't do that.
Well, no, it's boring. It does work in my head.
I'm so excited about this card.
You can get... Wait. You can get Delve Too Deep. The game has changed. I mean, can anyone take this and not Delve Too Deep? Lucius can get Delve Too Deep with this. That's so funny.
And you know what's also fucked up? You can run 2 copies of this card.
No, you're free.
This is not a max once per game. You can run 2 memories.
It's so good. They've really knocked out of the park with this one. This is... And it's an unexpected courage.
I'm
It's
and
all of it,
it's
all
an
of
unexpected
that,
courage.
all of that's a May ability. If you want to, you can just commit it.
It's
No,
so
I
funny
love this
that like
card.
of the people whose names are on this list right now, like the one that I'm most excited is on this list is probably Zoe, because she already gets level 0 cards from any class.
Right,
But
yeah.
I just really like playing Zoe, and so I'm excited to have this really good card in my
And it
girlfriend
is
Zoe.
also like you get it for free, you know? Like you might not play Leo DeLuca and Zoe, but would you
Right.
play a zero cost fast Leo DeLuca and Zoe? I would.
To be honest with you, sometimes I will play Leo DeLuca and Zoe. She doesn't have money problems. She can afford it. He's really
Yeah.
good at. He's better in Zoe than he is in most rogues. So
Yeah, I can believe that.
it's really. I think there's a lot of fun to be had with Mateo. Probably. I really want to try Mateo again. I
Yeah.
think.
God. And Agnes can take this, so that's
What
kind of
a
like a bit whatever,
what
but
a.
like
No, it's good in her. It's good in everyone. There's
it's
no
good in
one who this card is
everyone.
not fucking sick in. This is like one of
Yeah,
the coolest cards
yeah.
they've ever printed.
There must be something like Dexter can take this, and there must be something completely nuts Dexter can do
Oh
with this.
my
I'm just like
god, you're so right.
trying to figure that out. Ah. And wait, if you play Dexter with book special, you could get whatever you get. You can then tutor it with Molly Maxwell, the best ally they ever printed. That's an asset. That's fine. There must be something. I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
click
come
on
up with
that.
the
I'm gonna
dumbest
click
deck
on
in the
that
world.
tomorrow. Yeah. Dumber than my fucking Kate deck with hypothetical shortcaster. I don't know. I love this card.
I love this card.
I think that this card, to me, the reason this is my favorite card from the set and not Transfiguration, is that it's a little bit of what we covered, right? The Transfiguration really, it's Systemary or it's Sephina, probably playing it for the most part, and then like there's a lot of cool things you can do from there. You can build a pretty flexible base deck in either of them that you then import to whatever other person. But this to me is like everyone that you play this in is a sec. Like, you know, with
Sophia and Marian
Sephina,
have both gotten so much more flexibility from
yeah,
this set.
right.
In terms of
And they
these,
can-
just like
yeah,
these two cards, they have access to those two
right.
cards, and it's like so different now.
Like, genuinely. Yeah, I don't know. My voice is kind of going.
Yeah, let's
But I could talk about this card forever. This card is so cool.
look at how far we've come. I'm just scrolling back through everything real quick. Just look stream at how far.
120 cards ish, I think. 125 cards apparently, although we did cover a couple of them in one go.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's 109 like pages of card. So 109 sort of discussions of cards. Do you have any closing thoughts?
What a cool set. I guess.
Yeah, I love this card. I really like this card. It's like it's kind of like we spent it ended on a bit of a more like negative note overall with the specialist cards that
Right.
neither of us like in love with. But I mean, Memories of Another Life we are both in love with. But like overall, the class cards in this set are really, really, really good.
Yeah. I love
think
the
the
class cards.
investigators by and large too. I know you're not as much a fan of Agatha. I'm like lukewarm on Lucius.
But I really love Marian. I really love George. I really love Michael.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm happy to see Lucius around as well.
Yeah.
And Gloria too. I think we both maybe have slightly more mixed feelings about the investigators from Hemlock, but
as evidence of that, like Brown City is not out yet, and I've played almost every investigator, some of them multiple times.
Right.
I still haven't played Hank.
I played Hank once and I saw him off forever.
I haven't even played Alessandra, and I think she seems like broadly fun. She's not like drawing me in.
I think it's important to remember, as in the closing thoughts to this 5 fucking hour video, that like, you know, there are cards in here that we like and there are cards in here that we do not like, but if you put this in the context of Arkham Horror the card game overall, there's never been an expansion in which every single card is a winner, is a banger. and so I think like with that context, if we just like look at the like rate of rippers versus skippers in this set, and like how high the highs are, that I'm really excited about the Drowned City. I was like nervous about this design team, to be honest with you, after not like this design is bad, but just like I loved MJ's design so much that like anything else after that is necessarily going to be a letdown. But after this set, I'm excited about it, and the team really has my confidence that they sort of know what they're doing as far as designing player cards going forward.
I definitely feel the same way.
Um,
Thank you for doing this set review with me. This was super fun.
I had so much fun. This is great. If you are watching this, thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, if anyone made it like all the way through that, I can't believe I made it all the way through that. We should have split it in two for sure.
I'm uploading this to YouTube in a single 5-hour block.
Hell yeah!
And you made it to the end of this.
Please give me two different
events. If you're watching this, for the record, you may have seen up in this corner up here that I have a Patreon where I do Arkham streams. This is a part of it, but I am trying to do at least one a month, and if I have enough people on Patreon giving me money, I can maybe do more than one a month. And then also every month I do a quick little bonus video. So last month I ranked all of the Edge of the Earth companions by how much you want to keep them alive versus kill them. For example, I haven't decided what I'm doing this month yet, but I'll do some goofy little thing. And you can join me there on Patreon if you want to. I have to say that. Anyway, that's the end. Thank God, 5 hours. Bye.